How do you talk about a masterpiece? How do you criticize it? How do you find a way to say something new or come up with a new take on a piece of art that's been talked about by thousands? Well, since the original Half-Life is now 23 years old as of the writing of this script, and with its insane success and copies in the hands of millions, plenty have had time to discuss it. Over the years, it's been met with overwhelming praise and is considered to not only be a masterclass in great FPS design, but also the first ever shooter to take a slower, more methodical approach to gameplay. That's not to say there isn't any negative criticism of the original Half-Life, there most certainly is, but the general discourse favors positivity in this case far more. Half-Life has reached the status of being beloved, and its age now only cements this position. After 23 years, how do you say something new that hasn't already been said? Or rather, how do you go about changing something that so many have already made their own interpretations of? Why am I even asking? Because these are the exact questions that the Crowbar Collective, the team behind the recent modern remaster of Half-Life in the Source engine, had to ask themselves. To make a modern interpretation of Half-Life, they had to play a balancing game that all remasters have to play. How much about the original source material should you change? Should you go the route of, say, something like Link's Awakening, and change as little about the original game as possible, and simply add modern visuals and a few quality-of-life features? Or should you go the route of, say, something like Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, which fundamentally changes the core of the original game from so long ago, while also adding many supplementary systems to the point that it's close to an entirely different game? Black Mesa, while a wonderful experience, does not walk this tightrope perfectly. Let's delve into it.
Oh, well, hello there. Today you may have come here to hear the whimsical tale of Black Mesa, or as it used to be referred to, Half-Life. I must warn you that the tale you are about to hear of is one of whimsy, adventure, romance, and downright human terror. You also may be questioning why I'm dressed up as a mad scientist. I assure you it's not a costume and I am very much the real deal. Why am I a mad scientist, you may be wondering? It's not important. What is important, though, is a detailed recount of the historical events of the Black Mesa facility, located in New Mexico. Here, I have a detailed account of everything that went down in the Black Mesa facility before the Combine takeover. Everything that happened to the scientist known as Dr. Freeman. So, let us begin our fantastical tale. We start in the opening in Black Mesa, in a lab known as the Anomalous Materials Lab. Here, your protagonist, Morgan? That can't be right. Shorgan. Still not quite right. Protogen? No, this isn't that hard of a name. I'm a good reader, I swear. Trust me, I passed English 101. Mormon Freeman. He doesn't seem like the religious type, especially not with that many PhDs. Probin. Morgan Freeman. Foreman Lean-Man? Mario. Here we go. Gordon Freeman. Honestly, we're just going to go with Dr. Freeman. It really shouldn't be that difficult of a name, but clearly the authors of such a detailed recount of the events have failed to quite get it right. Odd. Without further ado, though, kids, the whimsical and happy tale where nothing bad ever happens of Black Mesa is about to commence. So, without further ado, welcome to an in-depth critique of Black Mesa, a fan game made by a team of extremely passionate developers over the course of a 17-year-long development cycle, all the way from 2004 to 2020. To say this is one of the most impassioned releases would be the understatement of the century. A game made by a team of so few, over the course of so long, with so much dedication, that to call it short of anything but incredible is completely misguided. To that end, one of my main points in this very, very long and in-depth video is that Black Mesa is a unicorn in the gaming industry. There really isn't anything quite like this fan game. It's truly remarkable. So, it is my misfortune to say that no one has truly gone fully in depth with what it has to offer. That is, until today. Black Mesa may not seem like the longest game in the world. It may not seem like it has that much content to critique, but trust me, we can go truly in depth around here. I also am aware that to many, critiquing such a beloved game that has so few flaws may seem unfair. It may seem like I'm being unfair to something that we desperately need more of, and something that there is so few of. But I assure you, just like any piece of art, it does have its fair share of criticisms. Black Mesa is far from a perfect game. True, it is better than most of the things you could find on the market today, and it is a worthwhile experience that is worth every penny you could possibly give it. But that does not mean that it is immune from criticism. And so with that in mind, I will still critique it like I would any other game, objectively and fairly, because it deserves exactly that. And so, welcome to my in-depth review of Black Mesa. Sit back, relax, grab your nearest crowbar, and get ready to head inbound into the Black Mesa facility with me, because this is Black Mesa under the microscope.
You open your eyes, you're contained. The only options you have are some basic movement controls and the ability to crouch. You find yourself in a tram car. The inside of it? Simple, small, basic, seemingly safe. The outside of you? A foreboding facility filled to the brim with men and women in lab coats testing large, heavy, industrial, and scientific equipment. As you continue your ride in this tram car, you see glimpses of the outside world, which seems to be a large deserted desert. There's an announcer on an intercom that you can overhear. From here you can choose to glean basic information, or completely ignore the announcer and text flashing across your screen. If you do choose to listen in and focus on the details of what you're seeing during your little tram ride, you can actually discover quite a lot in just a few minutes. The easy stuff here to percept is that your name is Gordon Freeman, an MIT grad in theoretical physics. You're working for a company named Black Mesa, and you're supposed to head for an area of the facility named the Anomalous Materials Lab. If you listen much more closely, you can also learn quite a few more intricate details. For example, the Black Mesa facility itself is located in New Mexico. They inform you that you're traveling through multiple sectors of the facility, foreshadowing that you're traversing quite a long distance. A lot of the things in the facility you'll pass by actually foreshadow later sections of the game as well. Between the pit of green acid, the rocket you pass by, and the makeshift military setup in the desert outdoors area, without realizing it, a lot of what you're seeing is stuff that will come back later. And this is the very foundation of how both Black Mesa and the original Half-Life handle storytelling. This aspect of Black Mesa is also one thing that is extremely faithful to the original game. In 1998, this style of storytelling in gaming was basically unheard of. One of the goals of the original Half-Life team was to never take away control from the player. Story details like where you're located, what you're supposed to be doing, and who you even are can be completely ignored. Throughout the entire experience, never once is control taken away from the player. You have the option to completely ignore everything that's going on around you and just fast-track it straight to the classic FPS action without having to think too much about it. Or opposingly, you can slowly and methodically take in everything going on around you, gathering information and completely immersing yourself in this world. This is a spectrum of extremes, and most players will tend to fall somewhere in between, but that's not the point. The point is that you, the player, have the option. Especially in contrast to a lot of modern-day AAA games, the concept of quite literally never taking away control from the player, not even during cutscenes or scripted events, is seldom if ever seen anymore. It's more common to see this style of storytelling in indie games, but in 1998, it was revolutionary and a huge risk that paid off. This aspect of Half-Life has aged perfectly, and has transitioned seamlessly into Black Mesa. Since Black Mesa was my first exposure to the franchise, only playing the original Half-Life game afterwards, the story beats and revelations truly hit me hard while playing through the campaign for the first time. The story here is fairly simple, but Black Mesa's insane visual and sound upgrade really helped to sell you on the weight and dire realism of the situation you find yourself in. Here's the story. Exposition dump inbound. Basically, Black Mesa is a research facility that was studying a new dimension known as Xen. They ended up trying to study and access this dimension and its creatures. Your character, Gordon Freeman, is the one tasked with placing one of these crystals from this dimension on a strange pedestal-like object so that the scientists you work with can get a reading on this mysterious crystal and its properties. However, as soon as they activate the crystal's power, everything goes horribly wrong, and not only is the entire facility completely destroyed, but almost everyone ends up dying or worse. This event comes to be known as the Resonance Cascade, and also tears a rift between the two worlds without you realizing it, and soon portals start opening up throughout the now abandoned Black Mesa, and the creatures from Xen begin to invade. This is essentially the basic setup. Gordon is debatedly partially responsible for the invading alien race and the death of thousands of people in Black Mesa. Your goal from here is just survival at first. The game consists of you making your way through the dilapidated Black Mesa complex while fighting off Xen aliens that are invading. A short way into the game, you'll be hit by the revelation that for whatever reason, the military wants you dead as well, and you'll find a man in a blue suit and tie watching you from around the shadows. If you haven't played Half-Life or Black Mesa yourself, and you're still on the fence about major spoilers, this is the point I would recommend you turn back. Both Half-Life and Black Mesa are very flawed experiences, but one's worth the price in dividends. The original Half-Life is only $10 on Steam, and Black Mesa is only $20. For $20, this is a game that far exceeds its price values compared to the amount of quality content. I can't recommend either enough. This is a series that was integral to creating what modern FPSs are today. It's a foundational classic, and Black Mesa does an excellent job of bringing it into the modern age. So, this is the final major spoiler warning. Are we good? Okay, I think we're good. Mad scientists only have so much patience after all. I can't be kept waiting forever. Okay. Continuing, guess I'll be in. Without further ado, this is my interpretation of what the heck even happens in this game. Half-Life is trying to tell the story of Icarus flying too close to the sun, of mankind poking around with forces and powers beyond our control. Traveling further into the Black Mesa facility, you'll realize just how in over their heads the actual higher-ups of this company really were. You find out that Gordon is only level 3 clearance, but you're not given a scale as to how high these clearances actually go. Well, as it turns out, there's a secret level 4 clearance, and it's used to bar off top secret parts of the complex. There's a small moment that hints at the fact that Black Mesa already knew about Xen far before you showed up, such as small containers to host the Houndai enemies, the skulls of headcrabs found in waste stations, and deadly turrets stationed around for whatever reason. This all comes to a head in Chapter 11, Questionable Ethics, which serves as the place where the big twist is revealed. However, where the story remains pretty simple, Black Mesa adds to this narrative and makes it thematically more complex. After you go to the border world Xen in Black Mesa, you find that many of the aliens have an extremely advanced civilization of their own. They use slave labor, have a hierarchy system, and even have an entire establishment of their own, which remains nameless, that seems eerily similar to the Black Mesa company back on Earth. I know, they seem like real chill guys, huh? Super nice. In the chapter Interloper, you even go through a reactor core that seems to have the ability to link back to Earth and may be the source of all the portals opening. Black Mesa built the Lambda Core, which housed a portal linking to Xen, and the Xen creatures, under the guise of a much more powerful creature known as the Ninolith that controls them, built a reactor to Earth. They even have human prisoners and objects from Earth that they seem to be researching, just like Black Mesa had with them. This dualism of us studying the aliens and the aliens studying us is a theme that's absent from the original Half-Life. In the original, Xen is much too short of a section to explore the social structure and society of the border world. The race known as the Vortigrunts are still slaves in the original, but the entire facility as well as the beautiful lush nature transitioning to it are absent. Instead, the chamber resembles a carcass of some kind, or maybe the shell of a bug of some sort. I don't really know. Other than passive working Vortigrunts here, all of the other major details leading up to the Ninolith boss battle at the end of the game are exclusive to Black Mesa. The idea that the Vortigrunts and Xen creatures aren't so different from us, and have had the same intentions of exploring beyond what they know into realms unknown, is one I think fit quite well. Despite that this theme is almost completely Black Mesa original, it meshes perfectly as in line with Half-Life's style of storytelling, which is completely in the background and inferred. I'm actually fairly certain that this is an easy theme to miss. Most of all the videos and posts from others I've read about Black Mesa never seem to bring this up in regards to story and theme. To an extent, I understand this, since plot isn't necessarily the focus of Half-Life or really most FPSs. but it wasn't something I could look past at all once I reached the Interloper chapter deep into Xen. Specifically, there's a section here where you discover that all of the alien brute creatures you've been fighting since midway through the game have been completely manufactured in this gargantuan facility that's under the control of the Ninelanth. They're clones, and disposable clones at that. This is also the chapter that introduces the Vortigrunt slavery, as I mentioned earlier, which makes you feel kinda bad that you've been shooting them the entire game up to this point. Since the entire chapter is one large alien tower that leads to the Ninelanth eventually, you get to see firsthand how this society functions. I feel the parallels here to the Black Mesa company are completely intentional, and it's honestly a stroke of storytelling genius. Other than this change though, everything plays out largely the same, with you going through Xen and encountering the G-Man at the end of everything. Now, modern day though, even though the story of Half-Life is one that's quite simple, I think it's still one that's incredibly captivating. Partially, the resonance cascade that ends up being the first domino leading to the nearly complete demise of the human race by the time the second game rolls around is also the fault of us humans. Man's natural curiosity led us, or in the case of the Black Mesa company, to experimenting into areas of science that are questionable to say the least. It may have been that the Black Mesa company's intentions were noble. It's technically possible that their only intentions were to simply research, help, and make a positive connection to this Xen world. You know, establish good diplomatic relations and all. Judging by the nostalgia for the company that Alex and Eli have in Half-Life 2, I would say there were certainly individuals working in the company that genuinely had the best of intentions, but also knowing about the Xen creature torture chambers you find, I think it's safe to say there were also those in the company that had more malicious and selfish intentions for the dimension in mind. Even back in 1998, I think the point of the Black Mesa company was to criticize certain large corporations that exist here in the real world. Black Mesa is clearly a corporation that's reached a ludicrous level of wealth and power. The insane size of their underground buildings, the power of their scientific tech, and the vast number of employees with high levels of education and their discrepancy to be able to operate such a large-scale operation in complete secrecy is frightening, bone-chilling even, to think of a company with such a large and insane reach. This is called a monopoly in economics, and is something that many developed countries actively discourage as they cause innovative stagnation and generally make the quality of products and services they offer severely lower quality while simultaneously being the only option on the market. Monopolies are a genuine problem and concern that we face here in the real world, and economics aside, Black Mesa is a 100% fictitious representation of one. Half-Life is even smart enough to show many of the beneficial facets to such a powerful monopolistic organization. Because the funding of Black Mesa has at their disposal, they're able to partake in some insanely expensive and groundbreaking scientific research. They're able to provide tons of jobs. They seem to have invented the world's first ever functional teleporter. They've created a groundbreaking new weaponry and armor in the HEV suits and the gluon gun, and they even have a tram cart. It goes kinda fast. Sorry, back on track. The nuance in showing the more enlightening sides of the Black Mesa monopoly really served to highlight the horror of their lackadaisical approach to caution and ethics. Their deception makes them look villainous, but also very realistic. The company isn't just all completely evil mustache-twirling villains hoping for the death of all humans or to take over the world or whatever. This more positive side to the Black Mesa company is even further bolstered by the presence of the G-Man. You could make a very solid argument that Black Mesa wasn't even directly responsible for the resonance cascade. It wasn't Gordon's fault either, he's simply their scapegoat. It is partially their fault for delving into such advanced research without the most respect or caution for what they were doing, while also keeping it top secret, but they're not completely responsible. Instead, that role goes to the G-Man. He's the one who made the calculated move of placing the Xen crystal in the cart you push at the beginning of the game. For reasons we don't know, the G-Man orchestrated the resonance cascade. If you know the story of Half-Life's expansion games, Opposing Force and Blue Shift, you know these expand on the existing story here. Particularly in the Opposing Force expansion, the first of these two expansions, it becomes increasingly clear that the G-Man has been messing around in affairs at Black Mesa far out of the reach of Gordon. He's completely omnipotent and a malevolent force, and it adds a deep layer of mystery to the narrative. Despite everything that Black Mesa has done, and the cataclysmic events and tragedy of the game, it's all just a trivial mission to the G-Man. It can be inferred that his mysterious employers have had him set up the entire resonance cascade as a sort of test. A test for Gordon. All of the horrible events of the game are a mere inconvenience to the G-Man in his quest to potentially hire you as a new employee. G-Man's place in the narrative accomplishes a few things. One, he adds an almost nihilistic layer of senselessness to everything that transpires. Earlier I talked about the dualism of the conflict between Xen and our world and how we research each other's existences. Well, with G-Man tossed into the mix, it can seem like none of what's happening even really matters. Here there is a being that could potentially be God himself, or at least so much higher up on the totem pole of power and understanding from us mere humans and aliens, yet his focus is you. He set all of this up seemingly as a test for you. With Half-Life 2 in mind, his role might have had something to do with the advent of the Combine as well, but that detail only adds to the ambiguity. This ambiguity is intentional and, strangely, humanizing. Yes, there may be a completely unknowable and unimaginable being watching your every move and orchestrating everything that's happening, yet he's largely absent from the actual conflict. Regardless of how a being such as the G-Man may feel about what's happening, if he feels at all, we as players, we as people, are conditioned to care. It's human nature. The characters in this game are meant to be real people. There is a real horror on display here. Heck, I remember booting up Black Mesa for the first time and being fairly surprised to find the amount of horror elements at play in even just the first hour. You'll watch people horrifically die, you'll see bloodied remains in countless echoing empty hallways that you know once had real people working in them. Despite G-Man's watchful eye over you, the conflict between Black Mesa and Xen is a real one, a devastating one that will permanently change both Earth and Xen forever. Both Gordon's actions and the Black Mesa organization's choices have indelibly shifted everything, and because at the end of the game you're essentially put in an indefinite sleep, at least until the sequel, you're left to ponder. What happened after you left? Of course you get an answer out of Half-Life 2, but before that your mind is left to wander. I feel that all of the potential answers your imagination might cook up if you play Black Mesa or Half-Life first is a powerful thing. Yes, the new world you wake to in Half-Life 2 is an incredibly interesting and dark reality, but before that your imagination is left to run wild at such a cryptic ending. Honestly, even knowing how horrifying the world of Half-Life 2 is, I imagined some very different outcomes before I knew how the story continued. I imagined maybe us humans would want revenge or something on the Xen creatures, and so we'd finally find a way to go back to the border world again and kill off the rest of them, and then somehow all war breaks loose. I also imagined a world way further into the future potentially, like maybe hundreds of years into the future to a point where Xen creatures and humans have blurred and an entirely new race and civilization had somehow emerged. It doesn't really matter though. The point is that your imagination is a powerful thing, and the game leaving what happens next completely up to your own interpretation really helps to highlight the weight of the resonance cascade in Gordon's actions. Remember when I mentioned Black Mesa's distinctive visual style and the insane sound effects really helping to sell you on the weight of story beats more than in the original? Well, I really meant it. Like, really I meant it. Of course, this isn't to discredit the original Half-Life, but graphical capabilities have upgraded a little since 1998, to say the least. Half-Life was in a sense trying to be a horror game, but its now dated graphics and low-resolution textures in the Gold Source engine have been severely dated. It simply doesn't come off as scary really at any point, nor any other dramatic tones the game may go for. The tone and mood are never really the focus of Half-Life anyway, so this doesn't even really count against it. It's not even a criticism, just something I'm pointing out. The reason I'm pointing it out though is because Black Mesa does convey a heavy dramatic tone, and does so in spades. At points when playing through Black Mesa, the gorgeous visuals combined with the distinctive and almost mysterious soundtrack really convey a foreboding tone that wasn't in the original. I'll talk about the eye candy first. Black Mesa, despite being a remaster of Half-Life, is actually made in a different engine. Quick note for those who don't know, an engine is something that almost all games run off of. There are different game engines that are made that video games are then developed in. They're essential to game development, and I'm gonna bring up quite a few of them here. Half-Life, as I've mentioned, was a game coded in the Gold Source engine, which in itself was Valve's own modified version of the Quake 2 engine. They would later go on to make one of the most beloved game engines ever, the Source engine, which was the basis of Half-Life 2. The Source engine is relevant here because even though Black Mesa is a remaster of Half-Life 1, it was made in Source and not Gold Source. If you don't fully understand game engines, well, just say Black Mesa was made out of the same tools of Half-Life 2 and not the first game. In fact, it really did start life in Half-Life 2, or at least a mod of it. The visuals here are a true testament to the insanely long development cycle of Black Mesa. Remember, Black Mesa is a fan game, yet it looks this freaking amazing. The game has an impeccable sense of shading, knowing exactly how to use color to make an in-game area carry a certain mood to it. For example, shortly after the resonance cascade first happens and you're thrust into gameplay, you'll be put into a situation where you have to fend off some basic headcrab zombies. You have yet to receive any weapon by this point, not even the crowbar, so you're left almost completely defenseless. Your only options of defeating these starting enemies is to rely on the security guard with you and potentially pick and throw flares at the zombies. Basically, you have to play very carefully as you're pretty close to defenseless at this point. The player here is supposed to feel helpless due to how quickly all of the horrific events of the inciting incident happen. This defenselessness helps to create fear, and the visuals and music here cleverly back up that feeling subconsciously, or I guess consciously as well if you're a graphic snob like myself. Just earlier the facility was harshly and brightly lit up. Fluorescent lights were abundant, and everything about the anomalous materials lab had a very orderly look to it. I partially think that orderliness is why it's so fun to dick around here with toilet paper and microwaves. Aside from that, returning to this area now in an only complete state of disrepair just feels unnatural, wrong somehow. The game cleverly uses things like emergency red lights, fires, flickering lights, and flares to convey a heavy, dark, and foreboding atmosphere. Another thing about these more frightening areas is Black Mesa's willingness to use darkness. When exploring around this area, it can be difficult to even see what you're doing, and the only thing you have to guide your vision are these environmental assets. Well, that would almost be the case if it weren't for your HEV suit's built-in flashlight, but we'll get back to that. There's a few more examples I want to show through the game's mastery of shading and color. Not always, but sometimes to really emphasize a new area or threat, the game will use one monochromatic shading color that's very intense and distinct from most of the other sources of light in a scene. Examples of this that come to mind would be the blast pit area and the alien-infested areas after the military has given up on apprehending you. In the former, the game has just introduced a large green pit of acid that you'll have to fight and platform around. This stuff basically functions as kind of forgiving lava that doesn't kill you right away but only after a few seconds have passed. However, it is a new and dangerous hazard that will be the focus for at least a short amount of time. To emphasize it, and to make it impossible to miss so that the devs can mitigate player frustration, the acid pits are super luminescent bright green. In fact, they're so bright, they pretty much make up all of the light sources in the scenes they're in. They emit a harsh green light that feels unnatural and intimidating, but also distinct. It says a lot that after over 80 hours in the game, when I try to think of some of the game's more memorable visual moments, other than Xen, these acid pits stick out like a sore thumb in my mind. They're really great, and you'll almost certainly take note of them when you see them for the first time in-game. YouTube's video compression and my footage can't really accurately convey just how cool this area feels to be in. The other example of monochromatic lighting I mentioned were the alien-infested areas where the military has given up on apprehending or killing you. As you're running up and down different roads in Black Mesa, dodging the military remnants and now more forceful than ever Xen alien militia, you'll come across these orangey-red moss patches. This is where the game is about to introduce you to snarks, small deadly aliens that will attack you in numbers. However, you can use them as weapons to your advantage as well. Once again, something we'll have to get back to later, gotta stay on track here. The snarks house themselves in these cocoons and spread a bright red-orange moss around them. These enemies would be really annoying to deal with as an ambush, and so the game wants to make it very explicitly clear to you where they're located. This bright moss functionally acts as a warning, letting you know that the snarks are up ahead. Like the acid from before, these moss alcoves use one central monochromatic color to emphasize their presence to you and add a cinematic flair to the scene they're in. Unlike the acid though, the light they emit isn't nearly as oppressive and ominous. Instead, while being threatening still, they also convey some excitement. This is in part to do with the orange in their color scheme. It says, while yes, this is a threat and you should be on guard, be excited for something good here as well. You're about to be getting a shiny new toy. Yes, the snarks can kill you, but they're also silly little cute guys that you can use to your advantage. I say silly and cute, yet they can and will eat you and others alive. Anyway, this monochromatic lighting is one of Black Mesa's more impressive visual techniques to really blow you away. These weren't the only examples of the monochrome thing, just the ones I thought of off the top of my head. There's plenty of other less specific instances of this, like the deep orange hue of the sunset after the military has given up on detaining you brings out feelings of calm and relief. You're not necessarily out of the woods yet, but you've made it through the worst. Or the way Xen conveys natural wonder in this wildlife area by painting everything there is in a green hue amongst the natural vegetation. Some of this you don't really need me to tell you either. The game really speaks for itself, although I am aware some of you may end up listening to this more like a podcast, assuming anyone watches this at all, but trust me if you haven't actually played the game, it's really beautiful. One common complaint I've read a few times, however, in regards to the visuals is that they can be too busy at times. For some reason, they seem to have made it more difficult to figure out where you're at in a level and where you're supposed to go next. I will admit I definitely experienced this a few times myself. Once atop a rooftop in the 12th chapter, where the solution was to simply look down off the broken balcony to see where the level continued. Another in chapter 10 where you're gated by an electric fence, and the solution to get to the other side isn't clear at all and just comes down to you noticing something visually off. I spent forever running in circles in this room until I noticed that the thin little pipe on the wall was probably meant for you to walk on. This isn't at all easy to spot, and until you do, there's no way to progress here. However, these are the only two major instances where I was unclear on where to go next, specifically due to the high fidelity graphics. There were other times I was a little lost on where to progress, but my other examples fall under more level design gripes than anything. Moving on from the art, let's talk about that OST. Composed by Joel Nielsen, the music in this game is pretty astounding. There's an excellent video by Liam Triforce I enjoyed called Understanding the Music of Half-Life. In the video, Liam points out that the original Half-Life and its sequel use a lack of music to emphasize each composition's presence and to highlight important moments in-game. Most of the time, Half-Life prefers to remain quiet and to allow you to silently absorb your surroundings. Since one of the tones Half-Life is going for is horror, this approach makes sense. Often, some of the scariest moments in films and games aren't the actual scares themselves, but the silent ambience leading up to it. The silence in Half-Life also exists in gameplay to an extent. Since you'll be in complete silence for large portions of the game, you'll be more aware and alert to your surroundings, which is essential if you want to go very long without dying. I know for me, playing in complete silence made me more trepidatious. Especially once the military was first introduced, this silence forced me to play very carefully. Black Mesa takes this silent first approach and mostly faithfully replicates it for its own style. It's not perfect here though, because Black Mesa is such a longer game than the original. I'll speak more on this later, but suffice to say Black Mesa is almost 3 times the length of the original Half-Life at least. Having most of that more elongated experience be spent in complete silence can become draining. I remember during my initial playthrough almost wishing for music. I would anticipate when there would finally be a new track as I traversed. In part, this is because the music that there is here is phenomenal, but also because all of the quiet echoes of the Black Mesa facility made me long for anything other than silence after such a long amount of time. The actual music here, while very different from the original, has its own style to it as well. Nielsen's compositions for the parts of the game that take place on Earth mostly line up with what you would expect of Half-Life, but once you reach the border world it becomes an entirely different story. I won't speak too much on it since I'm no music expert, but the slight drum tapping, guitar, all mixed with this wild harmonic chanting and heavy synth that overpowers everything else in the best possible way blew my socks off. Most of the music in Xen has this chanting in it. It reminds me a lot of church choir, maybe singing something without lyrics, but it's also properly epic. It really helps to sell the foreboding, beautiful, and awesome scope of Xen. I really enjoyed it a lot. There were a few standout tracks to me in the Earth portions of the game as well. I enjoyed the kick-ass theme that plays when you first put on the HEV suit. It comes a little out of nowhere, but it's still pretty awesome and doesn't overstay its welcome. Also the theme that plays in Chapter 13, Forget About Freeman, when like I said earlier the military abandons the mission and the Xen invasion gets serious. Other than these instances though, just like the original, the music in Black Mesa isn't something you'll always notice. It does sometimes stick out like a sore thumb, unlike the original, but overall it's excellent, and an OST I'll be enjoying for a long time to come.
Oh, hello there. You seem to be lost. Luckily, I'm a regular here at the Black Mesa facility, so I can actually show you where to go. Plus, there have been some recent renovations around here and the layout of things has completely changed. Luckily, you're in the map room, so I can actually show you a detailed layout of the entire facility from right here if you need some help. If you look over here, the Black Mesa company has actually left a few detailed maps of the layout of the facility. Although some of these appear to be outdated, this one in particular looks to be really old. This is of the original facility all the way from 1998. It's pretty simplistic, so let's just get rid of that because things have definitely been updated since then. Here we have the more modern layout of the facility. Ever since 2020 and Crowbar did its renovations to the facility, things have gotten a bit more complicated, but I'm sure you can find your way, plus I can show you around. And I'm not even sure what this is really, just ignore that. I don't really know what they're doing over there at the company. But hopefully with absolutely no direction at all, you'll still be able to miraculously find your way around here without too much trouble. Plus, I hear you have a flashlight that just simply never dies, so, you're good to go.
Here you are, Lamar. Sorry, he kind of gets lost here.
I have no idea what that was, but I'm sure it's a very normal occurrence here at the facility. I feel like I've seen that thing somewhere before. Somewhere. Ah! Damn it! Roll the video.
Chapter 8 of both Black Mesa and Half-Life is titled On a Rail. This chapter is a fairly simple premise. You've reached the Black Mesa facility's underground transit system, and potentially have a way to cover a lot of ground in a short period of time. The gameplay mechanic here is straightforward. There's a tram cart that you can use to accelerate along the railway at a significantly higher speed than you would hoofing it on foot. The tram cart can also adjust to 3 different speeds and can also go in reverse. While operating the cart, you can also fire at different turn signs to change which railway you head down. Your goal is simply to get yourself in the tram to the end of the level while facing obstacles that will take advantage of the fact that you're trying to traverse in a way you haven't previously. How would you guess a level with this basic setup would play out if you'd never played the game before? You would probably imagine some firefights along the railway, maybe some hazards to dodge while operating and staying within the confines of the rail. Of course, areas to stop for health and ammo while fighting off Xen invaders or the military. Occasional stops in railway paths you're on, and so you'll have to solve a puzzle to progress or take the tram down a different pathway. Well, if that's what you would imagine, Black Mesa's got you covered. This is exactly what you get. The previous chapter had you destroy a gigantic boss monster that had flamethrowers for hands and could barrel at you in what a moment feels like Mach 5. You've basically just killed your first boss right before this chapter, and so a calmer, more relaxed and spacious chapter would do some good for diversifying the game's pace. Simply chugging a fun cart down a rail while killing baddies without too much thought is honestly the perfect reprieve. I firmly believe this was Valve's intentions with the original Half-Life's On a Rail chapter as well. However, if you've played OG Half-Life, then you might be starting to get an idea of where I'm going with this. On a Rail in Half-Life plays out absolutely nothing like what I just described. Instead of being a reprieve after defeating a huge new enemy, it instead becomes an exhausting gauntlet that becomes harder than the chapter that preceded it. On a Rail is one of Half-Life's most infamous chapters, and with good reason. This section of the game is frustrating. For starters, the actual railway can electrocute you, and even with the HEV suit, you'll die after only a few seconds of touching it. It doesn't help that the hallways with these rails are also quite small and condensed, meaning that once you inevitably fall through these halls on foot, you're going to shock yourself. I do mean it, you will fall into this and electrocute Gordon at least once. This is because the geometry of the entire level in these sections is buggy, and more times than not, you'll find yourself stuck in it. It also doesn't help that your best bet in most of your combat encounters in this chapter are best dealt with by leaving the tram. Many of the railways have turrets positioned alongside them, which will force you to get out of dodge almost immediately if you want to survive. These aspects combined with the convoluted level layout here can lead to an extremely annoying experience. I can see some of the positive aspects to the level. The idea of essentially having to play a payload transport game for a chapter I'm sure was novel at the time, and said idea in and of itself can be a lot of fun. I definitely know I enjoy it in other games. I also enjoy how this level more than any other forces you to get accustomed to multiple threats from multiple different directions at once. It will especially get you used to dealing with turrets. They're not introduced in this level, but here is where you'll really have to get a good understanding of how they work and the best way to deal with them, since Valve likes to make most of their turrets in any of their games an almost insta-kill. Other than that though, this was by far my least favorite chapter of Half-Life. Yes, I disliked it even more than that one. Cough, cough. What this all demonstrates though is Black Mesa's willingness to outright dramatically change a level. I mean, if you haven't played both of these games, then what I'm describing here probably sounds like two night and day experiences, two different versions of the same thing, but that might as well be so different you almost can't even call it similar. I mean, come on, Black Mesa's rendition of this chapter feels about a quarter of the length, possibly because you won't be dying every 3 seconds, and yet still manages to be a satisfying experience. This is complemented by the rocket launch. If you're not already aware, this railcart chapter also features you launching a rocket into space because, Reasons. Half-Life's version of this is a pretty simple firefight with a few soldiers stationed around the rocket. You follow a path that's pretty straightforward up to the mission control deck and launch the rocket before heading back to the railway to finish up the chapter. Black Mesa's version of this is mostly the same, except the few soldiers you fought from before now might as well be the entire US military convened on one spot and then some. Seriously, they've turned a fight between a few soldiers around a rocket into an all-out war where you'll start at the underground at the base of the rocket, then solve a puzzle to get it into launching position, then fight swarms of more soldiers and headcrabs as you ascend up and down the underground portion of it. This has an elevator at the base of the rocket, which helps, but we're still not done. So once the rocket is in launching position, those few soldiers are now an entire platoon that you'll have to weave your way in and out of around the rocket, all strategically stationed, almost as though they were waiting for you to do all this. This is an intense firefight, and you'll have to use the health and ammo stations positioned around the rocket to even have a hope of making it through here. I know many people enjoy this area, but personally having to have health and ammo scattered about every few feet just to make it so you even have a fair shot of success against your enemies isn't exactly amazing level design. You technically just move around in a giant circle instead of a small circle like the original. Riveting stuff. After all this, you can then finally bust into mission control and launch the rocket. Your extra reward for all this effort as compared to the original simple straightforward approach? Some lens flare, I guess. Ooh, look, it's bright and shiny! What I'm trying to illustrate here is the problem with Black Mesa's approach to adding new areas and editing old ones. On one hand, the game's dramatic changes can lead to a pretty major benefit by smoothing out parts of the original that were very rough and disliked by most of the community. On the other hand, though, the game's bold changes don't always lead to the most positive experience. This firefight around the rocket is a pretty cool one, albeit a little unfair for a new player, but the entire cavalcade of soldiers you face right before just around the rocket while it's still underground while solving a puzzle to get it into launching position is a bit excessive. Don't get me wrong, this is an approach I can really appreciate. Please don't take this as me trashing on Crowbar Collective, that's not my objective here at all. Their technique here was to add as much quality content as they possibly could to a large section in a way that makes sense. Having to start underground where you already were to get the rocket doesn't really sound bad on paper. A slow transition to the surface rather than a sudden one. These are all good ideas, and it really shows how dedicated they were to this project. This was just a fan game at one point, and yet instead of cutting corners or simplifying things to maybe make development easier, smoother, and most of all shorter, Crowbar Collective instead insisted on a harder path, to add even more to the base experience, a lot more. It's an approach that shows love, passion, and true care for what they were doing here, which is why I absolutely hate to say that it wasn't always the right approach. At least, not always. I've been talking about only the on-a-rail chapter this entire time, but this idea to add significantly new entire swaths of areas extends to the entire game. If you look at forum or user reviews about Black Mesa, one of the most common complaints you'll see is that the game is a drag, that a lot of your time spent will be just waiting for the next chapter to arrive. This complaint basically doesn't exist in regards to Half-Life, only to Black Mesa, and now that I've played both games, I see exactly why. I cannot begin to emphasize to you enough just how much larger in scale Black Mesa is to Half-Life. Allow me to give an example. One of the longest chapters in all of Half-Life is Chapter 12, Surface Tension. In this chapter, you're tasked with finally trekking your way across the surface to hopefully make it to the other side of the research facility where the Lambda Core complex is. This chapter is a much longer and more brutal chapter than the previous ones. The military is arguably much more difficult to challenge in combat as compared to the Xen invaders, so a chapter where you fight off nearly exclusively them is a tough proposal. Top it off with the added threat of helicopters they have launching missiles at you now that you're outside, and this chapter aims to be a tough one. This is intentional. It's a tone shift from what has come before. The way the enemies are positioned on the outskirts of where you're normally at means that even though much of this chapter will see you in more open spaces, those very spaces will become an obstacle for you to overcome. There are a few new threats in this chapter to contend with as well, as it introduces tanks and landmines into the equation also on top of everything I previously mentioned. This will also force you to play more carefully and strategically than you ever have up to this point, which only adds to the length of an already longer than average chapter. This is pure genius. It flips your expectations on several fronts. For starters, having kept the player underground the entire game and only allowing them onto the surface for brief moments, it makes it so they'll be desiring to go to the surface the entire game, only then to flip their expectations on their heads and make the surface one of the most foreboding challenges of all. Its length and absolute onslaught of tough new challenges are supposed to wear you out as well, I feel, meaning that when the military finally gives up on you and says, "Forget about Freeman" over the radio network and you can overhear it, it will be an insane and unexpected moment of relief. So even though surface tension is one of the longest chapters in Half-Life, it's also one of the best. Heck, that's without me even mentioning the new mechanics it introduces, but I'll speak on that more in the combat section of the video. You know what probably wouldn't be a change for the best, however? If every chapter of the game were roughly that length, and the actual surface tension chapter was nearly double to triple the length depending on your skill and the difficulty you play on. Imagine, if you will, if every chapter were this lengthy onslaught that you have to fight your way through just to get to the next chapter to finally see some new areas and mechanics. Suddenly the game's pace has been completely dragged through the mud, and at the rate with which you'll see new and interesting things has slowed to a crawl. This is exactly what Black Mesa suffers from. They've taken an already existing level layout of the original game, but then added new corridors and chambers everywhere they can. Technically, yes, much of the original level layouts here are preserved, which is how the G-Man appearances can be the same, but in between those original levels are boatloads of new content. It's like a paleontologist reconstructing a fossil, but then adding twice as many new bones to it out of nowhere just for the sake of having new bones. Now, not only is the fossil inaccurate to what it was supposed to be, but it's also something that no longer makes the most sense. Black Mesa, while being a remaster of Half-Life, is also trying to be a modern game in its level design as well. Unfortunately, most modern AAA games these days are expected to meet a certain runtime. A game that you pay $60 or even $40 for better be more than a few hours long, right? I mean, that's hard-earned money, especially compared to other forms of entertainment like books and movies. So many consumers expect to get their money's worth out of a brand new game. The issue with this philosophy becomes when you look at games as art as well, more than simply a product for entertainment. If all art in a medium is expected to be a certain length, is that not detrimental to the percentage of works in that very medium? Some games benefit, for example, from being multi-hundred-hour experiences, while others suffer from having such a padded-out runtime. Black Mesa is an example of this. Even though as of the writing of this the game is only priced at $20, I feel that the developers fear that if the game were the same length as the original Half-Life, then consumers would be dissatisfied. Half-Life is only $10, half the price, so Black Mesa had to be a longer experience to justify the higher price, right? I don't think so. Again, props to the devs for going the extra mile and adding so many additional areas to a fan game. However, this goes back to that original comment complaint that I cited. The game can be a drag to get through from chapter to chapter. Here's why I think that is. Half-Life has gained the title of the thinking man's shooter over the years, and with good reason. Instead of gameplay rewarding kills and aggression like most of the other shooters on the market at the time like Doom, it's instead set up to reward forethought. Every room and corridor in Half-Life is a puzzle. Every setup of enemies has a few options that are optimal for the current situation you're in, rather than simply running in, guns blazing, which will get you nowhere fast. Instead, the game subtly encourages careful and considerate play. Most rooms have many destructible boxes of varying sizes scattered about. These can shield you from Vortigrunt projectiles and military bullets to a lesser extent, but you also have the option to break them apart, in which case you might find more ammo and health. Levels are always set up so that you usually aren't aware of everything in your surroundings right off the bat either, meaning that whether you take cover or loot will be a constant decision-making process you make as you creep around whatever room you're in. Another thing most Half-Life levels heavily make you consider is stealth. There will be a lot of enemies that you'll be able to discern from a range, but also situations where you might not notice them fast enough and they get the jump on you. Many enemies also bleed into the environment, so as you're scanning around an area, you're more liable to notice something like health or shield station first. Health and HEV shield stations almost glow brightly. The vivid color choices on them also causes them to stand out in pretty much any environment you'll find yourself in. But to add to the on-the-fly decision-making, health and ammo kits can also be found in specially marked crates, which don't stand out nearly as much, meaning that you're more likely to stumble upon these randomly or in a pinch. Almost every chapter of Half-Life in Black Mesa also has a gimmick of some kind for the chapter that either permanently or temporarily adds to the experience overall. I'll be saying a bunch of the chapter names here instead of just the numbers, so bear with me. We've got Hostiles introduces the military into the equation, which will be your toughest combat challenge yet. Blast Pit adds acid pits to the mix, which are basically like lava pits in any other game except you don't die instantly, it just takes a few seconds, although that might be because of Gordon's HEV suit. Power Up introduces boss level monsters to the battle, and how even those encounters are more just like a large puzzle. I've already talked about On a Rail, so just... carts. I could go on with this for most chapters, but I think you get the idea. Every new idea also cleanly fits into the combat as a puzzle aspect of the game as well. Black Mesa opts to add many actual puzzles to the mix as well, akin to Half-Life 2 in the episodes. This is partially because as a mod of Half-Life 2 in Source, implementing plug and valve puzzles probably wasn't the most difficult addition in terms of development. But I also think it just makes sense. Most people I've read or spoken to seem to think that these puzzles are a kind of unnecessary addition. Especially in Xen's first chapter, it seems the experience for many is that they were very grating. I tend to disagree with this. Like I talked about before, as a puzzle shooter, I don't think literal puzzles feel that out of place in the experience. They're contextualized properly as well. Of course, the Black Mesa organization had water and steam pipelines running underground. Of course, much of the advanced scientific technology needed electricity, so plug puzzles don't feel out of place. I quite enjoy the crystal battery puzzles in Xen, because they're simply a more advanced extension of the puzzles you've already completed back on Earth. Plus, since Xen has its own advanced civilization, it makes sense that these would be here. The only thing I do wish there were more of in regards to the puzzles is combat during them. There are a few examples, most of which come from Xen, but I wish you had to solve some more of the difficult and interesting puzzles while on the move. Having to really carefully consider your options while in stressful situations is sort of the first Half-Life's bread and butter. Adding puzzles while balancing enemies around you doesn't sound like the worst idea in the world, and would have been something I think would have added to the experience while not costing too much in terms of development. Of course, this is just my idea, and I'm sure there are plenty of other good ways that people have thought of to diversify the levels here as well, but the point is that it's something at all. Black Mesa definitely understands how a Half-Life level is supposed to function, but that's all they do with the formula, simply make more. Every new piece of content feels right, it feels correct, it fits in. Nothing new here doesn't make sense as a Half-Life level, nothing new here. Simply injecting more Half-Life into Half-Life just serves to elongate the experience. Solving advanced encounter after advanced encounter with no end in sight to the next chapter is a total pace breaker. Half-Life was a game that benefited from being a shorter experience. It didn't overstay its welcome, and it introduced new concepts and tones at a satisfying rate most of the time. Black Mesa always starts very fun at the beginning of a new chapter, because you're most likely about to enter into gameplay that's slightly different and with a new area from before. But then, after you've been in said chapter for far too long of a time, you'll desperately be waiting for the game to finally give you that golden transition. To an extent, I think the devs were aware of this problem too. I mentioned before that Black Mesa's version of Chapter 12, Surface Tension, is by far the most egregious in that it adds far more than is necessary and goes on forever. What struck me as so odd then is that the very next chapter, Forget About Freeman, is by far the shortest in the game. To be fair, it's a pretty short one in the original Half-Life as well, but there were other short chapters too. Here, I was stunned to only be in Forget About Freeman for 20-ish minutes before reaching the next segment. Especially after the hours-long onslaught of Surface Tension, this just struck me as so odd. Don't get me wrong, I was quite happy about it as well. I was desperately ready for a new setting, and the Lambda Core is exactly that. But in hindsight, I have a feeling that the reason Forget About Freeman was so short here is because the devs realized just how incredibly long and arduous they had made the previous chapter, but didn't want to change the whole thing again. So, to try and metaphorically put a band-aid on their mistake, they made Forget About Freeman as short as they could. That way players could get to the Lambda Core slightly faster and maybe less people would drop the game during this section. I could be a crazy conspiracy theorist as well. I mean, mad scientists do tend to be exactly that, but I really don't think I'm wrong here. I'm dead sure this addition of too much content that's all exactly like Half-Life's levels, just more of it, eventually became an issue that the devs realized, but not after it was too late and they had already put too much time and effort into said new content to turn back. but I'm sure a lot of you, assuming there's any of you, are screaming at me through your screens that Xen exists. But what about Xen? Forget about Xen, that's what. By that I mean we'll speak much more on Xen later, but just know that while yes, it does seemingly disprove my point, that it was also developed for 7 years longer and after the rest of the game on Earth had already been completed. Xen adds an insane amount of new content to each of the chapters taking place on it, and elongates each one dramatically. But this new content doesn't suffer from any of the issues I've been talking about. Instead, much of it is brand new and very different from anything in the original Half-Life, with frequent new areas, enemies, level layouts, world building, tone shifts, etc. Xen wasn't perfect, but it's not included in the issues I'm talking about here. So, if I can, I want to bring up a proposal. I think for this already wonderful remake to have truly been as perfect as I believe it had the potential to, I think there are two options. I brought this up in the very first minute of the video, but I think all remasters have to choose whether to change their source material greatly or to stick to it as closely as possible. These aren't two confined options either, it's a scale. These are two extremes, and usually the perfect approach is somewhere in the middle. I think most people would have been completely satisfied with Black Mesa had it chosen to be a one-to-one recreation of Half-Life just with amazingly upgraded visuals and sound. Then though, I look at Xen, which is so radically stratified from its source material that it's tough to even compare them just beyond concept alone. Yet, everyone loves Xen. It might as well be the most beloved part of the Black Mesa remake, yet it's the most different. So, maybe I wish the devs had gone all the way with Earth as well. Maybe it would have been so much better if from the outset they had wanted to change up the entire game like they did with Xen. Maybe that's asking for too much, or who knows, maybe that might have been easier had they had that approach in mind 17 years ago at the start of development. Who knows what the right answer to meet players' expectations is? That's the tricky thing about development, after all.
So today I'm going to be providing you a history lesson. See, you may have not noticed, but long ago I actually worked in the Black Mesa facility, all the way back in 1998. Back then, we also similarly had HEV suits, but they worked slightly different than the modern ones you might be accustomed to. Here I am wearing one of the old original suits back from then. The newer suits you are used to now lack a core ability that the original ones had. They call it the crouch jump, an integral move to the core HEV ability of these suits. When a user of the HEV suits crouches down and then jumps, it creates a long jump effect that will take you far and wide across the map. Why is this important? Well, it was extremely important for our environment testers to be able to move around the facility quickly. However, now in modern day Black Mesa, we are missing such a core functionality. That is, with this. And so, I will present to you an in-depth crouch jumping tutorial that is very much real, very much practical, realistic. It can't get any better than this.
You good?
Yeah. And with that, the third section of this very long Black Mesa video is in commensation. Words. Hang in there, Gordon.
Half-Life is a pretty interesting multiplayer mode I feel a lot of people don't know about. It doesn't technically have any specific name other than multiplayer, but the community just refers to it as Half-Life Deathmatch. The premise is super simple: kill other players in an arena and try to be the one with the most kills by the end of the time limit. I had a good friend introduce this to me, and quite honestly, I had absolutely zero expectations for it. I certainly never expected it to get mentioned in this video, but here we are. This multiplayer mode is bonkers. It's utter insanity. For starters, you automatically spawn with the rocket booster that you don't actually get in-game until Xen. This makes it so everyone off the bat has immediate access to the game's full movement potential. Because controls are so slick and precise, it becomes a very competitive game mode with a shockingly high skill ceiling. This would probably be a turnoff for many, but I ended up having an absolute blast with this game mode. For a game that's 23 years old, which is also mainly known for its single-player campaign, I'm astounded at the amount of people still playing Half-Life Deathmatch to this very day. There's something special here that I have a hard time putting my finger on. I'm gonna try though. In Half-Life, you have the option to crouch jump. This is a move that's a little tricky and odd at first, but once you get the hang of it, it is pretty satisfying to perform. Using the control key to slide into a crouch, and then releasing it right as you hit jump, and then crouching immediately again in air will cause Gordon to jump at a lower angle but significantly further than he would otherwise. It's sort of akin to a long jump in a 3D platformer, albeit in first person. Once you get the hang of this, it's pretty simple to string multiple crouch jumps together and travel in a way that requires a decent amount of skill, but that also carries you quickly and over pitfalls to wherever you're headed. I know the idea is technically a little dated, and not everyone likes crouch jumping, but for me, I personally fell in love with it the moment I got it down. It's silly and ridiculous, but it's a lot of fun. In Deathmatch, everyone spams this move constantly too, which may sound bad from the outside, but makes it so much more competitive and fun. Crouch jumping is also what activates the rocket thruster I mentioned a second ago, meaning that everyone is zooming around the map at breakneck speeds constantly. Half-Life's movement has always felt particularly great to begin with. Even playing the normal game, it's brisk. Despite the whole thinking man's shooter acronym I talked about earlier, gameplay here is pretty quick and satisfying once you're not sneaking around but instead running and gunning, desperately attempting to find new cover to hide behind. Half-Life's movement feels perfect and unique. In part, this is because of the Gold Source engine. If you're not already aware, Gold Source is a modified version of the Quake 2 engine. I actually booted up Quake 2 for the first time ever because of this video, and I can definitely say that the feeling I got from playing was noticeably similar to how movement in Half-Life felt. Everything from shooting, maneuvering being quick, crouch jumping being here as well, and simply the feel of the entire experience is pretty similar. That feel part I'm talking about is important. I've never been able to quite pin down why, and maybe this is just me, but I've always felt that game engines usually distinctly have their own feel to them. In my mind, this is how all of the Call of Duty games can feel so distinctly similar, even between games with different weapons, movement types, mechanics, settings, and leaps in technological capabilities. Once you've gotten how a COD game feels to play, you will always recognize that feeling. Well, wouldn't you know it, but the original Call of Duty games were made using the id Tech 3 engine. Call of Duty 2 used a derivative of the id Tech 3 engine they call the IW engine. So, from there onward, almost every Call of Duty game in the entire franchise has either used the IW engine or some other modified version of the id Tech 3 engine. This is why every Call of Duty game feels so similar to move around in as compared to other shooters, because they all have that same engine as a code base even to this day. This is also why Half-Life's movement feels so similar to Quake 2's, and why that movement is so satisfying across both games. I understand Half-Life's Gold Source engine is a heavily modified version of the Quake 2 engine, but the similarities are still present. Would you like to know where that movement doesn't have the same feel to it? You guessed it, Black Mesa. I mentioned before that Black Mesa started development as a mod for Half-Life 2 and eventually spun into its own project from there. Half-Life 2 is based on the Source engine, which, while yes having similarities to Gold Source, is a whole new beast in its entirety. Half-Life 2 was the first game in Source, and its biggest claim to fame, in my opinion, wasn't how special its movement felt like Gold Source, it was its new physics capabilities it had. The infamy of Half-Life 2's gravity gun is a testament to how captivated people were back in 2004 at playing around with game physics, whereas compared to now, where I expect it in many of the games I play, even when it doesn't supplement gameplay in the slightest and has become commonplace. Rolling into random boxes and watching them get destroyed is one of my favorite parts of Dark Souls, even if it has almost nothing to do with the actual game. I would almost say this wonderful game feel the movement accomplished might have been my favorite part of the entire Half-Life experience. Maybe, I'll have to think on that one, especially since I haven't played Half-Life Alyx yet. Here's the thing though, I don't know how much credit Gabe and Valve necessarily deserve for that. Quake 2 feels just as satisfying and slick to play in, so in my opinion the real thing that makes the movement in Half-Life 1 so special isn't what Valve did in making Gold Source, but the codebase at the foundation of the Quake 2 engine that's present here as well. It's really hard to say, since the extent to which Gold Source differs from the Quake 2 engine in technical terms is a little beyond me and most people, I would guess. However, this is the reason people still play Quake 2 and Half-Life Deathmatch in pretty large numbers even to this day. Now let's take a look at Black Mesa's version of Deathmatch. It's quiet. Very, very, very quiet. From my research, it seems as though this multiplayer was pretty much dead on arrival. After a few hours of fun in it, on release, it seems almost as though everyone who had Black Mesa unanimously lost any and all interest in this. Now, only 1 year after the definitive version's release, these servers are completely and utterly empty. Valve has placed Black Mesa on its top-selling games listing a number of times, so we can infer this sold decently well last year and this year. Regardless of the sales numbers and the player counts you would expect to coincide with that, I'm in awe at how empty these multiplayer lobbies really are. I almost wasn't even able to play it. The only server in the world I could find that I could connect to was an EU server with about 6 to 10 people playing on it on average. And this was the only available server with anybody in it at all. That means roughly 10-ish people are actually playing this multiplayer at any given time in spite of Black Mesa's single-player success. I'm sure thousands upon thousands of people own and are playing this game, and this is what its deathmatch mode has been reduced to. How could this happen? Why is there so little interest in what's on offer here? Well, after playing plenty of Half-Life Deathmatch and what amount of Black Mesa Deathmatch I even could, I can tell you that what it comes down to is the movement, that game feel I discussed. Black Mesa is at its core a Source Engine game trying to replicate a Gold Source Engine game, but try as it might, it can't. Movement here wasn't nearly as fun, and although shooting is pretty rewarding, and overall it's still a fun game mode to play, it's just not that same special experience. But enough about multiplayer, let's talk about the actual game, because it's heavily impacted by this as well. For starters, in Black Mesa, the Always Run mode is actually off by default. This means that most first-time players, myself included, will end up playing the entire campaign without it. This means that Black Mesa by default controls more like standard FPS titles in like Half-Life 2. You walk by default and hold shift to sprint and release shift to stop the sprint. If you've ever played an FPS game made in the last decade, then you already know this. So what's the game like if you bothered to go ahead and turn Always Run back on? Honestly, not that much better. Levels here aren't designed with always running in mind, and platforming certainly wasn't either. It does help out the pacing of the game, but it doesn't make as much of a difference in the movement than you would think. It doesn't replicate that fast, frenetic Gold Source gameplay of the original. I can also hear some of you saying that you wouldn't want this in the remake, that Always Run was begrudgingly included in the game as a way to satisfy a subsect of fans that wished for the feature to be included, that Always Run is a dated gameplay style anyway, and that there obviously is a reason every modern FPS today uses the shift sprint system. I hear you, but allow me to turn your attention to Doom, specifically Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. By all accounts, these are modern FPS games, yet they not only use Always Run, it's something that's baked into the core of the gameplay naturally. Doom heavily encourages aggressive gameplay, which is pretty unique in its own right. Instead of taking cover, strategizing, or carefully considering your enemy's position, you're instead encouraged to fly by the seat of your pants and make decisions on the spot. Doom has a system known as glory kills. This is a system that rewards this more aggressive gameplay style. In short, when you get up close and personal with an enemy, you can trigger a melee move to either do enough damage to insta-kill the demon, or take a significant chunk of its health. As an added bonus, when you perform this move, you often get health and ammo that you otherwise wouldn't have had. While that doesn't exactly make the most logical sense, what with health and ammo spilling from a demon's insides, it certainly does encourage you to get up close and personal with as many baddies on screen as you can. Well, with gameplay this aggressive, in your face, and kinetic, it only makes sense to have a feature such as Always Run in the game. It helps keep up this fast-paced tone, and aids in such a quick and in-your-face gameplay style. Always Run isn't a dated gameplay style, it's not antiquated at all. In the right setting, even in modern FPS games, it can still make perfect sense. Black Mesa as a remaster was one of those places, and it should have not only had Always Run as the default, but should have been designed around that movement. It wouldn't have been perfect. As I said, Source isn't going to be able to perfectly replicate the movement and feel of Half-Life 1, but I think it could have done a lot better than what we got. But to get off of Black Mesa's back for a second, I do think the game much more intelligently modernizes the use of the crouch jump, or rather lack thereof. For starters, there's its use in conjunction with the rocket thruster. Rather than crouch jumping being the prerequisite to actually use the rocket to essentially perform a long jump, you instead simply tap double space. This is great, it's so simple, and it's kind of what I love about it. Instead of using this more complicated crouch jump move to be able to access what is essentially a move to have in the final act of the game, you instead just double tap space. In every game, double tapping space is usually a double jump or some sort of extra jump height, so it being here doesn't really feel out of place in the slightest. It's also much easier to perform, meaning the rocket thrusting over and over again in certain areas of Xen won't become a hassle or hell on your fingers. This is especially very appreciated in the fight against Gonarch, one of my favorite sections of the game. Well, I guess I don't know what that's like for anyone who plays with a controller, you masochists. However, the lack of crouch jumping does leave room for more high-level movement options to be able to traverse the Black Mesa facility in the first 2/3 of the game. So, to take its place, we have nothing at all. Pretty much the fastest normal way to get through Black Mesa is about as boring and standard as it gets. Run. Traversal isn't just the same without some way to make it more interesting like the original. I know crouch jumping is kind of absurd and I understand its removal, but I wish we had something here to supplement its absence instead. Something to fill that void of high-level movement that takes just a little more skill than simply holding shift with your pinky for a really long time. Yes, it's technically unnecessary, and the game still functions perfectly fine without it, but Black Mesa is always going to be subject to comparison to Half-Life 1. People will always compare these two games because Black Mesa is a direct remake. Half-Life 1 had crouch jumps, Black Mesa doesn't. And it's not as though Black Mesa isn't interested in preserving some of Half-Life's other more absurd and dated elements. Take for instance ladders. Ladders in Half-Life are a little sus. Ladders in Half-Life 2 are more sus. Ladders in both Gold Source games and Source games are consistently sus. However, ladders not functioning in a Source engine game with 17 years to develop and iron out inconsistencies may be the most sus thing of all. Black Mesa's development was a tremendously long one, and with many glitches ironed out and the game polished to perfection before the definitive release. You'll hardly ever come across any bugs throughout your entire time with it, if any at all. Yet oddly enough, ladders seem completely untouched, despite them being a known and rather popular issue. They function fairly closely to how they feel in Half-Life 2, and I don't think that their functionality basically being unaltered is an accident. Ladders in this series have reached a sort of cult status. They've become complained about, joked about, and talked about so much that their dysfunctionality is sort of baked into the game's personality. Ladders have become a meme, a Half-Life meme. It sort of reminds me of barrels in a game I play called Deep Rock Galactic. The game is a co-op online shooter where you mine underground for minerals while fighting giant bugs. That doesn't matter though. The game has a main lobby and said lobby is littered with barrels. Very glitchy, buggy barrels, but they're incredibly fun to play around with, so the devs purposefully don't fix the glitchiness of the barrels because it's too much fun and a meme in the community. I think minus the fun aspect, this might be the same reason ladders are unaltered in Black Mesa. The game is willing to preserve this bit of odd nostalgic absurdity, but crouch jumping or anything to supplement standard movement is a no-go. I know I can't prove this, but if it's true, it seems kinda pedantic if you ask me. You do still need to crouch jump to be able to make it onto certain ledges you otherwise wouldn't, which is a mechanic you'll seldom use, but other than that, that's it. Similarly, another feature of the game you'll rarely use is platforming, which I wanted to mention here. Platforming is a tricky thing to get quite right in FPS games, and this is for a few reasons. One, they're hardly the focus of the game, since, the main gameplay is shooting. Second, because you're in first person and you can only see what's directly in front of you rather than in third person perspective, it can be tricky to wrap your head around jump distances. Finally, since many FPS games forego any sort of platforming entirely, and I can't honestly blame them, it means there's a smaller pool of good examples of first-person platforming done right. Black Mesa's platforming is actually pretty suitable in spite of the boring movement I just ranted about for the last 10 minutes. Platforming here is nothing special to write home about, and it doesn't come up all that often, but when it does, it gets the job done well enough. Jumps are usually over relatively short gaps and with plenty of wiggle room. There are a few jumps in Chapter 12 that were a bit trickier, but that's about the only time I ever tripped up, and I had to think pretty hard to even remember it. Xen also has a little bit of platforming with the rocket thruster here and there. It's so satisfying to use, I honestly wish there had been more platforming in Xen, but what we got was pretty good. The key to decent platforming in an FPS is usually well-placed coloring so you can clearly see where you're jumping to. Another key is that unless platforming is the focus of the first-person game like say Mirror's Edge, it's probably best to keep it to a minimum so as not to risk annoying players when that's not what they're playing the game for. This is why a lot of FPS games simply keep any platforming out of the equation entirely, as I said. I don't think Black Mesa really had the option to remove platforming in its entirety, nor would I have wanted it to. Half-Life had light platforming, so Black Mesa has light platforming as well. Only Black Mesa does it better than Half-Life. In Half-Life, much of the platforming side of things can be frustrating, and it's not exactly what Gold Source is suited towards. Half-Life is such a faster game of movement than Black Mesa that platforming can be an annoyance, as you over and undershoot annoying jumps because all of your movement is so quick. There technically is a walk key, but there's no momentum mechanic, so it really doesn't affect your jumping at all. Also, yes, I realize how paradoxical this sounds. Black Mesa has overall worse movement than Half-Life, but specifically platforming is much better when Always Run is off. It seems like a bit of a contradiction from the outset, but I hope I've done a good enough job of explaining why this is. The only other thing I wish Black Mesa had tried to do with its platforming would have been to implement source physics into it in some way. Since the game is already in Source Engine instead of Gold Source, it feels like a bit of a missed opportunity. Half-Life 2's first 10 to 15 minutes of gameplay have you stacking crates to climb out of City 17. This is only possible because of the physics at play in Source, and this specific area was probably meant to simultaneously introduce the player to such a mechanic and also kinda flex. Later on, the gravity gun takes on this concept much further as well, which is awesome. I especially got a lot of joy out of the object physics in Ravensholm. Black Mesa, on the other hand, while having the exact same physics, doesn't really do a whole lot with it. You can move boxes as temporary cover, but you could also do that in the original game. The only difference being that in the original you were confined to just slowly pushing them, whereas now you can just pick things up. Unfortunately though, there's never any moment where you have to use the physics to platform or reach an area you otherwise couldn't. Even if they just used a mechanic like this to hide secrets and Easter eggs, I think it would have been a really welcome addition. The physics are a pretty easy thing to completely forget about in Black Mesa. There's certainly no platforming akin to jumping on objects you throw through the sand to avoid antlions in Half-Life 2. None of this is the end of the world though, and overall platforming is fine. Nothing incredible, but it gets the job done. Platforming is such a small part of the experience, but I enjoyed what platforming there was on offer in Xen so much that I was left craving more. Maybe when Half-Life 2 gets remade in Source 2 17 years from now, it might feature some platforming as well. Kidding. Or am I?
So yes you, want to learn how to survive in the Black Mesa facility. You may have noticed throughout the course of this video that I have yet to bring up combat even once. I've talked about a litany of other subjects, but the act of actually shooting things has yet to come up, cadet. And I can tell you exactly why. It is because surviving in the Black Mesa facility is going to be the most difficult, rigorous undertaking that you've ever done. You may have thought surviving through Black Mesa was easy in the first iteration of this game. You may have even thought that surviving the combat was a wash. I would be inclined to agree. However, Black Mesa presents a new dilemma, a type of foe that you have not experienced even once before. I present to you the military Black Mesa soldier. Private, your ass is done. I'm just kidding, because this motherfucker is going to kill you over and over and over again. I seriously mean it. Like, that is exactly what's going to happen. What he is going to do, or rather what Crowbar is going to do, is they're going to throw 85 of these motherfuckers at you over and over and over again, non-stop. Get to the 5th chapter of the game, all the way almost through to the very end. You will be dealing with these motherfuckers relentlessly. Thought that the soldiers in the original were easy? Thought that the Combine were easy? Don't worry, you haven't seen anything yet, as you die over and over and over and over. However, with enough tactician, with enough intuition, and with enough trial and error over and over and over again, you can eventually defeat these mighty foes. Oh. And so he has fallen.
I am dead.
I promise you, though, that there are a litany of other enemies you will fight. Things from all over come to attack you. See, like that. The story of this game is that Xen has opened up. So not only are you dealing with enemies, you're also dealing with the most complex enemy AI that has ever been written. That's an exaggeration, but what's been done here is truly impressive. So, without further ado, I present to you a tactical guide, Private, on how to survive in the Black Mesa facility.
don't think it's an egregious statement to say that the majority of video games need to have combat to some extent. I don't think many would object if I said that most games feature combat as a main staple, and that combat is integral to nearly every game genre with only a few exceptions. More often than not, combat is at the very core of a video game experience. It's at the very foundation of what makes many games fun. It is to games what exposition and dialogue are to movies and shows. No, it's not technically a requirement to make a movie or show, but you can pretty much always expect it in like 95% of what you consume. That remaining 5% would then be games like Animal Crossing and most of those cool math games I played in middle school instead of doing my work. Other than that, and like maybe some VNs, literally across every genre a game's overall quality is going to be in large part determined by its combat. Naturally, there are many different types and forms of combat that games can employ. Combat is such a vast topic that in and of itself covers many game subgenres. Since there are so many ways to do video game combat systems, splitting them up into distinct genres of their own only makes sense. Checking off the main bases, you have your basic fighting combat. Games that have basic actions in them like punches, kicks, melee weapons, and possibly some ranged and AoE attacks. Your Zeldas and Kirbys. There's also specifically fighting games where basic combat input against a player or AI is the entire premise, such as Smash Bros. Ultimate and Mortal Kombat. There's turn-based strategy combat games, where you slowly outmaneuver opponents until you can deal more damage while avoiding them. Examples of this include XCOM and Mario + Rabbids. There's RPG and JRPG turn-based combat systems, which see players taking turns attacking and then being attacked, such as in most Final Fantasy games, Octopath Traveler, or Chrono Trigger to name a few. There's hack and slash combat, which emphasizes extremely fast and frenetic movement and often sees the player mowing down wave after wave of enemies at once. Examples include Devil May Cry, Bayonetta, and the Hyrule Warriors games. Honestly, I could keep going with this list for a while, but I think you get the picture. These are all varied and different approaches to video game combat. However, there's a few fundamentals that all of them are usually wise to follow in their own way to create a more enjoyable combat experience overall. For one, hostile encounters usually always benefit from a variety of player options. Players are more likely to stay engaged if there's multiple viable ways to tackle a combat challenge. A game with only one weapon or mode of attack throughout its runtime would almost always be a bad idea, and the only exceptions would be if that single weapon is incredibly rich in mechanical depth. The only examples I can even think of would be Portal and Devil Daggers. Another fundamental that combat is almost universally going to benefit from is unpredictable enemy design. It can be incredibly boring if you master how a foe reacts to situations quickly, and then you spend an exorbitant amount of time fighting that same foe on loop without any variety and challenge. It's generally always impressive when an enemy has a large arsenal of possible responses they can usefully employ against you. This makes them more unpredictable and seem far more realistic. This is one of my favorite aspects of the early game in Breath of the Wild, which had some of the most interesting and varied enemy responses I'd ever seen. The last major combat benefit I'll mention as well would be intelligently designed encounters. This topic bleeds into environmental design a little bit, but suffice to say where and what enemies are placed by developers can make all of the difference. If a starting area is littered with hostiles that are far above the current skill set of a new player, it can make for an unnecessarily frustrating experience. Likewise, if an endgame area that's meant to be more challenging is mostly populated by low to mid-tier enemies, then the area will completely fail to challenge the player and will quickly become boring. There's also the number of enemies and their placement in a level to consider, but how to do this in a way that's satisfying is something that's going to change depending on the combat genre and on a game-to-game basis. Despite how fundamental these rules and others may seem, and how I'm probably the millionth person on YouTube to actually mention them by now, I think it's surprisingly rare to find many AAA games that are able to pull this off throughout their entire runtime. I know this is completely subjective, but I can really only think of a few newer games in recent memory that are truly able to follow the fundamentals of combat and deliver a far above average experience. At this point, you're probably wondering why I've mentioned every major video game combat subgenre that would immediately come to mind other than a first-person shooter. I've been dancing around it, and that's certainly not a scientist's specialty. Well, the reason I've neglected to bring up any FPSs is because there's surprisingly few big-budget FPS games that are able to follow through with the very fundamental gameplay elements that would make FPS combat engaging and memorable. Very few FPS games today are able to stand out amongst the crowd. Despite how popular the genre is, arguably the most popular genre, FPSs can all tend to blend together, feel samey, like carbon copies from game to game. I mean, come on, you have to know what I'm talking about here. Your average slice of Call of Duty, Battlefield, or Far Cry consistently. I want to make it clear that I'm in no way saying these franchises in their entirety are all bad. They have good games and bad ones, and that's fine. What I want to point out though is the sameness across these and many other modern FPSs, because they all share a few major common design elements across every game in most franchises. Some of these design elements have almost become akin to gospel, the great FPS commandments that shall not be broken. The first of these is aim down sights. It seems like just about every FPS game now is determined to include aim down sights as a feature. I can somewhat see the reasoning behind this, honestly. In the real world, when you fire a weapon mostly, you're going to be looking down the sight. People aim at their target. It only makes sense then that most video games about this would also have players aiming down sights. It's just like IRL. It's realistic and immersive. It makes sense. From a gameplay standpoint, it also allows players to make more accurate shots, especially from longer distances. It may also be helpful to those playing FPS games primarily with a controller, since achieving precise shots with one can be a magnitude more difficult than with a mouse and keyboard. However, where this stops making sense is when you consider that it's a video game, and not all video games need to follow the exact same formula. Video games are art, and not all art needs to be an accurate recreation of things realistically. Art can be abstract, it can be minimalistic, it can be realistic, but it doesn't need to be immersive. Art can be anything you want it to be provided the time and resources to make it happen. By proxy, video games can then also be anything. So why are we so determined to constrain every single FPS to the rule of aiming down sights? Aiming down sights can be detrimental to gameplay too. The feature slows things down. When you're closely aiming at your target, you stop moving. When opponents are aiming at you, they slow down to aim as well, provided it's another player. AI and bots may vary. Most games with aim down sights encourage players to aim most of the time, and rarely is firing without first stopping and aiming a very viable strategy, occasionally with the exception of shotguns. While some FPS games are going to benefit from a slower, more calculated approach, see Rainbow Six Siege, they don't all need this style of pacing to their actions. Back to COD, which is supposed to be a much faster paced game where lots of kills are achieved usually by being in motion and knowing the routes other players will likely take. Other than spawn camping, most COD players are going to be consistently on the move. Why then must every single game have aim down sights? Is it tradition? Is it that it's been proven to sell, so they're playing it safe? Could it be a lack of concern, because it's going to sell anyway because it says Call of Duty on the box, so why bother to try and take a risk? Why change anything? Is it all of the above? Whatever the case, aim down sights really doesn't need to be everywhere in every FPS. In Call of Duty's case, I think it would be extremely interesting to see what a game made in it would look like designed around players not having aim down sights and instead being forced to focus on mobility. With that, on to the next great FPS commandment of all time, sprint. I mentioned always run earlier in the platforming and movement section of this video, but really can't we ever use it again? Back to that slower versus faster pacing thing, the fact that sprinting can never be the default in favor of walking is baffling to me. With the exception of Doom, modern AAA games won't bring this feature back seemingly ever, and really for no reason. What better way to give an FPS a fast and heart-pounding pace than to make it so players are always on the move? By having it so we must always hold shift or whatever button on a controller to sprint, you slow down the pace of every game. I won't go into the reasons I think this has been universally adopted, however, as I believe the reasons for its removal are identical to aim down sights reasons. These are also going to apply to the great FPS commandments as well. Every FPS must have it so you heal by taking cover for a few seconds, and then jumping up like the barrage of bullets you just took to the gut mean nothing. Every FPS must make it so you see damage in the form of blood on the sides of the screen. Every FPS must use the same classes of guns. Shotguns, snipers, semi-automatics, pistols, and revolvers, oh my. God forbid a more unconventional weapon or even sci-fi weapons that have nothing to do with a real-life firearm make it into a game. Gasp! And finally the worst rule of all, although this one has yet to take full effect on the gaming industry, and I hope it never will. Every AAA FPS must be a multiplayer game or feature multiplayer mode to some extent. These rules, these FPS commandments, are bunk. There's absolutely no reason most, if not all, AAA developers should feel confined to these. That is the unfortunate reality, especially when lots of money is on the line. They stick to conventions because it's been proven to work, to sell copies and to keep executives' pockets full. You know who doesn't stick to conventions though? Indies. Indie game developers are usually in a very different position. Smaller teams of devs, without unfair management, insane work hours, and strict deadlines, are usually able to breathe. They have wiggle room. And with that wiggle room, they also have the time and creative freedom to make more bold, artistic decisions. They have the freedom to more often take creative risks. I mentioned before that I play a lot of this game called Deep Rock Galactic. It's a pretty interesting indie FPS. It has a voxel art style. It has some of the best procedurally generated content I've ever seen. It has main class weapons that break conventions, such as a weapon that breathes ice, one that fires and creates platforms, one that's a grappling hook, and one that literally drills through parts of the map to create new paths. This is insane. Everyone has giant beards. You drink alcohol to gain buffs before matches. It's creative and different, and would never be something that big budget studios like Activision or Ubisoft would ever dare to make. Games like Ultra Kill, Dusk, Rust, Escape from Tarkov, Devil Daggers, and of course, Deep Rock Galactic. These games simply don't have the same constraints and limitations of big budget FPS titles. It's a shame, because I can't help myself but imagine what it would be like if companies with millions of dollars to throw at a game would try something new and different of their own, except that I don't have to imagine it, however fun and sobering that may be all at once, because it wasn't always like this. Many of these indie shooters take heavy inspiration from the greats, the classics, the AAA FPSs of the 90s that started it all. Doom, Duke Nukem 3D, GoldenEye 007, OG Halo, Quake, Unreal Tournament, and of course, Half-Life. These games pioneered all of the design elements I've talked about that make for a compelling FPS combat experience. Some of them have aged more gracefully than others, but there's a lot to learn from all of them, even if they're not going to be to everyone's tastes in 2022. Doom and Duke Nukem 3D's fast-paced balls-to-the-wall shoot-first, ask-questions-later combat. Unreal and Halo's above-average AI and smart level design. One thing we can take from these is that an FPS is going to be improved from interesting weapons. The big fucking gun, the energy sword, and the 8-barrel rocket launcher. These weapons are all memorable and iconic for how different they are and how much depth they add to the games that they're in. Of course, these games prominently feature more traditional weapons as well, but that's perfectly fine for a few reasons. These older FPS games aren't made boring from the more expected and traditional arsenals because they control so perfectly and don't have a lot of the same constraints that we're all used to from FPS games today. The fun, fast-paced combat of these titles often comes down to situational awareness and a very precise response time. Usually in a lot of these, you're also able to have access to your full collection of weapons at any time. You're probably used to most FPS games having a primary weapon and then a secondary. These are organized into loadouts, and you can switch loadouts between levels and matches. This makes sense depending on the game, but many of these classic FPS titles allow you to carry your full collection on you at any time, no loadouts necessary. This means that aside from fast-paced and slicker controls, you're also going to be thinking more critically about most of the encounters you face, since you'll have a bevy of options to tackle combat with at any given time. I also sorely missed difficulty. These 90s era FPS titles weren't afraid to make your life tough, and while this can definitely go too far, it's a breath of fresh air compared to your average Call of Duty campaign these days. Players like a good challenge usually, and I'm far from the first person to point out that games are becoming easier and easier. Difficulty can be engaging, it can be frustrating, and it can be sought after. The goal of every game then is to balance the level of difficulty relative to the player's current skill level and knowledge of the systems at play in the game. When you're playing through a game that perfectly matches your skill level, it can be an exhilarating and high-tension experience that will etch itself into your memory forever. FPS combat, and combat in general, is sort of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. If the porridge is too hot, i.e. if the combat is too overwhelming, then players become frustrated and stop having fun. If the porridge is too cold, i.e. if the combat is too easy, then players become bored and stop having fun as well. There's a perfect balance that developers are always trying to strike, no matter the game. I don't want to come across as biased towards these older shooters. I realize that I probably sound like a total boomer shooter guy right now. You know the whole, back in my day, in the 90s, games didn't suck. Side note, someone playing Half-Life when it came out probably isn't literally that old, I just wanted an excuse to do the voice. I'm only 21, and I certainly didn't grow up with these classic FPS titles. Rather, I only recently came around to seeing their true quality for myself, so I hope this reverence for these titles is mostly unbiased. I don't believe I'm blinded by nostalgia in any way. They're genuinely great. They pioneered many mechanics and tropes we still see today, and many of them are a masterpiece in their own right. But while that seems a little nihilistic when comparing these to our average lineup of FPSs, there's still definitely some hope. I talked about indie FPS projects, but I also neglected to mention a few AAA FPS titles that still keep things interesting and fresh. Doom 2016 and Eternal respectively, Titanfall 2, Borderlands in general, Half-Life Alyx, BioShock 1 and 2, although fun may not be infinite with Rapture Enterprises. Why am I even saying that? Absolutely no one is going to get that reference. Anyways, the point is that engaging FPS experiences do still exist, and thankfully they're not as mythical as the fabled 3D platformer and isometric CRPG. Not too commonly, but even today we still get grand, bold, and exciting FPS projects released by smaller teams of passionate developers, which finally brings me to Black Mesa. Nope, not yet. I know this all seems very tangenty, but bear with me here. I promise this is all building to the game we're here to talk about. Promise. Said game happens to be in Valve's Source Engine though, and I need to mention some titles first, those being Team Fortress 2, Left 4 Dead 2, and CSGO. Half-Life had extremely fast-paced and slick combat that keeps you always moving and always thinking. In large part, this is due to Gold Source Engine being derived from Quake 2. Half-Life 2's combat takes a slightly different approach and has the player moving much slower through larger spaces, at least compared to its predecessor. The Combine felt very different to fight as compared to the Xen creatures in the military in Half-Life 1. I've had a few friends refer to Half-Life 2 as a Source tech demo, and honestly I think that's up for debate. What isn't up for debate though is that this is just what combat must always be like in the Source Engine. It's not. Combat in Source can be just as fast-paced and heart-pounding as Gold Source, and just as good as the FPS firefights of the classics. TF2's combat is utter insanity. It's pure chaos. After picking a class, you dance around the map at breakneck speeds and have to hit opponents with very, very precise shooting. Every class has at least one hit-scan weapon, and all melee weapons are also hit-scan. There's a few projectile weapons in the game, but these only add to the insane dogfight that is your average combat encounter. The only downside to TF2 is that the entire current development team consists of one moderately well-paid potted plant that works in Valve's office. So hackers exist. Yay. Left 4 Dead 2 takes a slower approach to combat similar to Half-Life 2. These titles feel somewhat similar to play, but Left 4 Dead 2's weapons feel a little heavier to use and have a little more impact and punch to their firing in my opinion. Plus you're fighting massive hordes of zombies, instead of the strategic, well-armed Combine forces. Finally, CSGO, which has fast but deadly combat. CSGO allows you to move around the map very quickly and respawn even quicker. However, you're not always going to be rewarded for running in guns blazing, as everyone takes massive damage from a single shot. This leads to a unique experience because you can rack up kills very easily, but one bad enough slip in the wrong direction and another player can put an end to you just as quickly. However, what all three of these games have in common is that they're all in the Source Engine. They all bring very different FPS combat experiences to the table, yet they all share the same base. In other words, the Source Engine is versatile enough to be the base for a variety of FPS combat types. With that, I have a bit of a confession to make. I am a distinctly mad scientist, so my judgment isn't always going to be perfect. Prepare for trash taste inbound. This is where you should dislike the video, assuming there's any other human being watching this. I'm not really a fan of Half-Life 2's combat. It's okay, it's definitely leagues and miles above the average FPS experiences I've become accustomed to, and it has some really unique aspects to it. I don't have the same nostalgia for the game though that most other people on YouTube seem to have for it. I didn't grow up playing Half-Life, so I can't help but look at it completely objectively. I only played it recently and right off the heels of Half-Life 1, which ended up having some of my favorite combat not just in any FPS I've ever played, but in almost any video game I've ever touched. Compared to fighting the Xen creatures in the military, the Combine aren't even as close to as engaging for me. I like the novelty that they just keep coming forever, sort of like the police in GTA 5. You can never truly defeat them in a single standoff. You have to keep moving or else eventually they will overwhelm you. I like that you slowly build an arsenal of weaponry out of mostly their weapons and tech, kind of the whole fighting fire with fire thing. But by and large, they were easy for me to defeat. They never moved as intelligently as the soldiers in the first game and usually weren't as clever. They don't kill you quite as quickly, and they can't tank as much damage despite the fact that it would make complete in-universe sense for them to be able to do both better. And if you don't enjoy fighting the Combine, then there isn't a whole lot of Half-Life 2 combat that you're going to enjoy, since a large majority of the time, they're going to be your enemies with little variation. Yes, you can use the power of physics to fight them though, and that makes it so much more interesting. I mean, come on, you have a gravity gun for Pete's sake. Except that this isn't really Half-Life 2 being interesting, it's the Source Engine being interesting. Half-Life 2 has some interesting physics puzzles and platforming, which I discussed earlier, but it's also something every Source game is capable of, probably Source 2 now to an even greater extent. Look, you don't have to agree with me here. I understand Half-Life 2 is considered to be a masterclass in game design and is one of the greatest FPS titles ever made. This is thousands of people's favorite game, and that's awesome. It's just not mine. For what it's worth, I do like it, it's far above what I'm used to, it's just not Half-Life 1 for me, which I suppose is the problem. Half-Life 1 being an important member of those foundational classic FPS games that started it all, being the first to do many interesting things with FPS combat, taking a slower, more methodical approach to FPS combat, making every encounter into a puzzle that once started requires you to be able to adjust plans, think and react fast, or die trying. However, there's a certain game, an indie-developed game which had tons of creative freedom to be bold and ambitious, which it is, one that belongs right there with Deep Rock Galactic, Dusk, Rust, and Tarkov. There's a game that follows in the footsteps of the original Half-Life to bring back one of, if not the greatest classic FPSs of all time, but also there's a game that, in essence, takes Half-Life 2's combat and supplements it for the first game's combat, despite a 17-year-long development cycle and the Source Engine's versatile capabilities to potentially emulate the original's combat fairly faithfully. You know what I'm finally talking about. The soldiers are the Combine now, but with different textures, and the game is Black Mesa. Whew, that felt good. Setup's done. Window dressing's over. Let's talk about the damn game already. Black Mesa seeks to be a full remake of Half-Life 1, which one would think would include its combat. On the surface, it would appear that Black Mesa carries over Half-Life's combat without any major changes. Everything is as it was. Start with the iconic crowbar, then get the Glock, grenades, and the shotgun. Late game you get the different and interesting Hive Hand, Snarks, Pulse Cannon, and the legendary Glue-On Gun. You fight mostly the exact same enemies as in the original, with the game's only soirees into completely new enemy types not making an appearance until Xen. Functionally, everything is the same, a faithful recreation through and through. The only problem is when you really look deeper, and you will look deeper after spending a significant amount of time with Black Mesa's combat. Its higher enemy counts and longer runtime will make sure of that. I remember when I first played Black Mesa having the feeling that something was off, that something wasn't quite right with the system. Remember, Black Mesa was my first exposure to the franchise, and as of last year, I'm probably not alone in saying that following its full release. Black Mesa is certainly going to be a lot of newcomers' first experience with Half-Life. All I knew about Half-Life going in was that it was an FPS, then an organization named Black Mesa would have something to do with it, Portal and Friends spoiled that for me, and that was it. That was all I knew before I booted up Black Mesa. Everything else was new to me. I'd never even played Gmod before, so I really had zero frame of reference. I didn't know who the G-Man was, and I didn't even bat so much of an eye at him when I first encountered him. I just thought it was odd that he looked so different, but that was it. In spite of my lack of knowledge going in, after spending a significant amount of time with the combat on my first playthrough, I knew this wasn't quite right. So many enemies feel like they exist for the sake of existing. So many areas full of soldiers preceded by more areas simply filled with soldiers. That utter repetition. The fact that the Xen creatures usually were so much easier to defeat than the military, in spite of the fact that the story was trying to present them as a completely dangerous and unknown threat. I can kinda see how maybe the Vortigaunts being weak compared to the American soldiers could be foreshadowing. Being in slavery doesn't exactly encourage the fighting spirit to protect your homeland with everything you've got. The Vortigaunts are probably just fighting for their individual survival, whereas the soldiers are fighting for the sake of humanity and to punish you. The Vortigaunts aren't even canonically really fighters anyway. But this doesn't really work for the other Xen creatures. I can see why headcrabs and headcrab zombies might not be a huge threat compared to human enemies. Hound eyes might be a stretch, but the alien brutes, the big fire guys, and the octopus creature should not be so easy to dispose of as compared to the military, who may, I remind you, is also fighting the Xen creatures the same as you. You have that in common with them. You and your enemy aren't so different after all. Battling against the soldiers in the game can honestly be a nightmare. I want to clarify I'm simply playing on the default normal Black Mesa difficulty. In games in general, I tend to always go with the default difficulty if I can. I feel that whatever the default difficulty in a game is more likely to be the difficulty the developers intended the game to be played at, and I want the intended experience. A second playthrough is often when I ramp things up, which is exactly what I did for Black Mesa. However, this intended experience can be downright nightmarish. Your weapons don't function quite the same as in the original, and soldiers can kill you with full health and shield relatively quickly. Especially later on too, the game really isn't afraid to throw wave after wave of soldiers at you in order to progress. However, there are other quirks of the soldiers that would eventually strike me as a problem long after I beat the game. In fact, one quirk in particular is quite damning. The soldiers move around you when they fire at you. Seems like a small detail, right? So why is this such a big deal? It's a big deal because this small little detail changes everything, and is a symptom of Black Mesa's largest problem. Soldiers firing at you while still moving just like the player means that they become far less predictable. Despite that, they are still set up in levels and corridors that are meant to be a combat puzzle, just like the gunplay of the original. However, how is a puzzle meant to be accurately or intelligently solved when all the puzzle pieces keep moving around on their own, seemingly at random? Gordon Freeman is not a trained soldier. We have no idea if he has any firearms experience, probably at least a little based off of his accuracy right off the bat with every gun. But because of the tongue-in-cheek tone of Half-Life, it's really impossible to say. He's an MIT grad, he's not Duke Nukem or Doom guy. He's not a badass, he's a scientist, not so dissimilar to myself. So it makes perfect sense that the ideal way to play Half-Life, in the actual way Gordon would approach a fight, is by breaking it down into its component parts and forming a strategy from there. The ideal way to play Half-Life is by playing like a scientist. It's just absolute genius that the game could pull that off and never spell it out to you directly. You can't play Black Mesa like this, and it's the small details that add up to this problem. In Half-Life, when a soldier fires at you, they stand still. Always. They only move when they're not firing. In Half-Life 2, when the Combine fire at you, they tend to move while firing, unlike the soldiers of the original. Like I said, this little detail is huge. It means everything. Because Black Mesa started life as a mod of Half-Life 2, it began not just using the framework of the Source engine, but all of Half-Life 2 as well. Assets, music, game feel, movement, pacing, enemies, mechanics, etc. If you've played Black Mesa after playing Half-Life 2 and noticed the games both feeling very similar somehow, this is it. Both games on that fundamental game feel level are very similar. For someone who loves how Half-Life 2 plays and loves the feel and flow of combat in that game, well then there's probably going to be a lot for you to enjoy here. On the flip side though, there are those of us who either simply prefer the combat of the original or outright aren't big fans of the sequel's combat. There's also the issue of integrity. I understand Black Mesa is an outright remake of Half-Life, not a simple remaster. It's a fan project as well. With this in mind, Black Mesa is entitled to take its own creative liberties with the source material, which it does. A lot. To an extent, that's okay, and the combat of Black Mesa not matching that of Half-Life 1 isn't the biggest issue in the world, or at least it wouldn't be if they hadn't taken that combat in such a bold new direction. See, the thing is here is that Black Mesa's combat isn't like the originals, but it wants to be. Being derived from Half-Life 2, the game plays as such, but the team at Crowbar Collective have made some pretty obvious efforts to make Half-Life 2 combat more closely resemble the first game. Let's start with damage output. Right from the start, in OG Half-Life, soldiers and enemies can kill you relatively easily. You may have a little leeway compared to the frightened scientists in the complex thanks to your HEV suit, but not too much. When only being gunned down by 1 or 2 soldiers, and with full health and shield stats, you can genuinely take quite a hit. You don't die all that quick in this scenario. However, said scenario is a rare one. Most of the time, you're going to be presented with situations where you'll be fighting a dozen soldiers, all strategically positioned to either be out of your line of fire or in your line of fire enough to probably draw you out. Most of the time, you won't be at full health or a full HEV suit shield charge either, unless you're a stud and just that good. What a pro gamer move, much wow. In any case, you'll be on the move and have to be actively thinking to avoid death as much as possible. Half-Life 2 does not have this combat approach. Fighting the Combine is more akin to wiping out enemies in a series of challenges and puzzles and then quickly moving on to the next course before you get overrun. Oftentimes, Combine will be dumbly positioned by explosive barrels. Half-Life 1 opponents do this as well, but they move around more and are more intelligently positioned in the first place, and will oftentimes have smaller behavioral habits to draw you out, whether that be moving into different positions separate from each other in different parts of the arena, making them harder to kill, or sometimes huddling and gathering in one central protected area to avoid you and slam you with more firepower. They also throw grenades at you when you sit in one spot for too long without killing them, which forces you to stay on the move and try to get in their heads organically. At least in my experience, the Combine never do this. Not the Metro Cops, Combine soldiers, or elites. They're perfectly content to stand by their barrels and wait for you to maybe shoot. If you somehow take too long, They might meanderingly give them a push, and even once moving, an exploding barrel is easy to shoot and avoid. They fire at you, but never too intensely without numbers, and oftentimes seem happy to be shot by you and fall without putting up too much of an individual fight. Oh well, guess humans are just disposable useless cannon fodder to the Combine overlords, so this can kinda make sense. This is also where I can really give the Crowbar Collective some praise. The Black Mesa soldiers aren't simply Combine soldiers with retextured models despite the joke I made earlier. Instead, they act more similarly to the soldiers in the original. Like in the original, the soldiers in Black Mesa strategize around you and move apart or in groups to attack from their original placement in a level. They actually do throw those grenades at you, which has the same intended gameplay effect as the original. They kill you much quicker than the Combine and aren't so happy to just stand around or barely move as you fire at them. Mostly. The AI can be a little off at times, but credit where credit is due. That means that this team of fan game developers at some point down the line had to re-implement AI for Source Engine. I have absolutely no idea where they would have gotten this either. I know it's not as simple as them taking AI code from Half-Life 1, since that game is in Gold Source, which is coded in C, and Source is in C++. I might be getting a little advanced here with that. I assume though that the Crowbar Collective would have had to pretty drastically change the AI themselves, but I don't know for sure. Maybe someone who knows a lot more about it than me could leave a comment, assuming there's any someone's watching it all right now. Aside from that, this is about where my praise for Black Mesa's soldiers comes to an end. It's genuinely very impressive that what was once a Half-Life 2 mod could do as good of a job as it has at emulating the fighting styles of the first game's enemies, which is why many of the game's other design choices are so disappointing, because there was genuinely a lot of potential with the groundwork that was clearly done. It makes it so that the problems that are here are more blatant than otherwise, and more clearly avoidable. Let's talk about basic enemies, and how in spite of the same ones from the original being here, that's now a major issue. First you have your basic headcrab. These guys are probably the Half-Life franchise's most iconic enemy. There's a decent chance even if you know as little about these games as I did going in, you've probably seen these guys somewhere before. They function about as simply as their design would suggest. Little alien heads with spider-like limbs coming off of them. They jump at you and deal damage. In the universe, they also attach themselves to other heads and turn into headcrab zombies, but they can never do this to you, as cool of a mechanic as that would somehow be. Headcrabs are easy enough to deal with, and even usually just a few shots from a gun as weak as the Glock can put them down. The crowbar works pretty well on them too. If you can dodge the forward jump they always come at you with, then they have a lengthy recovery time to turn around before they strike again. This is also the basis for how the Gonarch fight functions. The headcrab zombies are slow movers, and they are pretty simple to deal with even in numbers. Their clawed lunge attack is really their best move against you. The headcrabs do sometimes come off after death, but once you realize this trick, it's easy to avoid. Barnacle baddies just amount to being an obstacle rather than a full enemy. They function as traps with long spindly tongues that can ensnare you. Usually they'll litter themselves around the ceilings of a room and be something to avoid while doing whatever you're doing. Next there's hound eyes, which to me look like pugs with a giant alien mouth as a face. They'll give you a warning call, letting you know their position before bouncing in front of you and letting out a large screech. This can stun you and do some damage, but generally these guys aren't the toughest to deal with. Then we have the Vortigaunts, who I talked about all the way back in the story portion of this video. Mechanically speaking though, these guys are far more agile than most of your opponents. They are projectile based and fire a flash of quick green lightning at you that can be a little tricky to dodge, in a good way. They can take some hits too, but the shotgun I found is a pretty effective method at putting them down. Poor bastards, god they even run away if you damage them too much as though they're fearing for their lives. Anywho, the bull squids are small dinosaur creatures that can spit out acid projectiles at you from afar. They move around pretty slow and are easy targets, but if they're far enough away, it can be kinda tough to deal with their acid attacks, especially when dealing with other enemies. They're kinda creepy and pretty fun overall. It's a bull and a squid, clever name, head and crab. Anyway, next is the Ichthyosaur, which functions as the game's only underwater enemies. These guys personally freak me out, although I'm biased in that I can't stand underwater bad guys. They're introduced more prominently than a few of the other enemies as well. The first one you see gets an entire level set piece onto itself. The reason for this is that you can usually only beat these guys with the crossbow, which is the only weapon you can fire underwater. This is also where the weapon is introduced simultaneously with the Ichthyosaur, so maybe that's also why they get this section to themselves. Nintendo-style concept introduction before building on the same concept later on. These guys can tank 2 crossbow hits as well, and the crossbow is arguably the most OP weapon in the game. I'll speak about that later. Finally, much later on, the Xen alien brutes are introduced into the fold. These guys are sort of the tank-style enemies of Black Mesa, able to tank lots of damage and dish it out equally. They're incredibly slow movers, and pretty difficult to deal with, which is the reason their introduction is so much later. Also, the first one you encounter will be completely contained, which gives you the option to lethally kill it to death, fight it, or just ignore it. Later in Xen, the game becomes much more willing to throw multiple at you, but it doesn't end up mattering because of how OP Gordon is made to be by that point. They also usually wield the Hive Hand, one of the game's more unique and sci-fi weapons that I love. The only other enemy left is the alien controllers. These guys basically don't show up until the Xen portal itself, so effectively they're Xen exclusive enemies, so I'm just going to refer to them as such even though that's technically not true. They look kinda like giant floating brains and let out a horrible scream noise as an alarm before attacking you. In the story, I think they're supposed to be the slave Vortigaunt security guards, but then the brutes also do this, so your guess is as good as mine. They fire deadly beam attacks at you and can brainwash the Vortigaunts to attack you, and can be a pain to actually land a shot on sometimes. That's about it. That's 10 to 11 enemy types counting the military soldiers and snipers. That number also isn't counting things I consider to be boss monsters like the tentacle monster, yes, it's literally called that, the Gargantua, I'll just keep calling that one the big fire guy, and Gonarch. All in all, for a 10 to 15 hour game, that's an absolutely outstanding enemy variety for the runtime. I doubt most Half-Life players ever felt bored or tired of one single enemy type, not even the military unless they really struggled with them. This would also be absolutely perfect for Black Mesa, since it essentially has the same enemy cast list, except for one problem. A big problem. Black Mesa is not a 10 to 15 hour game. For a new player, you're probably closer to 40 or 50 hours or more. Yikes, where do I even begin? Since this is one of those big problems I talked about, Black Mesa is a much longer game than its source material, 3 to 4 times as long I would guess. This causes a grand slew of problems in and of itself, but I'm not going to cover all of the issues this approach causes in this section alone, plus I've already covered a few things like pacing by now. One I haven't mentioned specifically in regards to combat though would be monotony. See, 10 to 11 enemy types isn't even bad for a 40 to 50 hour game. There's still plenty of games made with much longer runtimes and fewer enemies. Different game genres are going to demand more enemy types depending on a game's length. A farming simulator isn't going to need many enemies or any at all for 100 hours of playtime, for example, but this doesn't help Black Mesa's case at all. This is because FPS games are a type of game that almost universally are going to be benefited from a large cast of interesting bad guys to take out, since combat is the focus of these games. Black Mesa as an FPS has combat directly in the forefront, front and center. Other than light puzzle solving and platforming, there isn't even really anything else for you to do. You're going to be in combat far more often than not. As such, you're going to be facing these 10 to 11 enemies for almost your entire time with Black Mesa. This isn't great. For starters, many of the enemies I talked about in the cast are pretty easy. Headcrabs, zombies, bull squids, ichthyosaurs, these guys never pose that much of a threat. Hound eyes maybe if you count their Xen variations, but even then it's not that big of an obstacle. That pretty much leaves soldiers, snipers, alien brutes, the controllers a little, and maybe Vortigaunts if I'm feeling generous. Well, that's already a pretty short list of actually challenging enemies for 40 to 50 hours, right? Don't worry, it gets worse, because the game underutilizes these enemies despite the girth of new content. I already mentioned the controllers not coming into the game until Xen, the very end of the game, but what about the others? Well, the alien brutes aren't introduced until Chapter 11, Questionable Ethics, and even then the game is very sparing with their use until the Interloper chapter in Xen. You know, the one before the very end of the game. Vortigaunts are never a huge threat, so I'll spare them, they're really not meant to be. That leaves soldiers and snipers, and let me tell you, the game doesn't throw the snipers at you all that often. Which leaves just the soldiers, filling the role of the game's bigger, tougher, challenging enemies for a majority of the runtime. The enemies that are more than just cannon fodder in Gordon's wake. That's right, most of the challenging parts of all of Black Mesa come solely from these guys. This is just like the original, but Black Mesa is triple the length of the original at least. How does it make all of that runtime compelling to keep people going? Some puzzles, but mostly soldiers. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of soldiers. I cannot emphasize enough just how frequently you're going to be fighting these guys. I cannot emphasize how utterly willing the game is to just throw them at you. I cannot emphasize how many of them will be stationed around, just waiting, in areas that if this were the original wouldn't be so populated. I cannot emphasize how exhausting it can be to keep going against these guys time and time again. It's similar to the video game equivalent of mosquitoes. It's tough and annoying to get a few, but no matter what you do, more and more keep coming to bite you. It feels never-ending. I talked about how Black Mesa does make strides to emulate the combat of the original, which it does. These soldiers do operate intelligently, throw grenades when you stick in one spot for too long, and generally are positioned in such a way that your best bet is to form some kind of strategy. They still move when they shoot like the Combine, but combined with these other traits it makes them even more of a challenge. Every encounter is a puzzle, just like Half-Life 1. Your best bet is to approach it like a theoretical physicist would, like Gordon Freeman would. Well, let me tell you something. Solving combat puzzles and coming up with optimal tactics for hours and hours straight without any breathing room is exhausting. It's the opposite of fun. I would always breathe the largest sigh of relief whenever I got to a new area not filled to the brim with soldiers after a significant way into the game. This is also why my time with the game improved so much with Xen due to its lack of any soldiers, although that's far from the only reason. Either way, if you play Black Mesa or are planning to, I hope you like fighting these guys because you're gonna be doing it a lot. Hell, there's even several areas with them that are straight up unfair to the player. These examples have no optimal solution. Just run, gun, and get to the nearest health station as quickly as humanly possible so that you can keep firing. Some of these include the door leading to the outside world before Chapter 12, which gets completely swarmed with soldiers as a capstone to the chapter. The many soldiers you'll face when trying to figure out how to fight the big fire guy, the literal platoon stationed around the rocket, and finally just the entirety of the game's 12th chapter surface tension. In fact, let's talk about that. This chapter is literal torture. I don't really have much to say about it on an individual encounter-by-encounter basis, but as a whole, this is where combat is at its absolute worst. All of the problems I've been talking about are at their peak here. I understand this is also the original's longest chapter. I understand it's supposed to be a change of pace and drag you through the mud before you can finally reach the Lambda core. I understand the point of this chapter and what it's going for. In the original, I think it works perfectly as intended. But here? Well, not only is the entire game triple the length, making every individual chapter longer besides the first and the last, but also making this the most bloated thing ever. Seriously, you'll be in this chapter for so long that you'll forget the game even has chapter and a story beyond shoot guys. There are some cool elements introduced to combat in this chapter. The snarks and the rocket launcher both get added to your arsenal here, but that doesn't even come close to saving this. These soldiers were the absolute bane of my existence, and one of, if not the largest factor to bring down the entire experience for me. Black Mesa has many issues. Lots of them don't have easy solutions. This one does though, so I'll recommend it here. Cut down the amount of soldiers in the game overall, let them use different types of guns other than the MP5, and just outright either shorten Chapter 12 surface tension or translate some of that content into Chapter 13, Forget About Freeman, which I mentioned feels weirdly short. None of these solutions would cost a lot in development time, nor do they involve the painstaking process of removing content other than removing some soldiers here and there. I wouldn't recommend that from a game already launched, although I wish they had realized that this game was far too long, far sooner into development, before it was too late. Honestly, this might be one of my favorite problems in a game though. Remember, this was a fan game, and for what started as a fan game to have one of the biggest problems be too much content, that's rare. This whole type of game is rare. A fan project turning official is ludicrously rare. It's like if I decided to remake Mario 64 myself, and after 7-ish years on the project, Nintendo was just like, here, we'll help you fund this, and when you finish it, it can be released right here on our eShop. That was a joke, haha, fat chance. The only other example of this kind of thing even happening I can think of is Sonic Mania, which was born from a fan port of Sonic CD, and that team was then given the reins for their own game. Other than this though, I honestly cannot think of a single other example of a fan game being greenlit by its parent company and becoming its own official project. I know there are probably some other examples I'm just not aware of, but understand that this just doesn't happen. So I know I'm being harsh on what effectively is a unicorn in gaming as a whole, but it is still art, so I will critique it as such. With that, I'm gonna get nitpicky for a bit. Why on earth would you make the flashlight's battery infinite? By making it so you can always use the HEV suit flashlight no matter what, you've completely eliminated the threat of the dark. Especially in a game that needs some more varied combat encounters anyway, darkness is something that really should have been able to spice things up. Many FPSs are shy about using true darkness in fear of frustrating their audience. It's unfortunate because lack of good lighting can be pretty interesting gameplay-wise, and is versatile in its use and effects. Black Mesa is not afraid of the dark. Many areas of this game can get pretty dark, enough so that to be in it speaks of a game that intended to use this darkness to its advantage. But because you can always turn your flashlight on forever, and that light radius takes up a large amount of space to negate the dark, it's a useless mechanic. What good is a game being dark, making combat more interesting in these areas, if you always have the option of light? In the original, you had to manage your flashlight, or else risk lowering your HEV suit's shield health in favor of the light, making you more vulnerable. You could get more energy at HEV energy stations similar to the health stations, but obviously these aren't always readily accessible. Your light was a precious commodity, yet another resource to keep track of along with your ammo. It perfectly ties into the game's original catastrophic survival situation. Half-Life 2 took it a step further and made it so sprinting in the HEV suit was also a drain on energy. They definitely took that concept a little too far in the base game though, so running out of energy to sprint became a chore. This is an extremely popular opinion as well, and one I agree with. However, backtracking the energy system altogether isn't the best solution. My guess though is that this was Black Mesa's approach. People hated the energy system in Half-Life 2, we want this game to be as perfect as possible, ditch the energy system, no more waiting to sprint, and no more flashlight ever running out. Boom, done. I mean, I'm still of the opinion that Black Mesa should have had always run as the default, and had levels designed around that. But removing the need to conserve your flashlight doesn't help the game at all, although I think I see where the team's heads were with that one. Where I have no clue, however, where their heads were is in the nerf. Now I want to say your experience may vary, but I easily found people online talking about this issue, so I'm definitely not alone in what I'm about to say. Your guns feel weaker. It's either that or enemies got buffed. I think this may have also contributed to the feeling I got when first playing Black Mesa even without the context of the original. Playing the original through and coming back to this, something feels wrong. There's no way to know this for sure though. Either all weapons other than the revolver, crossbow, your throwables, and the glue-on gun got nerfed, or most if not all enemies got stronger. I'm inclined to believe the former, since the fact that some weapons feel like an exception wouldn't fit very well with the enemies just got stronger. It could also be a combination of both though, and honestly there's zero way to know. Assuming it's not just mine and others' imaginations though, I cannot understand why this change would be made. It certainly contributes to the difficulty, which normally I like. In the beginning, the game's difficulty curve is just fine, but by the time it starts spamming soldiers at you, it goes up by a significant margin. After that, Xen unintentionally brings it back down, before Chapter 18 Interloper where the difficulty shoots itself in the foot before the final boss. We will talk about that later. Once again though, if this is just my imagination, and I doubt it is, then this would have been an easy fix. With some playtesting, adjust the numbers. Once again, boom, done. These few small changes I've brought up, which wouldn't be hard to implement, would drastically improve Black Mesa's combat. This would probably make the game a much more enjoyable experience for most players without them even noticing. Combat wouldn't be perfect, far from it, but this would certainly be a step in the right direction. Now, I'm gonna use my imagination here for a second, because while I'm at it, let's imagine what a perfect combat system would look like. If soldiers, for example, must be such a strong focus for such an enduring amount of time, and if we're already okay with making drastic changes from the original game, why not give them some much needed variety? They do pilot tanks and choppers occasionally. This is good. The snipers are also really good. What would be even better is a soldier with a hive hand, able to fire at you from around corners and be a pain when paired with other soldiers and enemies. Or a soldier with med kits on his person, ready to heal wounded comrades if you failed to finish them off. What about soldiers with some scientists held directly hostage? It would make sense story-wise. You can infer they're trying to ward you out since you're the primary target. It would also give some of that classic Half-Life style player freedom. You could decide whether you even care about the scientist held hostage at all, or if you just want to mow down every life form in sight. Finally, imagine if a soldier got a hold of an intact HEV suit like the one Gordon has. We know there were other HEV suits in the Black Mesa facility, so imagine how cool it would be to fight another person one-on-one armed to the teeth. It could almost be like a mini-boss encounter in itself. A really different and interesting challenge to spice up such a long runtime. I could keep going, but these are just some ideas. I realize this is advocating for more content, more time in development from a game that's already been in development for 17 years. Really, I stand by my more simple development-friendly solutions, along with the idea that the game should have just been shorter in the first place. But I can't help but imagine what a perfect Black Mesa could have been, because I don't think that we're that far off. Really though, it all comes down to how much you think can change. At what point does this change from a remake to an entirely different game? What is the scale of change? How much and in what ways can Black Mesa be completely different and simultaneously still be Half-Life? Would anyone have objected to the idea of more brand new content? Xen seems to be the most universally beloved portion of this game, yet it's completely different from the original. Could we do this with the base game as well? Would that have been too much of a risk? Personally, I think not, since with that extra long runtime, Black Mesa was already taking a pretty big risk. However, the Earth portions of this game were made in a much earlier time than the Xen portions were. I wonder if the development team had been as experienced as I'm sure they were by the time they got around to creating Xen, if Earth would have been just as insanely different. As for new content, sort of like I talked about with the soldiers, there's actually already a neat basis: Half-Life Opposing Force, one of 2 expansions of the original Half-Life made by Gearbox. I'm gonna talk about mostly Opposing Force, since their second expansion, Blue Shift, is nearly objectively inferior. Blue Shift only lasts hours, adds 0 content that wasn't already in the original, and was made in only 6 months' time. It was basically made as some extra content that explains how Barney is still alive in Half-Life 2. Opposing Force, on the other hand, is phenomenal. However, I want to hone in on a specific, tiny little detail that this expansion uses in its levels. There's a small portion quite a few chapters into this that you'll pass by some Xen creature testing chambers. You'll come across a few more of these mini-manufactured Xen environments, and eventually have to fight in them. You even have to dodge 2 tentacle monsters at once in one of these environments, which is a bit of a pain if I'm being honest. These mini-manufactured Xen environments are honestly a genius little detail that Gearbox came up with. We know the scientists working at the Black Mesa company knew about and were experimenting on Xen creatures long before Gordon set off the resonance cascade. Of course they would have created mini habitats for these creatures to live and interact in. Actual biologists do this sort of thing all the time. Well, in the questionable ethics chapter of Black Mesa, wouldn't you know it, you can actually find these mini Xen environments for yourself. These weren't a part of this chapter in the original Half-Life, and were clearly inspired by Opposing Force. Them being here makes perfect sense. They also add some nice variety and exploration to the chapter and wordlessly foreshadow the Xen world again. It also tells me that the Crowbar Collective team were paying attention to the other entries in the Half-Life franchise aside from only the original. This is awesome, but could you imagine if they took it a step further? Opposing Force as an expansion adds so much new and interesting content to Half-Life, a whole slew of new weapons, enemies, and concepts that feel fresh and interesting, but also constrained enough to not be out of place. I love the mutated headcrab enemies, which are bigger, stronger mutated versions of the normal headcrab zombies. They have tougher attacks, move much faster, and have more health. They're also horrifying in the best possible way. They're different enough from the normal headcrab zombies that I would consider them a unique enemy, but they still make perfect sense. There's also the Volt Gore. This thing might be the grossest thing I've ever seen in a video game. 1998 graphics almost kinda help it to be even more disgusting, but it's introduced in a splendid way and it's very fun to fight. There's plenty more enemies I could highlight, but you get the idea. In lore, many of these guys aren't actually Xen creatures, but are instead known as part of another alien species called Race X. Race X creatures originated not from the border world, but instead yet another new dimension even further beyond. They've all come from this giant purple portal in the Black Mesa company, and at the end of the expansion you destroy it. This explains why they never make an appearance in Half-Life 2. Aside from that though, how interesting would it have been if Gordon could have interacted with some of these guys too, or at least gotten a hold of some of the more unique weapons that were a part of this. Back to the Volt Gore, imagine fighting this guy in the Black Mesa remake. Imagine encountering him after, say, a certain sewage area was partially completed. Chapter 10, Residue Processing, honestly needed some variety to it anyway. Other than small fighting and platforming on some simple conveyor belts and swimming a lot, there's not a lot going on here. The Volt Gore wouldn't be out of place in a toxic environment like this, and would have really elevated the chapter and brought back some of that missing horror, even with the infinite flashlight. Then there's weapons. One weapon Opposing Force had that I really enjoyed was the Barnacle Grappling Hook. This is a really neat idea. So barnacles are really standard enemies in every Half-Life game. What if, like the Hive Hand, someone were to grab one of those barnacles and shove their entire fist up its ass like a stuffed turkey on Thanksgiving? Sorry, I absolutely had to say it. That's literally what they do in the game. I didn't make it, just saying. Well, apparently the effects of this fist shoving would be that the Hive Hand becomes an incredibly effective projectile weapon, and that barnacles are now grappling hooks. Perfect logic. There's that tongue-in-cheek tone I mentioned. The grappling hook functions by launching the barnacle tongue at a given surface, holding it down as you swing towards it, and then releasing the tongue whenever you want or until it hits its endpoint. It's honestly intuitive as can be, and a lot of fun to use. It plays into Opposing Force's unique boss battles and level design and adds a lot of new, interesting options to gameplay. I honestly straight up wish Black Mesa had this, or something like this. Like I said, we're already pretty far away from this being a one-to-one remake of the original Half-Life, so we might as well go all out, right? If Black Mesa had introduced even half as many new interesting concepts as Opposing Force did to combat in a few short hours, I don't think its length would have bothered me and so many others so much, although this is most likely impossible beyond mods at this point. It's interesting to me that the devs are still adding small touches and tweaks to the game this long after release. Earlier I touched on weapons management being a small issue later on in both Black Mesa and Half-Life. There's quite a few items you'll be getting that, while fun to use, aren't exactly very advantageous in most combat encounters. The biggest outliers here being flares and trip mines. Most players don't end up using these, and personally I don't find either to be very useful, so I seldom made use of them myself. Many forego using snarks as well, but I found that they were sometimes pretty helpful to me, being that they're a very effective method to distract enemies. Plus they have the cutest idle holding animations ever. However, these less useful weapons become an issue when having to manage them amongst the rest of your arsenal. There's really not an amazing way to quickly switch on and off whatever weapon you need in a hurry. This makes it so that the best strategy is usually to hide behind a corner even if you're not damaged, just so you can go through all of your weapons until you come across what you're looking for. Talk about a combat pace breaker. This really doesn't do gunfights any favors, especially in a game whose gunfighting needs all the favors it can get. I had planned on giving you my idea of a weapon wheel for the game and trying to sell you on the idea that it wouldn't be that out of place. Many more modern games use weapon wheels as a quick and effective way to manage large inventory without really sacrificing combat pace at all. This was something I really enjoyed a lot when playing Horizon Zero Dawn for the first time. This game lets you use a whole cavalcade of weapons at once, and switching between them mid-battle is completely intuitive and never slows things down. I was going to try and pitch this idea for Black Mesa too myself, but right in the middle of making this video, it turned out I don't have to. As part of the Xen Museum update on April 26, the devs added an experimental weapon wheel for controller support. This thing looks pretty good, and honestly isn't too far off from what I imagine could really help the game's flow of combat overall, so that's good news. It's not part of the normal Black Mesa game yet, and has to be installed separately, but once it is part of the normal game, assuming it's functional and intuitive to use, which I have no doubt it will be, then that alone will drastically help out combat and game pacing for myself and many others. The last thing I want to mention about weapons though is general intuitiveness. Black Mesa actually has some incredibly perfect tutorials for basic action and combat in my eyes. They function as small little tooltips that appear on the far side of the screen when introduced. They fit the orange-lined computer graphic style of the other UI elements, suggesting they're part of the HEV suite's own in-universe UI in some way. Even though that doesn't make complete sense, Gordon's not using a keyboard in the suit, it's a nice touch. They also aren't annoying, never get in your way, nor stop or slow you down in any way. They're very few and far between, but if for whatever reason these bother you, for as few as there are, you can easily turn them completely off too. I honestly wish there were a few more, since it would have helped me figure out something. Once again, I've got something to admit. I didn't figure out how the RPG and the Tau gun actually worked until after beating Black Mesa and then playing the original Half-Life. I don't know how much of a dummy this makes me, or if anyone else didn't figure out their special abilities right off the bat. The RPG's rockets can be guided. When right-clicking, activating a red dot as a guiding line, you can then guide its missiles in whatever direction you want after firing. When it's first introduced, you end up having to take down a military chopper with it. Well, I was dumb enough to never figure out this missile guiding aspect, so let me tell you, I struggled here a lot. Death after death. The worst part is that there was indeed one of these handy-dandy little tooltips to let you know that you could guide the missile. However, I completely missed it, and I even had to go back in my footage to verify that this tooltip was even real. Kinda wish this one had stuck around a little longer. Thank God I eventually figured this out, otherwise Nova Prospekt in Half-Life 2 would have had me pulling my hair out. The other dumb moment I have is with the Tau gun. I never figured out that you have the ability to charge its energy and fire so much more powerful shots at the cost of more ammo. This one never really affected my gameplay, and the Tau gun is pretty good even in just single shot mode, but I wish the game had more prominently let me know that this was something you could do. And that's it. Or mostly it. I'm saving some of my thoughts on combat in Xen for now. Black Mesa is in many ways a baffling case of FPS combat and video game combat in general to me. It does a decent enough job of following all of the fundamentals of what make for good video game combat and FPS combat in general. You're generally given a decent assortment of options to tackle enemies. Enemy variety isn't bad at all, and not one single enemy is outright bad, even if soldiers are egregiously overused. The AI of your foes is pretty smart, soldiers and snipers do strategically act in some interesting ways. Movement in combat is nothing special. I wish the game's levels had been created with always run in mind, but at least we're not aiming down sights or anything like that in a Half-Life game. Cough, hunt down the Freeman, cough. Overall though, despite having a good grasp of what makes for good FPS combat, Black Mesa's combat suffers so much from its length. I've been advocating for a lot of new and interesting content to be added to Black Mesa, but that's only on the premise that we don't just shorten the game instead. If Black Mesa were closer in runtime to the original Half-Life, then almost all of these problems would be greatly, if not completely, alleviated. I know it sounds crazy to be suggesting less content when a project like this is so rare in the first place, but I honestly do believe this length, especially on Earth, is the game's Achilles heel. Either that or crazy new and interesting content interspersed within Black Mesa to justify all of this extra length and still keep it interesting and fun for that runtime. I think the former of these two options would be best though. It would also be much more faithful to the original game and would have been much easier on the development team that ended up spending 17 years on this project alone. In the end, if you enjoyed combat in Half-Life 2 and you don't mind a challenge, you'll probably enjoy what's on offer here. If you're like me and vastly favor the combat of the original Half-Life, your mileage will vary. There are small moments when Black Mesa's combat perfectly captures that magical combat experience of the first game. Especially in the game's first 8 or so chapters, those moments do happen. But it's also determined to throw infinite soldiers at you and kill you over and over again. Black Mesa's combat can be very fun, and it can also be very frustrating. The facility can feel truly never-ending, and I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. What I do know to be a good thing though, and now the only thing left, is a certain new dimension waiting to be explored. I think we're about done on Earth. It was a good heart-to-heart. We've thoroughly explored the Black Mesa facility and its inhabitants. Time to see what lies on the other side.
Dear viewer in the flesh, or rather, should I say, behind the camera, I took the liberty of wasting all of your time. Most of it was government property after all. As for the suit, I think you've earned it. The border world, Xen, is in our control for the time being. Thanks to you. Quite the nasty piece of work you managed over there. I am impressed. That's why I'm here, dear viewer. I have recommended your services to my employers, and they have authorized me to offer you a job. They agree with me. You possess the ability to like, comment, and subscribe. You've proven yourself a patient viewer, so I have no doubt you'll have any trouble with your first task. I know that if you've come this far, you'd like to see Xen. It is an incredible work of art. The right team in the wrong place can make all of the difference in the world. So rise and shine, dear viewer. Wake up and smell the ashes.
When I turned 12 years old, I remember my dad bought me Skyrim for my birthday. I can't remember it perfectly, but I think I recall begging him for the game after seeing a cousin of mine play it. Skyrim has a legendary release date. The game came out on 11/11/11, November 11th, 2011. Say that 3 times fast. I didn't get it until the following year for my Xbox 360. I don't even think I was aware of its existence prior to the year I got it. At the time, I'd been playing basically nothing but Minecraft for almost 2 years straight. It was the game all of my friends played, and it gave me a path to express myself in a way I never could before. I was obsessed for a very long time. I would do survival challenges with friends on Xbox Live all the time. We would play tons of minigames like the Hunger Games and the Walls. We would do building and battle competitions and play role-playing games like Cops and Robbers. Eventually, I started making my own Hunger Games maps for me and my friends to play on, with the idea that once I made one good enough, I would post it online and maybe even a YouTuber would play it. I made 3 giant Hunger Games maps myself, accounting for probably hundreds upon hundreds of hours of time in Minecraft every day after school. It was a little more fun than homework, to say the least. Either way, when I popped Skyrim into my console for the first time, it was a complete breath of fresh air from the blocky world I'd become so accustomed to. I actually remember thinking it was OP that right at the start of Skyrim you're given an iron sword, the weakest weapon in the game. Because I've been playing nothing but Minecraft for 2 years straight, I was literally so conditioned to think that an iron sword was pretty good. I was also only 12, I'll let that be my excuse. Unsurprisingly, Skyrim had become my new obsession for a large amount of time, although not 2 years. I became acutely accustomed to the wintry world of Skyrim. Whiterun, the College of Winterhold, the Champions Guild, the Dark Brotherhood. These groups and storylines filled my head every day at school. I had started to become used to the world of Skyrim after a while, but I never really looked up much or watched many YouTube videos about it. Instead, most of my joy I got from the game was through exploration, stumbling upon interesting dungeons and bandit camps, finding the legendary Dawnbreaker sword for the first time. These engraved themselves into my head thoroughly. However, like I said, I had really started to get used to the sights and sounds of Skyrim. Looking back at it now, it can be an incredibly repetitive title. Eventually, I got around to actually giving the game's main storyline some attention. About midway through Skyrim's story, you'll end up going to an ancient Dwemer ruin in the middle of nowhere. The quest, named Transmuting the Mundane, leads you to this place. If you're one of the 6 people on planet Earth who hasn't played Skyrim, then know that this quest leads to one of the most interesting areas in the entire game. I hadn't been spoiled for what was to come by YouTuber friends either, so I was in for a real surprise. After fighting your way through a pretty lengthy dungeon full of mechanical traps and enemies, you'll find yourself at this mechanical elevator. Pushing the lever and heading down, you're met with this. This is Blackreach, Skyrim's largest dungeon. It might as well be a new world entirely though. So there were actually 3 different ruins leading to this area on the surface world, just because of the sheer size of this place. It is a complete and utter pace and tonal shift from the normal Skyrim surface. Skyrim is characterized by vast areas of winter white snow and dense, lush forests, of open skies and fields. Blackreach is almost the complete opposite to this, being entirely immersed underground and lit up almost exclusively by Dwemer light sources and giant mushrooms. Most of this massive area is immersed in a deep blue hue thanks to the giant mushrooms and Ethereum rock. The feeling that came over me when I first encountered this area out of nowhere was palpable. Shock, awe, excitement, suspense, foreboding. Such a vast swath of emotions simply came over me all at once. I remember just kind of stopping and standing in place, almost afraid to move forward. As I did take my first steps into this dark realm, this sense of adventure more than anything never left me. Blackreach kept me up all night long, wide awake. There was so much to uncover, so much mystery and intrigue about the place. It's not as though I was playing a different game or anything. Mechanically, nothing at all had changed. Technically, Blackreach is just like the rest of Skyrim in that you simply explore, fight, loot, and repeat. But a game can change dramatically in more ways than one, and mechanics isn't the only way. Blackreach is so strikingly moody and luminous in its visual style that I wouldn't be surprised if it was created from the ground up with the intention of literally being the opposite of Skyrim's surface visually. Seriously, show Skyrim's surface during the day right next to Blackreach and you can see just how opposite in styles these areas really are. This kind of tonal shift is mesmerizing, breaking up the flow of the game that players have become accustomed to and introducing them to something wildly different can really get their attention back. I doubt anyone on Earth ever dropped Skyrim right after discovering Blackreach without at least exploring a little. It's also why Blackreach tends to stick out in my memory so much after all these years later. I genuinely don't think Blackreach would have been as memorable had the game given you any sort of info on it beforehand. If you in any way knew that Blackreach was going to be what it is, instead of just hearing it's another Dwemer dungeon, I don't think it would have had this kind of effect. This incredible mix of feelings that came over me when I first stumbled upon this place, like exploring a small dungeon only to accidentally discover that there's an entire world here. Of course I know that there are plenty of other games that do this sort of thing, but the last and only time I ever felt this kind of reaction to it was Skyrim. I was every 12-year-old kid in middle school ever, but I never thought I would experience this incredible sense of uncovering something grand and unexpected again. Other games came close to giving me this feeling again. Breath of the Wild's giant mazes, unfortunately these just lead to samey shrines and nothing else. Horizon Zero Dawn's cauldrons, although these weren't nearly on a large enough scale to give that sense of awe. Celeste's Mirror Temple sort of gave me this feeling in a similar way, but not in a sense of grandiosity. The Mirror Temple is small, labyrinthian, and horrific. It's a place of foreboding and reflection, joke entirely intentional. It's not a place of wonder and magical discovery, though. It's a place of horror and claustrophobia. It's also not so drastically different enough to have given me that insane feeling of stumbling upon something incredible that Blackreach did when I was 12. I've thought before that maybe that experience with Blackreach was only as vivid as it was because I was 12, and that being older nothing would bring it back. There has to be a perfect mix of elements for this. Surprise, grandiosity, spectacle, and as much contrast as possible. There may be a few of you who know this feeling, and maybe not even from video games. I have experienced the same feeling when traveling before or when flying on a plane and looking out the window and seeing the world from a whole new perspective. Regardless, this feeling did come back from a game. Like I said before in the combat section of this critique, I went into Black Mesa completely blind. All I knew was that it was a remake of Half-Life, which I knew nothing about, that it was Valve's first game, and that it was an FPS. I didn't know anything about the Black Mesa facility, Gordon Freeman, the G-Man, none of it. And also, I didn't know about Xen. Eventually, in the middle of my playthrough, I had a friend tell me that there was another dimension, which is something you can figure out easily, but I couldn't have even sort of expected what was to come. I kind of figured the Lambda Core would lead to this, since the NPCs of Black Mesa had been hyping it up so much whenever they turned up in the ruined facility. I was correct about the Lambda Core leading to this, and I was eagerly awaiting it. At the end of the Lambda Core chapter, which is an excellent chapter on its own, you are met up with a group of scientists, a much more organized group that gives you some much needed info about everything happening and what needs to happen to save the Earth. You're given the rocket thruster, a full supply of guns, ammo, health, and energy, and a small area to practice. With that, you step into their portal and you're whisked away. A very cool transition later, and you're met with this. All of Black Mesa up to this point has been variations of cold, abandoned, calculated, and corporate buildings. Even once you eventually see the outside world, you're in the middle of a dry, lifeless desert. There's no nature, and as nice as Black Mesa's graphics are, it's anything but natural beauty. It's a hard survival situation. At least it was up until this. This changes everything. The entire game has completely metamorphosized from here on out. Everything is here. Insane beauty, grandiosity, spectacle, surprise, and contrast. This moment when you step into Xen for the first time is flawless, and that feeling as a kid came back to me in full force. My jaw may as well have dropped all the way to the floor, and I'm sure I'm not alone in that sentiment for anyone else who came into this blind. Before this point, I had been beginning to grow tired of Black Mesa because of its extended runtime and repeat level design, but from here on out, time flew by. Xen is the most impressive part of the Black Mesa remake. It's what stands out the most. I'm sure at a certain point in development, this became Crowbar Collective's intention. Xen's functionality is the exact same as the portions of Black Mesa on Earth, but through small mechanical changes becomes much more interesting as well, aside from the ludicrously beautiful setting of course. Level design becomes much more open and clear, with plenty of space to move around most of the time. You're no longer walled into the confines of a facility. Except for one chapter, oh don't worry, we'll talk about that, levels become easier to navigate because the increase in size overall allows for the player to see much more at once. This means the devs were probably comfortable making certain set pieces more complex, which they did. This area navigating your way up and around a giant tree really stood out to me in that regard. The increase in movement area was also paramount. With your new rocket jump ability, you have a much wider range of movement and can get around much more efficiently than before. I wish the game had been made with Always Run in mind, as I've said, but it's really no longer as big of a deal in Xen since it's large enough to accommodate it, and the rocket thruster feels so natural to use anyway. Combat in Xen improves a lot too. Your greater freedom of movement makes it so you now have a few new ways in which you can interact combatively. You never receive any new weapons from here on out, unfortunately, but that's okay. You're able to move and shoot at speeds that wouldn't have been possible back on Earth, and with ease. Honestly, I would have loved to have seen what it would have been like to fight some of the soldiers here on Xen, but alas, that wouldn't make any sense and simply isn't the case. The alien brutes eventually do sort of take the soldiers' place. Thankfully, it seems by this point in development the team had learned not to spam them everywhere, making them much more fresh and exciting to fight. But they're just not as tactically challenging to fight as the military. There's no variation on the alien brutes, and they'll just use hive hands to attack you, which while deadly are much easier to deal with while having a rocket thruster. Overall, this is still good though. The game is only able to throw Xen enemies at you, but for a while that change in pace is honestly welcome. After the onslaught you go through getting to Xen, the game getting much easier for a bit is actually perfect. With the Gonarch boss battle, that difficulty once again ramps up at a perfect incline. It's only after that that things start getting messy. Really messy. Aside from that, Xen is also perfect in that monochrome lighting thing I talked about way earlier. From deep encompassing blues to vivid illustrious greens in nature, from bright orange in the crystal mines to vivid dark red inside the final boss's tower. Xen nails this. It also nails music consistently. Joel Nielsen's compositions here take a step away from what feels like normal Half-Life and charts into more original and creative territory. Black Mesa's entire OST is very good, but the Xen OST takes it from very good to great. This heart-pounding epic singing, chanting, and mix of synth is just wonderful. It's also not shy about being more creepy when it needs to be, and more bassy when the action needs it. I'm no music expert by any means, but I know this is a far step beyond many OSTs I listen to. Through all of the major categories by which I've been judging Black Mesa so far, Xen takes it a step up. At first, it didn't hold this momentum throughout its whole run, unfortunately, but especially in the first 2 chapters of Xen, and even some of the later ones in parts, everything improves drastically and immediately. Story becomes more interesting. Instead of a purely life or death, every man for himself survival situation, you've seamlessly transitioned into being the hero, the one skilled enough and brave enough to hop into another dimension alone and put a stop to the alien invasion to save humanity. Not everyone is going to like this angle, but it was present in the original, so it's no fault of Black Mesa's. At least it helps transition to the tone of Half-Life 2, in which Gordon is worshipped like a messiah 24/7. Here, that hero aspect isn't so on the nose, which I like a lot more. It doesn't need to be stated, you just intuitively know that you're doing the heroic right thing, assuming that you didn't murder all the scientists, but it can be also argued as to how good of people they even were in the first place. Xen improves everything at first: story, level design, platforming and movement, pacing, combat, and enemy variety. I guess maybe not AI, but close enough. Especially close enough for me to say that aside from the wonder of the opening first chapter, Xen's first 2 chapters are by far my favorite part of the entire game. Hands down, I could easily have fun replaying them anytime. I really can't do a good enough job of conveying to you just how immersive this really is. Black Mesa took 17 years of development time until its full release, 19 chapters in total, although the last chapter is just G-Man and some credits. We know that the Crowbar Collective took some 8 to 9 years to make the Earth portions of the game, earlier in development. That's half of this insanely lengthy development time on 14 chapters of content. That means that another possible 7 to 8 years were spent solely on Xen. 4 chapters took almost the same amount of time to create as the rest of the entire game. That kind of dedication to something seems almost superhuman. The development of Xen is quite interesting in itself too. Black Mesa recently received an update adding an additional area for players to explore known as the Xen Museum. This museum of development is split into 4 major hubs, each of them containing a different Xen chapter out of the 4. You can explore the different stages of development and how they built these beautiful environments from scratch. It's very buggy as you would expect, and there's no linear way forward or any goal or anything like that, but it's still interesting to be able to see all of this. This is more than simply no-clipping through the map can tell you about the game's development. I love to see stuff like this, and I wish more games would include little features like this for us to more easily see the development process. It's a nice touch, and it puts into perspective the sheer amount of work that went into creating this. Like I said, Xen is split into 4 chapters total, not counting the final credits at the end, so let's start right at the beginning. Chapter 15, confusingly also titled Xen, starts off in a cave that slowly opens up to the grandiosity of space in this new dimension. You're subtly introduced to a few new mechanics and ideas right here off the bat before even leaving the cave. 1, you're given a small playground to mess around with how this new style of terrain feels to move on. You're given just the perfect amount of space to still mess with and test out your new rocket boost without fear of flying off the edge of anything. It's more room than was afforded in the Lambda core, but not so much as to be immediately overwhelming. 2, you're introduced to water coming in the form of more than just square containment like in the Black Mesa facility, subconsciously preparing you for what's to come. 3, there's red ammo crates here. These will be periodically teleported to you throughout your travels in the border world. Presumably it's the scientists at the Lambda core teleporting these in for you, but there's no way to tell for sure, especially since they still teleport in even if you kill the scientists. So maybe it's the G-Man or a different scientist you never met. Hell, maybe it's Eli, who knows. The point though is that the game subtly shows you here that you've got a little help. 4, this cave has leftover packs of health and energy for you to take. They're found next to the corpse of someone who is similarly in an HEV suit like yourself. Along with some research equipment near here and the teleport pad you arrived on in the first place, you can quickly put it together that once again Black Mesa knew a hell of a lot more than they let on. They've obviously already had previous excursions into Xen, and along the way it seems several researchers died. I would imagine their deaths were somehow covered up by them, enforcing that this company was an evil monopoly. It also subconsciously tells you that this is extremely dangerous, since you're going to recognize that you're in the exact same position as the corpses you find. Maybe soon that corpse will be you. All of this on top of the fact that this little cave is a safe spot before you really step out into Xen. It's a gameplay contrast to all of the controllers you fought on your way through before jumping in the portal. From an intense combat high to a wondrous safe area, everything about this little cave is ingeniously carefully crafted. The perfect introduction to this foreboding place. All of the basics you need to know about Xen are taught to you soon outside this cave as well. As you continue, you'll encounter wider open areas as well as smaller, more confined pathways going along the side of the crater you're on. This prepares you for a variety of different terrain types you'll be on. You'll encounter basic enemies such as head crabs and bull squids along with more HEV corpses, giving you a dose of familiarity in this foreign place. Along the path you're introduced to energy crystals, which essentially fill up your energy shield meter as much as you need as long as you can stand by them. Later on, the chapter will introduce glowing pools that essentially serve this exact same function but for health. This opening area shows off Xen's plant life version of turrets, a small plant that fires spores at you, and finally it gives you a small dose of space platforming, making some relatively challenging jumps from asteroid to asteroid with your rocket jump. From here you're met with a slightly larger cave filled with water, and the game begins reinforcing everything it just taught you. More interesting water traversal, a Black Mesa company encampment filled with HEV headcrab zombies and Xen crystal testing areas. A natural plant life area precedes this with wider puddles and more complex level design. Xen will drip feed you more elements slowly, and then actually take the time to set up levels to reinforce them. This starting area, though, is absolutely genius at introducing the basics of Xen you have to know without saying a word, showing off so much at once so quickly and efficiently without you even noticing. It almost reminds me of Level 1-1 in Super Mario Bros., or Green Hill Zone in Kokiri Forest. Although it's not nearly as iconic as those levels and it doesn't come at the start of the game, this opening segment to me feels like it could stand right beside them. It's that well crafted. In fact, most of the opening Xen chapter is this well crafted, although I'm not a major fan of every element it introduces. I liked these plant-like versions of exploding barrels back on Earth, and the reintroduction of the guided bounce pads was very nice. However, I feel that one misstep taken is that the Xen chapter falls into using the same kind of puzzle layouts and concepts as the previous chapters on Earth. Things that make perfect sense to be in the Black Mesa facility are here as well, even though that makes as much sense as a toy store having woodworking tools in it. There's plant versions of all major industrial equipment in Black Mesa, from turrets to wires and electrical current, from exploding barrels to wire-activated doors. There's plant variations of all of this for Xen, which while yes, Half-Life is tongue-in-cheek, this takes it a slight step too far. What's odd to me is that there's a perfectly logical way they could have still kept all of these elements from being in Xen without having to change anything mechanically. The Vortigaunts already have an advanced civilization that you soon begin to delve into near the end of the chapter. They have extremely advanced technology, and like I said before, I feel that this is meant to mirror the Black Mesa company back on Earth. So how hard would it have been to make these in-game systems be actually mechanical and just say that it's from an outpost of the Vortigaunt civilization? Wordlessly of course, but there could have easily been small towers in the style of their technology. It's not terribly long until you reach one of their first main bases, so it's not as though this wouldn't have made sense. Heck, they didn't even bother to make the laser tripwires plant life versions or anything. Instead, they just used the same tripwires from back on Earth, except now there's mysteriously no reason for them to be here. It's very out of place. Other than that small gripe though, the next major thing this chapter brings into the fold are some much needed enemy variations. Okay, so this is odd to me. Specifically, the Houndai enemies are given not one, but two extra interesting variations. One version that's a small bright red Houndai. These enemies explode on impact and will try to sacrifice themselves to explode you to death. You can shoot them from a distance and cause them to detonate far away from you, which is usually the best method. However, the game isn't afraid to throw lots of them at you at once or position some in such a way as to be a surprise attack. The second variation is a much larger version of the normal Houndai, with small spikes protruding from its body and a larger health pool. These guys move and attack you in the exact same way as the normal Houndai would, but they just take a little longer to kill, so you have to keep an eye out for dodging their main sound wave attack. I like both of these variations a lot. The game doesn't use the larger spiked Houndai enough, but I like them both. It's just weird to me. It's so odd because all the other enemy types are here as well, but they see absolutely zero variations. The only other enemy variations you'll encounter beyond this are some underwater variations of the barnacles, but they function exactly the same. They're just underwater now and look slightly different. That's it. So why specifically do the Houndai enemies get not one, but two variations while the rest get none? It's not as though the Houndais are particularly special or anything. It's weird. My guess of an explanation would be that there's probably a lot more variations planned for Xen, and the Houndais just so happen to be the ones they created first. Eventually they ran out of time or resources, so they had to stick with these two variations. These never even show up again outside this chapter, so something definitely seems off. Again, not a huge problem, I was happy to see a new enemy variety here at all. The chapter then caps off with one of the first major alien bases that you'll be infiltrating. It's one of the few elements from the original Xen that's actually here, although it's surrounded by all new content around and in. The outside of the base plays perfectly fine, although it's made too easy by an abundance of health pools and energy crystals. Remember, these always bring your health and shield energy back to complete 100. These being everywhere outside the base trivializes breaking in, because not only will you pretty much always be at full health, but you can easily run back to them and fill up again. Once inside the base, you'll be met with not one, not two, but 3 different plug puzzles. Way earlier in the video, I actually briefly defended Black Mesa's plug and valve puzzles. While yes, they're a remnant of Half-Life 2's original version of these puzzles, I don't find them out of place being in the original game. Same goes for Black Mesa having source engine physics. I don't think these things really detract from the game at all, they only add small bits to it. Although I wish they would have done literally anything with the source engine physics here outside of flares. The puzzles, while largely simple, are a nice change of pace. If all of Half-Life is meant to be a combat as a puzzle shooter, then some small literal puzzles don't seem that out of place here to me. I think these would be completely out of place in Doom or Duke Nukem, but here I'm alright with them. Xen even started to take these puzzles and evolve the concept a little, making a few more advanced and mixing them up with bounce pads, winding paths, and teleportation. However, while not terrible, I feel it goes one step too far. 3 of these in a row with absolutely zero combat is a pace breaker. For me especially, this halted all of my progress since the second one of these puzzles bugged out for me without me realizing it. I must have run around in circles for literal hours trying to figure this puzzle out. For a little bit, I was surprised and a little impressed that the game was throwing something this perplexing at me, but when the answer turned out to be that I needed to reload the game to get the solution to actually function because of a glitch, it certainly wasn't the most satisfying answer I've ever had before. After you do complete these puzzles though, you'll activate a portal and that's where the chapter ends. I feel this chapter is nearly perfect and shy from being the best in the game. Much of my criticism of this chapter is nitpicking and noticing things that probably foreshadowed the decline in quality later on. The abundance of health and energy pools, and the slight overuse of plug puzzles feels like subtle foreshadowing for where the game was eventually going to go, unfortunately. At the end of it all though, the most impressive thing of this first chapter of Xen is the amount of content here exclusive to Black Mesa. Since the original Half-Life Xen is considered to be the worst part of that game, the Crowbar Collective took a very different approach to recreating it. Let me give you a frame of reference for just how drastically different this all is to the original Xen. In the original, when you arrive in Xen, you wake up on a floating island. You have to do some really unclear and tedious platforming to get down past these smaller islands to the main island. From there, you slide off of the side of the mainland to another small island circling around. From here, you jump to the side and you're at the alien base I talked about. After that, you walk inside and press 2 buttons. That's literally it. That's the entire chapter. I cleared it in 7 minutes in one recording. I kid you not. Opposingly, Black Mesa's Xen is arguably the longest chapter in the entire game. It keeps going on and on like Surface Tension, except unlike Surface Tension, it's not boring and repetitive for reasons I've already outlined. It's astounding to me what's been done here by an indie team. This part is just better than the original, hands down. Even Valve has stated that they prefer this rendition of Xen to their own. I think more than anything else I've said, that alone is the most impressive part about this. Maybe. Because the very next chapter is the best one in the entire game, and is a very similar case to this one but with basically 0 missteps. Forgive me if I'm about to end up just gushing for a bit. This chapter is basically a masterpiece in its own right. Unfortunately, that quality does not stick around, but for one more amazing chapter, it's here to stay. What I'm about to talk about must have been one ludicrously difficult undertaking by a small development team. I'm about to talk about the one chapter that tops even how seamlessly the first chapter of Xen flows. What I'm about to talk about might be one of the best boss fights I've ever gotten to experience. What I'm about to talk about is a gigantic testicle monster. I'm so glad I'm not making that up, and it's one hell of a fight. Chapter 16, Gonarch's Lair, opens right up as you hop through the portal inside of the floating alien base. This chapter? Wow, where do I begin? For starters, the amount of physics at play and scripted events that don't confine you in any way astounds me. More than anything, this entire chapter feels AAA, more than most actual AAA games, and this is a small $20 indie game. The entire chapter does boil down to one single boss fight with some random creature, but the fight takes up the entire chapter and it's one for the ages. You awake from the portal you went through to another small cave. Immediately, the vivid blue color palette of the previous chapter has been switched out for a deep, sunset orange hue that bathes everything in a warm light. With some light supplies, the cave opens up to a small vertical alcove. Being perched here, you get an excellent view of the flat field before you. This is set up intentionally so that you can see a good amount of the area you'll be in, but not quite all of it, leaving you to wonder a bit and maybe even strategize before you jump right in. The rocks here are oddly in the shapes of hexagons as well. This looks really nice and all, but confuses me completely. I cannot think of any reason the stone around here would look like this. They kind of remind me of that one Imagine Dragons album. I know that's stupid to bring up, just the first thing I thought of when I saw them. They're aesthetic, so I guess they serve their purpose. It should also be pretty obvious by this point to anyone who makes it to this part of the game that a boss fight is just up ahead. This is a pretty classic setup for one, and the chapter is literally called Gonarch's Lair. From here, you jump out onto the field, and after looking around and getting your bearings for a moment, the boss creature makes its entrance. This thing is a giant head crab with a pair of balls under it as its weak point. This is really what it is. I guess it's got armor, but the actual boss itself here is more humorous than anything, at least until you start fighting it. Gonarch as a boss may not be the coolest in concept, and it really doesn't have any sort of narrative impact on the story. The voice of the Ninelanth in Gordon's head at this point suggests that Gonarch is somehow his subordinate, although to me that raises more questions than answers, since this creature clearly isn't intelligent in either versions of the game. Is it like a pet, and Gordon has to somehow kill it for whatever reason instead of just going around it? Why do you have to fight this thing? The answer is reasons. But who cares that much when the actual execution of this fight is about amazing as conceivably possible? Okay, so for starters, Gonarch is weak from shots from the RPG. Really, I should have figured out that you could guide the missiles by this point, and that probably would have made this a lot easier. I was absolutely struggling against this thing without being privy to that knowledge, but it was also an extremely fun struggle, since Gonarch is such a joy to fight. The nature of this boss fight is momentum. Gonarch's attacks hit like a truck, and tanking only a few hits from him at full health is already going to kill you. Despite how hard he hits, he's also impressively fast. The first arena you battle Gonarch in is massive, but he can run across the entire thing from one end to the other in only about 4 seconds. The arena also has no walls or boundaries, meaning that you have to worry about the momentum of Gonarch's attack knocking you off the edge of the map. On top of all of that, he has a spore attack, which releases little white miniature head crabs to attack you. I think the narrative through line here is that Gonarch is maybe the mother of all the head crabs, so I guess maybe he is a she. But then there's the balls, so I'm not really sure. Maybe the white miniature head crabs are meant to be sperm. Please don't demonetize me, YouTube. So then what exactly is the mother in this scenario? You know what? I don't want to think about this actually. Moving on. These miniature head crabs can do a decent amount of damage altogether, but also tend to slow down when trying to avoid Gonarch's attacks. It's easiest to kill them with a melee weapon like the crowbar, but they technically take damage from anything. Like I said, the key is movement here and your rocket thruster. The game gives you a quick tutorial on rocket jumping in other directions than simply in front of you, although you've actually been able to do that the entire time, and with that, you're off. Just rocket jumping straight in this fight isn't gonna cut it. Gonarch's movement patterns generally seem to follow you, but he makes moves strategically enough that I couldn't always predict what he was going to do next. The only way to dodge most of Gonarch's attacks is to always be on the move in every different direction. The game benefits here from you already being familiar with the rocket jumping by this point, instead of you having to figure it out all at once. It's almost an obvious moment when you realize that this is a thing you can do. It's so simple in retrospect. All of these elements make this fight incredible. Zooming around this ginormous arena at breakneck speeds all while dodging and simultaneously firing rockets at the behemoth of a creature is epic. The game does give you one of those magic health pools off to the side, which is a bit of a saving grace. Normally, I don't like these pools as the chapters go on, but here it's perfect. Gonarch will routinely bring your health down low, and other than the pool here, there's really zero access anywhere to health or shield energy outside of whatever you start the fight with. You will be routinely making this little health pool a part of your strategy as you zip around the map, and it's the only place of recovery. Unless you're just too MLG for that, I suppose. I'm not that cool. Anyway, Gonarch can also fire projectile rockets, but from my experience he only ever exhibited this behavior when I tried camping out on this little health pool just to see what would happen. It seems to be acting as a preventative from players just camping out here, which is good. It means that even with access to consistent health, you have to constantly be on the move if you want to stand a chance. Yet another reason this fight is great. I love all the added details for a fight that's only in its first stage. Aside from frantic movement and timing your rocket jumps very carefully, I found while fighting Gonarch you can also fire a rocket at him while he's barreling towards you to stun him. It took me fighting him multiple times on hard mode to even notice this detail, which speaks to just how much love and care was really put into this part of the game. Eventually though, you will get a fun rhythm down with fighting Gonarch here, and you'll do enough damage that he'll flee from you down this webbed corridor. From here, things get absolutely bonkers from a technical perspective. Gonarch will end up chasing you through caves and cliffs, destroying massive parts of the environment and forcing you into desperate situations or to use said environment to your advantage. It's obvious that at this point the poor creature is desperate to kill you. He fires green acid explosives at you and you'll have to dodge him through the mountainside. You'll be transitioning outside and back in quite a few times until you can finally get some leeway on the creature. After making it through these catacombs, you'll find yourself ahead of the monster and in front of a large crystal cavern. This area is exceptionally beautiful, but unfortunately you won't be here long. This is the second phase of your fight with Gonarch and in my opinion the easiest by far. All you really have to do is set off a few explosives left by Black Mesa while avoiding Gonarch. He'll be right on your heels in this area, which is really nice. You'll parkour over major depths and across crystal bridges. Activating these explosions left by Black Mesa will cause large parts of the cavern to collapse from the ceiling and onto Gonarch. You guys are about on equal footing now in your epic battle, compared to the first phase where Gonarch is waiting and clearly has the advantage. Here he's visibly more angry and desperate, but still has plenty of leverage and fighting strength. You'll have to rocket boost through most of this section, which is really fun having to move at such a fast pace. Eventually you'll destroy enough of the cavern to completely close him off, and you're given a moment of levity. You just fought him off once, then ran away from him across cliff sides and caverns. Since this part of the game has such wonderful pacing, you're given a more lush and natural environment. It's a very short section, and this area is still a little dangerous though. Yes, while slowing things down for a moment, it certainly doesn't allow you to let your guard down. Many of the plants here are spiked unlike the wildlife area from earlier. You'll rocket thrust across some lily pads and around barnacles and then find you're presented with a hole leading straight down. I love this. Wordlessly, the game is telling you that down here the fight continues, and it's about to get even more challenging. Unfortunately, there's a loading transition midway through this drop, but hey, what can you do? Making it down here, you're presented with Gonarch again, as he ravages the cliffside blocking your path to him and you're forced into partially the most interesting part of this cat and mouse chase. You immediately have to take an alternate path to avoid Gonarch's explosive projectiles and you'll be forced into some decently small caves. Through nooks and crannies you'll crawl as Gonarch launches as many head crabs at you as he can. If Gonarch can fit his claws, he'll try to claw you from whatever cave you're in. He'll ravage the environment, forcing you to sometimes change directions quickly. It's obvious these are Gonarch's catacombs, what with all the webs, everything. The walls, floor, ceiling, entrances, and exits, everything is webbed. The scene looks like Spider-Man just tore through the place. These webs here can slow you down, and there are even webbed platforms you'll be running across that can be destroyed. Whether falling out from underneath you, being burned, or being submerged underwater, these platforms diversify the gameplay here even more. Oh shit, and the fire and water. Okay, so throughout your cat and mouse chase through the caverns, you'll come across these little fire flowers. I'm gonna call them that because they're vegetation and they spit fire. It's a close enough comparison to me. These fire flowers pretty much are only activated by you and take any sort of force to bloom their flames. Any of your weapons, throwables, literally anything you have aimed at these will cause them to blossom. A lot of the assets around them are unfortunately things you've seen before gameplay-wise, but it really doesn't matter too much in the context of a cat and mouse boss fight. You'll be moving through these areas quickly, and probably won't even notice that this is actually technically something the game does all the time, just in a different context. Throughout the entire game, frequently you'll have puddles of oil you can burn. Often they'll be around enemies or hazards. This is sort of similar to the exploding barrels thing. Like I said, combat is a puzzle with multiple solutions. The game gives you the option to light these oil puddles and fire all the time, and here it's no different. In the Black Mesa facility, it was a leaky gas pipe that would sometimes spew fire. A valve would sometimes be needed to activate this functionality. Here in Xen, it's the exact same thing, except it's a fire flower now instead of a pipe. Xen once again has gameplay equivalents to all of the features back on Earth. Now everything is just more planty, I guess? This is the exact same function with the underwater sections here, although I think this fares a little better. First off, the game has already introduced underwater sections being in Xen all the way back in its first chapter, thus it returning here isn't noteworthy at all. What is noteworthy though is the context. You'll be in an incredibly large cave throughout your chase with Gonarch. There's large green crystals that are filled with water, and just like with the fire flowers, damaging these will activate them. They spew water out and increase the water level of this giant cave, making it possible to access new areas by swimming higher. Gonarch will attack you on the outskirts of this place while you're not in the main cave. The underwater barnacles here in abundance make things pretty interesting too. There's also an ichthyosaur once the water level gets high enough, because of course there is. Just like before, this is a mechanic that's identical to something that's already been seen back on the Earth chapters. More than once, you'll deal with boxed-in water chambers that are needed to either access new areas or to solve a puzzle. This is the exact same thing, except now we're experimenting with the player adjusting water levels themselves. Pretty neat all things considered. Like I said, this fares a little better than the fire flower, but both mechanics are perfectly fine and really add a lot to this insane cat and mouse sequence that you and Gonarch are in. Which takes us to the third and final phase, Gonarch's actual lair. After one last chase sequence past a long narrow passageway with oil, you'll rocket thrust down into a large webbed area. We can surmise this is Gonarch's actual home for a few reasons. One, this is the singular area with the most webbing by far. Everything is covered to the brim in webs, and even the floor of this arena is literally made from webs in its entirety. Second, this is the area where the actual creature retreats to. By this final phase of the fight, you've got Gonarch panicked, and in an endangered and enraged state of mind. To try and get away from you, or to possibly make a last stand, it retreats to the area it knows best. From here on out, Gonarch is going to act more aggressively than before. This final arena is very similar to the beginning of the chapter when you first encounter Gonarch. The science team will send you rocket launcher ammo just like before in the first leg of the battle. Just like before, you need to quickly move around Gonarch and launch as many rockets at his weak points as you possibly can. However, what I really like about this is that this third and final phase of the fight is effectively a hard mode of the first phase. If you've ever played a few Nintendo games, then you probably already know what type of mechanic I'm talking about, since it's very common for bosses to have this type of behavior in those. I know Soulsborne bosses also do this commonly as well. Basically, after most of your fight with a boss, once you've got it at low health, as a desperation move, it'll enter an enraged mode. Usually it becomes much more aggressive in its attacks and maneuvers all at once. It may even gain a few new attacks or charge up a special move. This could also manifest in the boss transforming in some way or becoming a tougher variation of what it already was. This isn't even my final form, you know. While Gonarch doesn't transform at all, he's definitely far more aggressive here. To make things even more challenging compared to the beginning of the chapter, you're now in a much smaller area, less space to move around and hide from Gonarch overall. You also don't have a convenient healing pool here to retreat to. You have access to ammo and health kits the science team is teleporting in to help you out, but other than that, you're straight out of luck. Gonarch will now throw multiple of those green explosive projectiles at you at once, and from what I can tell, he spawns more mini head crabs than before. If this were a Nintendo game, Gonarch would be turning all red and you'd see puffs of frustrated breath escape him as the music kicks up a notch. Obviously, we're going for a much more serious tone than that, but the music definitely does kick up here with some of my favorite music in the entire game. This final battle is genuinely challenging, but also very fair, a hallmark of all great boss battles. This took me quite a few attempts to get on my first playthrough, but it was never rage-inducing or anything. Eventually though, you'll do enough damage to Gonarch in the webbed cavern to cause the floor to fall out from underneath you. And this is basically the end of the cavern. Gonarch will prematurely injure himself on the fall and will start throwing as many projectiles at you and all around you as he possibly can. This is one of the most purely amazing moments out of the entire game. Here you are, just one random guy with a crowbar, having just taken down a behemoth of an alien creature on your own. Dealing the final blow to Gonarch will cause the arena he's on to collapse, and you literally see the boss fall apart into pieces, which thus ends one of the most amazing chapters of a game I've played to date, and one of my new favorite boss battles of all time. I know that was a long narration, but I really wanted to get across just how much love and care was put into this singular chapter. Unlike most of the other chapters, this one even has a few secret Easter eggs to find. Most don't have any, yet this one has 2, yet another detail showing this chapter had more effort put into it than many of the others. The first is an Easter egg about Stargate. No, I'm not joking about that, this is really a thing, and it's extremely out of the way. If you manage to hop onto this random platform in the beginning of the chapter after Gonarch's first phase, you can almost clip onto the one above. You wouldn't expect this to have collision, but it shockingly does. A few more jumps, and once you've hit a certain platform, you'll literally be sent into a room. Unbelievably, you could actually have always seen the outside of this room from a wall in the main area, although it's so small and out of the way that I'm betting that most players won't even notice this. Even those who do will probably forget about it quickly, what with the Giga head crab chasing you and all. I know I completely forgot about this. I had a much more knowledgeable friend point out to me that this was even a thing. This is something I would never ever in a million years have noticed or figure out how to do. Anyways, once you're in this crevice, there's a teleport orb like the ones you see in the Lambda Core, which takes you to a secluded cave with a Stargate. There's a lot of meminess going on in here. There's a body model thing wearing a sun hat in here, there's pizza everywhere, and of course, the Stargate. There's also a little radio in here, which makes a reference to Half-Life 2 Episode 1 with Alex and Barney, which I really like. The guy on the radio is also super obsessed with quote-unquote pizza, the implication being that it's not really the pizza, but that he's getting parts to build the Stargate in the boxes from Black Mesa. To me, here's where this gets super interesting though. Stargate was a cult classic sci-fi show released in 1997, conveniently enough the year before Half-Life came out. From what I understand, its story didn't go too far, and it did get multiple spin-offs. I've seen enough of the show to know that this mysterious Stargate strands the main characters on this desert world, and I think I remember them being held captive by some aliens or something. Cut me a little slack here, it's been like 7 years since I've watched this thing. Regardless, the Stargate here in Black Mesa glows different colors after a certain amount of time. It's such a strange pattern, and yet this thing is just begging you to go through it and take you somewhere, but you can't. You can't turn it on, and this odd pattern of flashing lights is beyond me. I can't find a whole lot of good information online about it either, so I have zero idea. If anyone watching this has any idea what these odd colored lights mean, if there's some kind of message they're conveying or something, please share in the comments. I'd seriously love to know what's going on here. Again, assuming a single soul is even listening to this. It's a very long video. Anyway, the other Easter egg is much easier to find, but still out of the way. It's an alternative path that's very easy to miss as you're right about to enter Gonarch's final area. If you do go through here though, you'll find a small little encampment where Black Mesa has already been. On a whiteboard, there's a detailed outline of a way to kill Gonarch and a view of the entire arena as well as Gonarch wandering around, probably wondering where you are. I'm sure you can guess where this is going too. There's a slot for a gas canister. If you bring one with you here, which you can pretty easily get from one of the Black Mesa outposts on Xen, then you can slide it in. Press this handy dandy button and watch as the power of Cyanide saves the day. Overall, the chapter having these is great. I love them both so much, and they certainly don't have to be in the game, but they're here anyway. Now after all of that, let's talk about the original. Remember, I played Black Mesa first, so when I got to Half-Life Xen, and the first chapter was over in less than 5 minutes, I wasn't exactly sure what to expect from Gonarch in the original. The whole thing was a trip really. I beat all of Xen in one evening in only an hour or so. This part though? Look, I don't want to be mean, I absolutely love the ambition on display here to do something unique and weird, but this had me rolling. I actually probably played the game itself very poorly here because I couldn't stop laughing. Gonarch makes these sounds that I can only describe as like a sad cat purring, I think. He doesn't really attack you all that much and is pretty easy to deal with depending on how much ammo you've got on you. You still fight him first in a small arena, then he goes down some catacombs. You'll go under him at one point as well, but he doesn't do anything to you as you're plodding around him. Come back up, he takes a few more missile shots and then goes down under the tunnel and you're at the end of the battle already. There's ledges here that you can easily attack him from without him doing much in retaliation. Right as Gonarch dies, he makes another weird sound, which kind of sounds like a sad elephant crying now. I seriously have no idea what's going on here anymore. I felt like I was drunk playing this part because I was dying laughing. After that, it's just kinda over. Jump down a hole and on to the next chapter. I really hope that illustrates in its entirety just how much Black Mesa has added here. It's basically not even the same chapter at this point. They're hardly even comparable beyond skeletal basics. And unfortunately, this is also the point where Black Mesa's winning streak with Xen comes to an end. Interloper, the next chapter after Gonarch, is interesting. For most players, this is easily the one sore spot out of a perfect ending to the game. I half agree with that assessment, although like most things, it's more complicated than that. Interloper starts off incredibly strong, and then slowly lowers in quality as it goes on. There's no one moment that singularly shows this degradation either. There's no cutoff point at all. Instead, it's a slow transition. I'm also going to go through most parts of this chapter, although not section by section like I did with Gonarch. Like Xen and Surface Tension, this is just a little too long to really warrant talking about every area in chronological order. Also, unlike the Xen chapter, a lot of the content here is redundant, so going through it chronologically would also be as well. We will talk about it in order basically, just not as explicitly as I did for Gonarch. So this whole thing starts incredibly strong. As you exit the cave where you just beat Gonarch, you're presented with a huge vista of floating land masses with buildings all surrounding one giant central tower. I actually neglected to mention this earlier somehow, but wonderfully there's been a gargantuan alien tower that you can see in the distance. This thing is one of the first sights you'll see in Xen after you exit the starting cave. It's a looming and imposing goal for you throughout your journey in this dimension. As soon as you see it, you'll know that it's your goal to get there. I love this. It acts as a consistent reminder through your time in Xen of the reason why you're here at all. You can even spot it in the distance at a few points during the Gonarch battle. There's also a very good chance this gigantic alien tower looming over a small weak city around it is supposed to mirror the Citadel in Half-Life 2. Both are presented in the same way. You know you'll eventually show up there. You end up climbing up both of them, and both games end at the top of them with G-Man cutting in right after Gordon completes his mission. Just thought it was an interesting parallel. Well, now, right at the outset, you've made it so much closer to this thing than ever before, and it's more ominous than ever. It establishes a new tone that Xen hasn't had up to this point. You're behind enemy lines, you're getting closer to your goal, and unlike the strange alien world from before, you're now in a setting where you're no longer welcome. This is no longer going to be the lush world you've been in. The sky here has gone from a bright orange hue to an ominous red, bathing the scene in that light. Oddly enough, one of the giant tentacles is here from Blast Pit, which I have no clue about. He's out of the way enough to basically not even be a threat because you don't have to get close to him at all. It's just strange. This is the only time you'll actually see one of these enemies in Xen. My guess of an explanation is that the original Half-Life's Interloper chapter had one of these as well, so maybe Crowbar felt that they had to include it somehow, so they just kinda stuck it here. But then they changed so much else that I'm more or less just left wondering, why? Either way, you're about to just boost past this creature and straight onto the most interesting twist of the entire game. You'll sneak into these buildings and you're made to see one of the alien brutes abusing a group of Vortigaunts all lined up. What a bully. Once you kill him, you'll probably be on guard and ready to fight Vortigaunts as well. And what's totally genius about this is that there's absolutely nothing stopping you from doing exactly that. However, you'll notice that they're not attacking you. They won't even try to hurt you. Instead, they're cowering in fear, completely turning their backs from you and standing stock still. It's pretty easy to understand immediately what's going on here, and if so, you'll be hit by that insane revelation that you've been killing a lot of innocent, intelligent creatures the entire game. Unless you're a big dumb like me who was totally confused as to why the Vortigaunts were cowering. Not to worry though, because the game is about to make it explicitly clear what's going on. I love everything about this place. This is the Vortigaunt village, their only place of refuge. This place is in part only possible because of Half-Life 2, since the game expands on the lore behind the Vortigaunts and gives them a much more interesting role to play in Half-Life's overall story. Your introduction to this place is a little unusual right off the bat. You're met with a large, unpassable force field with a small group of Vortigaunts right on the other side. In their eyes, you're a potential threat, but you might also be their savior. The two Vortigaunts at the entrance seem to debate letting you in, and then reluctantly head to the force field controls to allow you inside their village. Understand they basically have zero way to defend themselves from you other than their telekinetic powers, which really won't do much against a shotgun to the face. They're completely vulnerable, yet they'd rather take a chance on you than continue to be in their current situation. In fact, thanks to the notorious all-knowing Vortigaunt in Half-Life 2, a Vortigaunt who gives you some cryptic background lore about the Half-Life universe and how their powers function, we know these Vortigaunts here knew about you killing their brethren. Basically, the way Vortigaunts function is that they all share each other's experience. Like a hive mind, they know everything that has happened to one another, and they also know everything that has happened in the past and everything that will come to pass in the future. If it wasn't obvious enough by now, these creatures are being enslaved. The hierarchy of intelligent life on Xen has these guys at the very bottom of the totem pole. They're quite friendly creatures and don't have any malicious intentions as many of the creatures you're battling or even us humans. If there were ever truly a force of good in these games, it's the Vortigaunts. This also means that they know about you killing many of their own, but can also tell that you were attacked first and were simply fighting for your own survival. They must also have some idea that the G-Man is watching you, although that's speculation. Technically, Gordon doesn't even know about G-Man yet by this point in the story. It does speak to just how bad their situation is by their willingness to let you in despite the fact that Gordon is a bona fide killing machine by now. This is so wonderful. This section really allows the game's fast pace to truly rest for a bit, with world building that's done completely wordlessly without ever taking control away from you. Everyone likes to throw the word immersive around a lot, but there really isn't a better way of describing this. You can choose to just run past the Vortigaunts as soon as they let you in, or you can take their time and explore their village and interact with them even if they can't speak English yet. This is all leading to an eventual attack from the controllers on the village. These are the floating brain creatures that fly around you as they screech and fire at you back at the Lambda Core. I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be acting as security guards for the Vortigaunts, sounding off the alarm at any escape attempts and killing any possible intruders, which would include you. One really nice detail here is that the controllers can individually possess the Vortigaunts, causing them to become hostile towards you so long as the controller that's possessing them is alive and they're alive. This sequence here is another moment that will really kind of make you feel like the hero of the story, assuming you didn't just immediately murder every Vortigaunt in sight because gaming. The musical cues here and the layout of the map really solidify that you're defending this small village from a tyranny beyond their control. Unfortunately, this is a dynamic the game is going to absolutely abuse. Time and time again throughout this chapter, you'll be saving Vortigaunts from controllers that spawn in to kill them and you. Eventually, the alien brutes join in on this dynamic too. I honestly can't even remember how many times this gameplay dynamic repeats itself in your way up to the Xen Citadel. Is it cool if I call it that? It's probably cool. Anyway, this first time it happens is also unfortunately the best. Due to it being the first time the gameplay dynamic is presented, it's automatically going to be fresh, but the execution this first time is stellar to boot. Interloper continues to be nearly perfect for a short amount of time after this too, and really has a slow decline in quality. It's something that's so odd to me. Up to this point, Xen has been literally perfect, yet this chapter features more repetition than any other. I'm gonna try and talk about what I like about this place first, because there is a lot to enjoy. For starters, after this Vortigaunt encampment, you'll find yourself on the periphery of enemy lines, and as you pass by, you'll see one of the Gargantua creatures looming from above, patrolling. Yet another creature acting as a security guard for this place. I remember a pit in my heart completely sank as I knew I was going to be dealing with another one of these guys. What I couldn't have expected though was an insane chase sequence against more of these big fire guys than I can count. Shortly after sneaking around the alcove, you'll see a large entrance adjacent to you obscured by branches and vines. Almost out of nowhere, one of these fire guys bursts through here, and you'll have to bolt down a further path at top speed with your rocket thruster. This chase sequence is a lot like the Gonarch fight from before, only every time you think you've just outran the last Gargantua, another appears, and you've got to quickly reorient and turn the other way. You'll also platform a lot here. I've already talked about how much I actually enjoy most of Xen's platforming with its more open environments and double tap space control for the rocket thrust. Here it's in the context of this epic chase sequence, plus with the running water coming off of the pathways you'll be jumping around is a nice touch. This whole thing makes you feel tiny. Everything around here is ginormous. I suppose that's why the Gargantua are even here at all, but it definitely makes you feel small, in a good way. This whole thing is very David and Goliath-esque. The sequence ends with one final jump as multiple Gargantua creatures stumble behind you as you cross this very large gap. It's by far the largest jump in the climax to the whole thing. The rush of adrenaline was great here, and this section only makes the lack of them reusing the tentacle monster even more odd. They reintroduced the Gargantua Fire Guys for an absolutely epic gauntlet, but the tentacle just gets a spot off to the side right at the beginning of where you'll immediately forget it ever existed. It honestly smells like cut content to me, but it's not the biggest deal in the world. I also like that you don't actually kill any of these Gargantua. You only barely escape them by the skin of your teeth. Gordon Freeman is already badass enough to be able to take down these large monsters by their lonesome. I think it might be a bit of a stretch if he starts taking down multiple at once. At this point, he's basically Duke Nukem and can fight 3 Gonarchs at once. I like that Gordon has limitations in situations he's in. It's likely he wouldn't have even made it close to this far without the HEV suit and his scientific mind. It's not the most important detail, it's just something small that I really like. Gordon doesn't need to hear this anyway, though. He's a highly trained professional. Sorry, I absolutely had to include that line somewhere in here. Side note, I love that the scientist that actually says that in Black Mesa is voiced by Kevin Brighting, the voice narrator for the Stanley Parable. That just makes it so much better.
Gordon doesn't need to hear all this. He's a highly trained professional.
Aside from that being off topic, I'm procrastinating, because right here is the cutoff point. After heading further into the alcove after you escape from the horde of Gargantua, you'll come across this bizarre structure. I love how this thing looks. I think it looks like a poor representation of the 9/11 maybe, although it's not super clear. In all actuality, it's not even a structure, it's probably just the coolest looking sewer system exit that's ever been conceived. But I can't help but see a weird face in this thing. I don't know though, maybe that might just be me. This thing is the entrance to the Xen Citadel / Xen Black Mesa Company factory area. From here, things start slowly going downhill after such a long amount of time of the game being perfect. Prepare for unforeseen consequences in a whole lot of plug puzzles. Things don't start out so bad. You enter a large area that's extremely ominous. I've heard from a few people that the aesthetic here looks like Doom Eternal, and I kinda see that for the rest of the chapter. There's definitely some similarities to be drawn, but I think this is pretty unique in its own right. The walls are made out of a skin-like material, with ripped ridges implying that there would be a bone structure underneath. It's almost like we're in the insides of some horrific creature turned inside out and drained of blood. It's pretty freaky as a concept, all things considered, and I like it. The alien technology in this area is pretty phenomenal looking as well. Something about the grooved metallic surfaces and caging everywhere gives off a 90s alien vibe. If I ever got abducted in Twin Peaks or the X-Files, this is what I would imagine the alien tech would look like. With this setting, many of the puzzles and environmental conceits also make more sense. It was a little contrived to have large wire puzzles in the first Xen chapter when you're immersed in alien nature, but with this more industrial setting, it makes so much more sense. The first major puzzle you do involves plugging in orange cords into a machine. This thing releases a green cord that is then plugged into a different one. This then activates a button that when pressed will turn on this circular lift that's behind you. This lift has 3 different phases of activation before it can reach its full height and speed. This causes the system running it to overload, exposing this large sack that you need to shoot to stop the circular platform from being dangerous. You then use the platform to hop onto the next area. Was that all clear? Was any of that confusing in the slightest? Did any of that seem arbitrary at all? If your answer is yes, I completely agree. I hope you enjoyed it though, because get ready to do all of that again 3 more times in just this starting chamber alone. Yay! This doesn't even make sense. The way these wires are laid out would never in a million years be how an intelligent species would go about doing this. Also, why does destroying this weird sack thing cause the system to stop overloading? Wouldn't that make things worse? It looks like it was processing or in some way moving the weird green goo in the circular lifts you get on. Would destroying the thing that moves the movement stuff stop movement? The answer is that it doesn't matter. Besides, earlier I talked about the tongue-in-cheek tone of Half-Life in general, so not everything needs to make perfect sense. I think this really sticks out because you're going to go through this puzzle sequence a lot. Completing this and getting to the top of the chamber activates a second swarm of controllers trying to kill you in the Vortigaunts. This isn't exactly old yet, but it's only the second time it happens, but it definitely lacks the impact of the first time. Most of the Vortigaunts in this area I ignored as I was too busy with the puzzles, and they're not really doing anything here anyway. They're either just standing around or pressing one of the buttons on the terminals around the place. And look, I don't want to exaggerate anything, but you really just go through the same sequence over and over through the rest of the facility up to the climax. There are these interesting moments with large green barrels on conveyor belts to mix things up a little. These were in the original Half-Life's Interloper chapter, so their inclusion makes sense, but they don't really do much. The only time these were that interesting was the sequence where you get stuck in a chamber with one, and you have to platform around the top of it. You then get stuck in a security protocol on the barrels as you're forced to dodge some deadly lasers as the system checks for life forms on the barrels. It's pretty cool, I liked this part a lot, even if it was too easy. There's also moments where it's advantageous to use the barrels as cover while they're moving during combat, which is interesting. And that's really it. You go through this pattern of plug and platforming puzzles followed by combat with controllers always, and sometimes the brutes as well. Now the circular platform and plug puzzles are in this little cave. Look, now it's in this lift area so you might fall to your death. Now it's along some conveyor belts with barrels. Can you find the sacks? By the way, you'll never be in any amount of danger at all because the game just wants to throw everything you could ever need at you at your feet at all times. Around every corner there's a healing station. This thing is a combination of healing pools and energy crystals combined into one, so it brings you to completely full health and full HEV shield energy all at once. This thing is in the original, but there it's only used a few times. Here though, it's just spammed. You're never in a desperate situation for very long here. Despite being very, very deep in enemy territory, you're going to be at full health and shield 90% of the time. I guess these things being everywhere is also a good excuse for the game to throw more controllers at you ad nauseum, because that's exactly what it does. The only other way it could possibly limit you would be ammo, right? You may be in very good shape, but you're dealing with so many of these things that you're probably having to be very sparing with your ammo. The science team can only teleport so many supplies into you at once, and they don't have an infinite amount either. It would actually be a pretty interesting gameplay concept to basically be always guaranteed full health, but to have so little ammo against a flying enemy that you have to be very precise with your aiming. The enemy's strategy could be to whittle you down slowly, draining you of supplies so that they can kill you before you get to the next health station. Your strategy in return would be to slowly and carefully kill them so as not to run out of ammo. There could even be little bits of cheat ammo tied to some optional plug puzzles instead of them all being strictly mandatory to progress. Once again, combat is a puzzle, but now in a new remixed way from before. But instead, you know what's an even better idea than that? Let's just make a green crystal like the blue HEV one, and this one just gives you ammo. Now not only are you always going to be at full health and HEV energy, but also pretty much at full ammo at all times. Huzzah! Go haywire, nothing matters anymore. I don't understand this. This isn't even for a short amount of time either, so I don't think it's going for a power trip kind of thing. From a game design aspect, I can't even possibly conceive of this ever being a good idea. Just let the player, for what's supposed to be one of the hardest sections of the entire game, constantly never be in danger or threatened by anything ever. Riveting. Look, I know that this green crystal technically doesn't restore all of your weapons to full ammo, it only fully charges the weapons that function off of energy in the first place, so it's not like it makes zero sense in universe. This means that it only charges up your Tau cannon and the gluon gun. You're still going to be utterly out of ammo for all of your other weapons, except that it doesn't matter because coincidentally the Tau cannon and the gluon gun are the best weapons in the game, so you wouldn't need to use the others at this point anyway. God, remember when we were at the early point and you had to carefully strategize and get a feel for the layout of the room you were in? You were smart to use every single weapon and throwable you had in your arsenal. You even had to use the environment to your advantage and had to really think about what you were doing. Remember that? Yeah, me too. Now it's just spam hold the gluon gun and jump around the room a bunch hardly in harm's way at all with very little thought put into what you're doing at all. The controllers can still be a bit challenging here. There was at one point I literally cleared the room with exactly 1 health point remaining, but immediately after I was back to full health and ammo because those stations and crystals are everywhere for you. I never died though, and I never had to put any thought into combat as I was engaging with this stage. It's a shame because there's a lot of ways this could have really been interesting, and in ways that probably would have required less development ironically. And yet, I'm a bit of a hypocrite, because there was one sequence where the devs do this and I actually like it. I like this one sequence a lot, even though it's the exact thing I've been criticizing. I have my reasons for it though. Mainly it actually goes for the whole power trip for a small moment I just mentioned. The music kicks, and you're made to absolutely mow down machinery in waves and waves of enemy controllers. I really do find it out of place in a Half-Life game, and it feels like it would be a lot more at home in Doom, but I would be lying if I said that I didn't have a lot of fun during this part. Way back in the first section of this video, I talked about how the alien factory mirrors the Black Mesa facility in the way it operates and what it does. This is the moment that made me first realize this. This final section of Interloper starts off at the base of the first gargantuan lift, and you're slowly going to make your way around this imposing thing until you can make your way onto the lift itself. There's a ton of negative empty space around you, giving this feeling that while you're not in a void, you're in an area so massive that it's hard to even comprehend. It reminds me a lot of the giant chasm of space you see in the final elevator ride of the first Portal game before you confront GLaDOS. After one final jump, you get a great view of this giant elevator and land on the base of it as it begins to ascend. Seeing this thing in its entirety looks strikingly similar to the teleportation generator in the Lambda core, as well as the top of the teleportation machine at the very beginning of the game that caused the resonance cascade. Going up this thing is an absolute trip. Yes, you're always going to be at full health, energy, and ammo. Literally everything you could need, but it's too epic for me to care here. You're in a constant motion against the clock as you destroy these floating metal walls protecting the controllers trying to kill you. These walls also spin around the health and ammo stations, meaning you'll have to destroy a whole ton of these things in a small area all at once, which is totally not super satisfying at all. I have no idea what you're talking about. You're consistently on the move with your gluon gun and feel like an absolute Chad as you mow down waves of everything in sight and lift slowly but surely up to the top of the tower. This little moment is just a lot of fun. It really does make sense, and I know not everyone likes this part, but I really enjoyed it. It was cool as hell and one awesome way to end off the chapter. Except it's not exactly the end. It's the end gameplay-wise, but you've got a little sightseeing to do before you go fight the giant floating baby head. These sights get my head really into theory crafting territory as well. First off, there's the captured humans and objects from Earth. They're all either dead, soon to be dead, or in eternal stasis. You have Black Mesa scientists, military soldiers, and security guards who aren't Barney. There's also things captured here like coffee cups, old photographs, normal ammo, oh hey I'll take that, computers, and old pizza, because of course there's pizza. The second big site here is this gigantic intergalactic simulation. I don't even know what to make of this thing. There's certainly no Black Mesa back on Earth equivalent to this. It's truly alien in nature. My guess of a theory here would be that this thing might be how the Ninelanth and various alien races here saw the Combine coming to invade their homeworld in the first place, so that's how they knew to retreat to the border world Xen to escape them. I'm just kinda spitballing though. Definitely let me know if you have a theory about this in the comments. I can't wait for there to be 0 comments and 0 views. Anyway, on to more pressing matters. This is the end, and as you ascend up the side of the chamber, you find a teleporter on the roof and you're there. That's Interloper. This whole thing really is just incredibly ambitious. The original Half-Life's Interloper chapter just doesn't even resemble this at all. While I still stand by Honor Rail being the worst chapter in Half-Life, Interloper is honestly a close second to the original, and also has the singularly worst moment in the entire game. The other thing is that I think the concept behind Honor Rail is really quite interesting, and just wasn't executed in a good way. The concept behind Interloper is, I guess, just introducing the controllers and friendly Vortigaunts. At least it's a little longer than 7 minutes, unlike the previous 2 chapters. It can be a fair bit challenging, but overall it's not that memorable. It's also very hard to tell here if the Vortigaunts are actually friendly or not. There's 0 way to tell when and which ones are being possessed by the controllers. So some Vortigaunts will immediately attack you and some won't. There's really not a good way to tell which ones are friendly and which ones aren't. This whole chapter though is sort of hazy in my mind, and the only part of it I even remember all that clearly would be the flying platforming. Oh god, this was absolutely torturous. Okay, so you'll end up on one of those Xen floating islands like in the beginning chapter. This one thankfully you're closer to, so no trippy platforming required to get to it in the first place. However, your goal is yet another teleport warp on a smaller island that's decently far off. The only way to get to this island is to manage to jump onto one of these flying stingray alien guys. These guys are known as Boyd, which is a name I actually really quite like. However, this is really the only time they're ever relevant to gameplay in Half-Life. They do some fighting with the military and surface tension, but nothing that directly involves Gordon, except the way that they're relevant here is just... It's definitely something. I hope you like quick saving, because if you're a sane human being, you're going to be using it here a lot. Prepare yourself for the singularly most broken section in all of Half-Life. Thank God it's short. Fuck, I'm an insane human being, and even I quick saved here consistently, but then I'm also quick to save scum when I don't end up needing it, so that might be a moot point. Either way, this section is unnecessarily frustrating and challenging, and not because it was meant to be, but because of how broken and unfinished everything here feels. This place is crawling with enemy Vortigaunts and controllers, even though you'll probably be pretty low on health and ammo when you get here. There's also no supplies for you here either, and hardly any cover. This hill off to the side is kind of slightly out of sight so you can get an idea for your enemies without dying instantly, but your options are extremely limited, and there's no supplies of any sort or recovery in sight. Well, the enemies on the entire island are kinda useless anyway, because the way forward here is for you to hop onto one of the Boyd birds and ride them. This would honestly be really interesting, but remember, this is 1998. The fact that they're even attempting something like this is really cool, but it really doesn't work. The Boyd birds, God, I love calling them that, are really wonky to walk on. You have to platform from one of them to a second one, and then make an extra long jump to the island with a teleporter. This is a really hard jump to make. If you fail this jump, pretty much no matter where you land, you're guaranteed death. Most likely you'll fall into the void. Obviously that's death. If you fall onto the island, there's these little pits that can kill you, but also have Xen bounce pads to get back out, but very damaged. These are completely hidden, and there seems to be a lot of them, which is death. If you don't fall into them, then don't worry, there's plenty of hostile Vortigaunts and brutes here as well. That's death. Unless you're in tip-top shape health-wise, falling here is almost always going to result in your death. And like I said, this is an incredibly difficult jump. I honestly don't even remember how I made it. I just know I barely made it off the edge of this thing. This section to me is both very frustrating and unfairly difficult, and also oddly comedic, at least to me. I was kinda laughing a bit at this point at how broken the game had become. I had suddenly transitioned from being utterly astounded by how amazing Half-Life was to laughing at it once I had reached Xen and onwards. But this one section alone, if I had to point to any one singular area and say this is the worst part, it would be this Boyd Bird platforming section. It's a train wreck in all of the worst ways, at least it's short. It's also one of my favorite things about Black Mesa's Interloper chapter, in that it wasn't included at all. Black Mesa's previous two chapters had at least loosely followed what happens in the first two Xen chapters. It kind of reminds me of a sketch. In this case, Xen is the sketch. The original Xen chapters feel like a bare-bones, unfinished, rough sketch that isn't completed at all. Lots of construction lines and scribbles everywhere. Whereas Black Mesa's Xen feels like the real finished drawing. The sketch is gone, and everything has been inked and painted in. It's now a beautiful tapestry, but still resembles that skeletal structure that was in the original sketch. Well, if Xen is a sketch, then Black Mesa's Interloper just forgets about the initial sketch and just sort of does its own thing. Which is fine, that's an okay approach, and as I've laid out, in some areas it succeeds at exactly that, and in others it doesn't. That's the inherent risk with change. When you change something, regardless of if it's been proven to work or not, you're still taking a risk on your own design and ideas. But despite this risk, often it's a good thing to go through with it anyway. Crowbar Collective took a risk in changing Xen from the original as much as they did. Obviously, I would say this risk completely paid off with Black Mesa's version of the Xen chapter in Gonarch's Lair, but with Interloper it didn't completely pay off in the same way, and that's okay. Despite all the criticism I've thrown at it, I would say that Interloper is still a good chapter of Black Mesa. Not great, but good. However, it certainly is a cut above the original Interloper chapter, and that in of itself is a success in my eyes. As a concept, a giant tower leading to the final boss is such an amazing idea, and I honestly can't imagine how long this all must have taken to create. It's such a perfect transition into the final chapter of Half-Life, and that's one more thing this chapter succeeds at in a way the original didn't. Speaking of which, that final boss. It's about time we talked about him. The giant time baby you fight at the very end of the game. This boss battle is an interesting topic and isn't as easy to dissect as Gonarch. See, the Gonarch battle is a little bit of my issue with this final boss of Black Mesa. Gonarch in the original Half-Life is a bit of a pushover, which means that the actual final boss is a lot more imposing. In Black Mesa though, the Gonarch battle was so epic and perfect that it kind of overshadows the actual final boss in comparison. The other thing is that this final boss is of course going to be compared to Gonarch since it gets its own whole chapter to itself just like Gonarch did. Chapter 18, Ninolith, is essentially the final chapter of Black Mesa. We're here. We've made it to the finale, everybody. I'm sure that by this point the video has become a very long one, but we're here at the end. There's not too much left to analyze, and my fingers are all very, very exhausted. To that end, let's have a little fun. Saying Ninolith over and over again isn't the easiest thing to pronounce. It's also not exactly the easiest thing to type over and over again either. Don't get me wrong, it's a sick name for a final boss. It's menacing, but I've kinda got a name in mind that not only is even more menacing, but is also much easier to type and say. I can think of no better name befitting a final foe as large as this one, no better temporary name to encapsulate the sheer horror of this monstrosity, no better name for Black Mesa's final boss. So, from here on out, I'm going to be referring to the Ninolith as none other than Big Chungus. Okay, so before the Big Chungus final boss, you'll be teleported to the very top of the tower you spent all of the previous chapter climbing. This is it. This is your objective. This is the amazing sense of accomplishment making it all the way up here. You know this portal is why you're even here, and you've been able to see it from afar ever since you made it to Xen. But now being right in front of it, looming large, you'll instinctively know shit's about to go down. Honestly, just look at this. If I ever had to pick a favorite visual area in any game, I don't know, but I would think that this would at least make it on there somewhere. After jumping through the portal, you'll fall down a very large chamber and you'll be met face to face with Big Chungus himself. This is the creature that's leading the invasion on Earth. This is the creature that's enslaved the Vortigaunts. This is the thing that desperately wants you dead. There's more to the story than that, and Big Chungus here isn't necessarily completely evil, but when you land here, it's showtime. Going into this battle, it's going to be a lot shorter than the Gonarch fight overall. Honestly, this is probably the one singular chapter of Black Mesa that's genuinely shorter than its original counterpart. An unusual choice to be sure. However, this choice is one that I think is understandable where the devs' heads were at. In the original game, Big Chungus here was a final boss battle themed around teleportation. Big Chungus will float up above you in this extremely vertical arena in the original. You really can't do much damage to him in the traditional sense, since he's protected by giant floating forms of Xen crystals. He has quite a few projectile attacks to fire at you with, but you've also got plenty of room to move around here. But not to worry, because Big Chungus has one more big attack trick up his sleeve for you. These are pretty slow so you can see them coming, but they also home in on you so actually dodging them is near impossible. You'll also recognize them immediately because these are the exact same teleportation orbs you've been seeing the entire game, both with Black Mesa's teleportation tech and some of the tech on Xen with teleportation capabilities. Once you get hit with one of these, you'll be sent into a different arena with some sort of mini challenge for you to complete before you can teleport yourself back to the main battle via another warp port. These mini challenges are people's main issue with this boss battle, and it's not hard to see why. See, getting teleported into these is paramount to actually completing the fight, which is fine and all, except that you're going to be teleported a lot. You'll end up going through every one of these separate teleport locations, and most of them you'll have to do multiple times if you're fighting Big Chungus for the first time and don't know everything to expect. The biggest problem with this teleportation gimmick is that it can get pretty tedious. Get teleported, complete a small challenge, get back out, try to destroy one giant Xen crystal, rinse and repeat. There's also health pools next to these crystals protecting Big Chungus, plus even more health pools in some of the areas you get teleported to, meaning that there's usually plenty of time to heal. Once you destroy all of these and do enough damage to Big Chungus, his head will literally split open and he'll start spinning around. Like the air vents in the Black Mesa facility, you'll be whisked into the air, and here you can deal the final blow however you like to Big Chungus's exposed head. All in all, this final boss isn't really that difficult. I think I died once in one of the locations you get teleported to during the fight, but the whole thing proves to be pretty simple. Unfortunately, the hardest thing about this fight is its tedium, and some of the platforming since the arena you'll be fighting in is so steep. Safe to say, I can see what Half-Life is going for with the Big Chungus final boss battle. When you first see Big Chungus here, he's certainly imposing. The teleportation gimmick certainly fits with the teleporters being one of the main plot components of Half-Life. All in all, I think it's a super interesting idea for a boss battle. What's wrong here was the execution, and honestly the magnitude of what Valve was trying to do here just probably wasn't very feasible with a brand new company and the limited tech they had to work with in 1998. Which is where Black Mesa comes in, because with the tech available in 2019 and onwards, and the capability of the latest version of Source, they could certainly do this concept justice. Which, to me, is the most disappointing thing. Black Mesa completely ditches the teleportation gimmick in favor of the Big Chungus battle taking place in one gigantic, much more traditional and horizontal arena. The idea behind this version of Big Chungus is that there are gigantic energy crystals forming a shield around him, and that you have to dodge various attacks while making time to fire at the shield and break it. Once you've broken one of the hexagonal interfaces on the shield, you can fire through the gap created to do some more damage to Big Chungus. This isn't my favorite direction to take in the world, but I'll at least start with what I like about it. For one, the actual shield around Big Chungus rotates, which is a little more interesting since it also repairs itself in spots you've destroyed after enough time has passed. I also enjoy how you can get more health in this battle. It's one of the last remaining remnants of the teleportation gimmick. Parts of the Black Mesa facility on Earth will be randomly teleported in, various sizes of buildings from offices to canals. These have health and energy kits buried amongst the rubble, and you can run up and get a little health and energy before jumping back into the fight. Aside from this concept just being awesome, it's also an excuse for the game to bring back Black Mesa's old health system, instead of just pools and crystals that completely heal you fully. With this idea, now you would have to play carefully again in this final encounter, as health and HEV energy have once again become a limited and precious commodity. This is my favorite new idea here in the fight, and its execution would be perfect except for the fact that there are still health pools and energy crystals here that get you to full health. Tucked away in the very back of the arena are alcoves for you to retreat to. Big Chungus can still hit you from here, but it's a lot safer from him as well than being up close and in firing range. You can always come back here to fill up on health and energy. Just a few rocket jumps away and you're good to go. All of this is a huge sore spot on the battle. These are always accessible, meaning that if you play carefully enough, even on your first try, this won't be that tough of a battle. To combat the ability for the player to easily always retreat to get full health and shield energy, Big Chungus's attacks are more varied and hit a lot harder than in the original. Their modern visuals definitely make him more menacing, which is a nice improvement, but those tougher attacks don't help. It means that you'll always be scurrying to the back of the arena often to keep healing up. This system also makes it so that the idea of chunks of Earth teleporting in with small amounts of health and energy is almost a defunct system besides the small amount of ammo you might get. Heck, the science team will teleport some ammo in for you separately, so these really aren't necessary. However, more than likely, you'll be chock full of ammo by the time you make it to Big Chungus, so unless you just miss every shot you take, you're really not going to be hunting for ammo too much here. The only real advantage these give you is that health and shield energy in these are a little closer to you than rocket jumping to the back of the arena. Big Chungus's new attacks, while very visually pleasing, are really nothing you probably haven't seen before if you play a lot of video games. They're small electrical explosives that he'll drop down on the ground. These have a small wind-up animation and take a good amount of time before detonation. One on its own wouldn't be too much of a challenge at all, but the trick is that you'll be dodging a large amount of these all at once. Big Chungus will also sporadically fire these electric laser beams at you. These are a constant projectile, and he sort of just waves the lasers around, which are fun enough to dodge but easy to forget about. One of my favorite attacks that he does, which I feel is a little bit more creative, is that he'll launch cars and chunks of the ground from Earth at you that are teleporting in. These are pretty interesting, although he doesn't do it as often as his other attacks. He has the ability to charge up some electrical sphere attacks as well. He'll launch these at you quite frequently. These aren't too tough to dodge either, and the only time they're really a challenge to move out of the way from is if Big Chungus catches you with these right when you run out of charge on your rocket thrust. Next, he has the ability to wall off parts of the arena, and effectively divide it up into parts. Since the way to dodge all of these attacks is to just remain on the move in this wide open area, having to deal with your movement space being temporarily cut into a fourth of what it usually is interesting. I like this idea a lot, and its execution is just right. There are even more small moves that Big Chungus can do too, but I think you get the basic gist. This clearly was a fight with a lot of thought, time, and effort put into it. However, what you may have also noticed is that a lot of these attacks are a little on the plain side. Laser beams, electric projectiles, explosives, big shields. It's impressive how much is here, especially when compared to how flimsy Big Chungus was in the original, but a lot of it doesn't really stand out all that much. I had to go back to all of my footage and do some extra reading to even remember all of his attacks, and he comes at the very end of the game. I certainly didn't have to go back to read it all to remember the original Big Chungus teleport gimmick. Like I said, it's a case of poor execution, not a poor idea in concept. Whereas Black Mesa's Big Chungus boss battle feels like a decent enough execution, but no really interesting or different ideas. Black Mesa's Big Chungus fails to stand out from many other video game final boss battles in my mind. The battle is split into 3 major sections. The first will be you destroying these armored electric crystals I mentioned. Then you slowly whittle away at a hexagonal shield around Big Chungus. Finally, when you get him to low enough health, he'll enter a panic mode and start spinning around in circles. I actually like this third and final phase of the battle the best. It's by far the most interesting portion. For one, Big Chungus's final weakness from the original is preserved. He has a giant Xen crystal in his forehead that if you're able to do enough damage to and shatter, then that will kill him. Next, there's the sheer in-your-face frequency of his attacks in the final phase. Yes, it's a lot of the exact same stuff, but now the frequency with which Big Chungus is attacking you has been ramped up to 11. There's huge clouds of dust and dirt in the air, making it tough to see. There are electric and flashing lights everywhere. Big Chungus even gets one last new attack here, in which he desperately launches columns of fire at you one after another in extremely rapid succession. Once again, it's a plain idea on its own, but with how ginormous these are and how quickly the devs are willing to make them come at you, it becomes heart-pounding to try and weave your way between these and everything else that's happening. These will essentially never stop coming, although they do slow down for a brief moment to allow you to quickly catch your bearings. What makes this even better though is that this brief moment is really your only chance to damage Big Chungus, and since he's spinning in circles quite quickly, plus with everything you're dealing with, actually hitting him in these conditions is a mighty challenge, which is perfect. He's the final boss. He's split into 3 phases, and this is the final phase. Yes, this is very tough, but it's also Black Mesa's last challenge for you to overcome. I actually wish this were a little harder, if anything. It's tough, sure, but after a few attempts you'll get the hang of it even with all the chaos on your screen and be able to deal the final blow and kill Big Chungus. Either way, it's an amazing way to end an otherwise short and much more generic battle compared to Gonarch. It especially doesn't help that the fight with Gonarch is 4 times as long as this one, and yet still manages to remain interesting for the entire runtime. Gonarch in many ways feels like a more climactic final boss than the actual one does. If I could change anything about this final boss though, I would bring back the teleport mechanic. It just needs to be properly executed. For starters, Black Mesa's rendition of Big Chungus's signature teleportation move would need to teleport you into less annoying areas that are shorter, more interesting and varied, and that are numerous enough to ensure that not only would they not repeat, but that there's a good chance you wouldn't even see all of them in just one fight with Big Chungus. This part I doubt would even require that much work, seeing as the dev team was also sitting on a whole ton of assets that are completely different from Xen that Big Chungus could have teleported you to. This is going to seem like an odd idea, but hear me out. He could teleport you back to Earth. Think about it. Big Chungus has already demonstrated the ability to teleport objects and even entire chunks of the ground from Earth all the way over from Xen into his lair. We also know he desperately wants you gone, so teleporting Gordon all the way back to Earth makes sense. But you may be asking how you would even get back into the battle. In the original, Big Chungus only teleports you into other caves in Xen, and there was a convenient teleport machine to get you right back into the fight. This is very convenient to have these, right? Here's how it would work. The first area Big Chungus teleports you to would always be the same. It would be a small, inaccessible room in Chapter 11, Questionable Ethics. In this room, after fighting some enemies, would be a teleport rod you could pick up. This thing would teleport you back into the fight, and as long as it gets enough charge, could always take you back to Big Chungus. Why would this be here though? Well, we already know that not only has the Black Mesa company extensively studied Xen, but they also traveled there quite a bit. I really don't think it's out of the range of possibility that some of the higher up scientists in the company had already known about Big Chungus deep in Xen, nor do I think it's impossible that they would have developed a quick way to access him, seeing as Black Mesa was especially interested in studying the Xen crystals, and Big Chungus has a giant one implanted in his forehead. You could even say that this device was initially powered up by the Lambda Core or something if you made it to this initial room in that final chapter. From here, what would happen is that you would still get teleported away throughout the fight in different previous chapters of areas back on Earth. Each of these sections you get teleported to would also have an HEV shield energy station, but you would have to use it instead to charge up the device you've got to teleport quickly back to Big Chungus. Maybe charging up the device enough after a few teleports could leave some left once you're back in the fight, and you could do some serious damage to him with it. I know I'm rambling, but I really had to share this idea, and it's one I'm really fond of. Side note, there's also at least one room that you can get teleported to that just has a pizza box and an energy station in it to get back to the fight. No challenge, no enemies, just pizza. If I could make any other changes, I would find a way to incorporate the arena being vertical again like the original. Maybe not as much as the original, but it was certainly an interesting part of the fight to also have to make sure you didn't go plummeting back down to the ground. Finally, I would leave the final section of the fight exactly as it is. Maybe I could add a few more attacks Big Chungus could do in his final phase, but really it's already a wonderful end as is. This is just one idea though. The point is that I really wish the devs had found a way to keep some of the more interesting parts of the Big Chungus fight from the original intact, even if most of the community disliked them. I really don't believe ditching some of these more interesting concepts in the final battle in their entirety was the best choice, especially when what's here to replace them is pretty standard stuff. It's extremely visually appealing, I'll give it that. The graphic snob in me is salivating when I see the footage from Big Chungus. Overall though, this fight, while very enjoyable, feels like the devs played it safe more than anything. Gonarch was an enormous risk, and I suspect a ginormous time sink, so that may in part explain the state of this battle. I can easily see the team at Crowbar having spent way longer on the Gonarch battle than they wanted to, and so once they got to this one they took a different approach to have some time to finally be finished with the game. It's still a fine enough boss battle though, it simply could stand to be more memorable aside from its visuals in the final phase of it, a kind of weak end to Half-Life in either iteration of the game. Black Mesa's is visually more epic and that really does help a lot, except that this isn't the end. That's right, there's actually one final chapter, if you can call it that, to take you to the credits. After Chapter 18, Big Chungus, you're greeted with the final chapter card. Endgame. Insert obvious Avengers Endgame joke here. In all seriousness, this is really just a cutscene more than anything, which is actually something I like. Both Black Mesa and Half-Life basically never take away control from the player the entire game. This final event is the one time when control is actually taken away from you, right at the end. That kind of thing will immediately stick out to you. What's about to happen must be really important. What could you be about to be shown? Well, if I'm being honest, this is one of my favorite endings to a video game ever. I love it. I adore it. I have every word spoken of it memorized by this point. I've watched it frame by frame. I still don't fully understand it. It gives me chills. When I first experienced it, my jaw dropped 7 feet down. More than anything, I love how ambiguous it all is. G-Man makes his first ever appearance here, and in one fell swoop became one of gaming's most iconic villains and one of the most mysterious characters in fiction. He simply introduces himself to you, basically congratulates you on completing your mission, offers you a job, totally not abducting you, and then if you accept his offer, places you in indefinite stasis and the game ends. If you decline his offer, he teleports you to an area where Xen creatures are guaranteed to kill you, so in reality, accepting his quote-unquote offer is really your only option. He mentions mysterious employers he works for, which could literally be anything, and tells you that he needs you essentially, that there have been offers for your services, that you've done an excellent job. Remember, you don't know who this character is until this point. You may have spotted him watching you from the background, you may have tried to attack him and realized he's immune to literally everything, or you may have never noticed him at all, in which case this final encounter really comes out of nowhere. Either way, I really feel as though this is a rather unpredictable ending, and one which had me absolutely itching to know what happened next. It was also one that really made me ask a lot of bigger picture questions, but I think I already went over that well enough in the first section of this video. Black Mesa does make some small changes to this ending scene, but they're all ones I like a lot. First up is the set changes in this monologue. In the original, between parts of his speech to you, G-Man will teleport you and him to various different Xen islands with evidence of your destruction on them, after which he finally teleports you to the tram cart from the beginning of the game and opens your portal. Here though, you'll see him literally take you back through the battles on Earth. He'll bend space and time around Xen rocks and crystals. Finally, he literally reconstructs the tram cart from the very beginning of the game out of tiny bits and pieces effortlessly. He's just made a tram cart, and it goes kinda fast. Finally, in this version, if you decline G-Man's offer, you're treated to being launched into this gaping black hole as the entire tram cart completely shatters before you're teleported somewhere you can die. Overall, Black Mesa's visual upgrade from the original is more apparent here than ever. The quality of the new voice acting with the actual speech itself is up for debate. Michael Shapiro is a legendary voice actor for the G-Man in the original, and it is part of the reason that G-Man is so iconic. The team at Crowbar wasn't able to get Shapiro to do the modern audio for Black Mesa, however, so they instead got the voice of Barney and one of the longtime devs on their team to voice him, a man by the name of Kevin Sisk. Kevin, in my opinion, does such an amazing job at voicing G-Man in this scene, I'm gonna be straight up and say that I actually think I may prefer his voice. I'm not even joking, this voice acting is simply some of the most phenomenal I've ever heard. I couldn't even imagine how difficult this must have been to get right. The way the G-Man speaks here sort of resembles how he was voiced in the original, but it's also distinctly different enough to be a more natural transition to the way he speaks at the beginning of Half-Life 2. The way the tone of his voice shifts subtly up and down, it's not like he's fully comfortable with speaking English. The way he catches his breath in the most shaky possible fashion, almost as though he's nervous, which is so weird. Why would he be nervous to be speaking with you? He's one of the most powerful beings ever. Gaming's greatest mystery aside, Kevin Sisk completely blew this ending speech out of the park in my opinion. And that's it. That's the end. We've come such a long way, and I'm sure the length of this video will end up reflecting exactly that. There was a lot to cover. Xen is such an impressive feat of creativity made by such passionate people working that I really wanted to cover it in detail. In a lot of ways, to vastly oversimplify, Black Mesa is sort of the flip of the original game. The original Half-Life's portions of Earth are some of the most impeccable and perfectly designed game levels ever. Then, when you get to Xen, the quality players had come to expect completely goes down the drain. Here though, we have the opposite. While I enjoy Black Mesa's Earth, the majority of the game, I feel it's overall inferior to the originals, but Black Mesa's Xen levels? My God, these are so much better and so much more creative, so much more ambitious that I'm completely left astounded at what I even played. Not every decision and change to the original is one that I think was correct. Some things should have remained the same, some should have been changed and weren't, but you can always, no matter what, see that bettering the final product was always the reason for the changes that were made. To be honest, I think some of the changes for the sake of the final product were based on the general consensus approach. The general consensus is that Half-Life is great up until Xen, so Black Mesa leaves Earth the same far more than Xen. Xen between these two is basically an entirely different game. The general consensus was that On a Rail was one of the worst chapters, and an outlier from the others, so Black Mesa heavily changed and streamlined On a Rail. The general consensus is that Half-Life was genius in its beginning, in the way it waited to give you weapons and get you into actions, in the way you're slowly introduced to the Black Mesa facility, in the way the game's first combat encounter will happen when you have no weapons, and so you're subtly and wordlessly shown that fleeing and thinking about combat in a different way is going to be what this game is all about. Black Mesa changes absolutely nothing about this, and basically gives this an amazing new coat of paint and leaves it. The general consensus is that Half-Life's level design is some of the best there ever was. Black Mesa does its absolute best to emulate this. I think you get my idea. Honestly, the general consensus was right most of the time, but I think in looking at popular opinion, you also miss out on a lot. I really wish something had been done to spice up the tentacle boss puzzle fight thing. I really wish they hadn't made the flashlight permanent. I really wish weapons across the board hadn't been nerfed. I really wish the soldiers more closely resembled their original counterparts, especially in the number of them. I really wish for two things. I wish the game on Earth had been shorter and more closely matched the original, or I wish that Earth had been changed further and had a complete revamp in the way Xen did. I think if I were in these devs' shoes, then following educated popular opinion probably would have been what I would have done as well. I think overall this is a very tough spot to be in for a development team if you think about it, and that they struck this close to the middle is incredible. Really think about what this must have been like to be in their shoes. You're not the legendary Valve development team that created the original, you're just a group of fans. You're recreating one of, if not the most foundational shooter in history, and you have to decide what changes and what remains the same, as well as how to do that. Every remake is inevitably going to be put in this position, but this was an especially important case to get right. Can you imagine the amount of pressure that was on this team? They essentially had to try their best to recreate the Mona Lisa for a modern audience while still doing the original justice. I know comparing this to a painting may sound strange, but it's pretty fitting when you think about the difficulty of this task. No wonder this took 17 years, which is also why this has been so painful to heavily criticize this game throughout the video. Black Mesa is a unicorn in the gaming industry. It gives me hope and reminds me what love and passion can really translate to if given enough time and care. You don't spend 17 years creating a $20 game unless you're doing this out of genuine care and artistic passion. No company would ever attempt something like this. I can hardly think of any indie company that would even attempt something like this. What's been created here from such a small team is truly Herculean. I can't imagine trying to call the shots on the decisions to be made, to land your remake in a satisfying place, in a perfect sweet spot between changing things and keeping things as they were. This is the scale of change. Black Mesa hits it in a more interesting, flawed, wonderful, and incredible way than any other piece of art I've ever seen. Yes, in part, I understand that Xen is also very different and more impressive as a way to show off Crowbar Collective's development capabilities. I'm dead sure Black Mesa isn't the last we've heard from them. However, this was also clearly done to make the Half-Life experience as good as it possibly could be. Black Mesa changes Half-Life in ludicrously fundamental ways. I don't agree with all of these changes, but I understand. It's a true testament to how impressive this fan project truly is, that I honestly, even after writing all of this, still can't decide which game is better and which I like more. Usually I'm the one to lean towards original on most things, but this remake is so amazing I'm honestly having a hard time deciding which is superior. I've been thinking about it throughout the entire process of writing this, and I've come to the conclusion that I'll probably never decide. In its own and very different way, Black Mesa more than lives up to the pedigree of Half-Life. It may have changed so much about the game, but in the end it was worth it. More than anything else, more than any other change though, Black Mesa made one major change to Half-Life that I haven't brought up yet. This last change is the biggest one too. It's a bigger deal than the added story elements, it's a bigger deal than the levels being stretched out and changed around. It's bigger than movement being revamped and changed. It's bigger than combat being so unforgiving and soldier-ridden. It's even a bigger deal than all of Xen in its entirety. This one change alone is bigger than all of it. It's bigger than the game itself, beyond the scale of change and what changes constitute as good or bad. This final change is objectively great and steps beyond my scale, because Black Mesa has changed this one thing about Half-Life forever. From now on, Half-Life is more accessible than ever. From now on, Half-Life as a franchise now has an ideal starting point for someone new to get into this legendary series. Half-Life 1 is one of the greatest games of all time, but it's also from 1998. Its visuals have aged severely, and for someone new looking to get into the series, unless they're an individual who doesn't care about dated graphics, then this won't be where they'll start. Half-Life 2 is probably the most popular place to start these games, but even now that game is starting to become dated. It's from 2004. That was, well, 17 years ago. I guess when this all started, Half-Life 2 is a decent place to start, but even it's starting to become dated and is far from ideal to a modern audience who won't already be familiar with this series. For someone who plays mostly Call of Duty and Battlefield, or heck, for someone who just generally doesn't play very many FPS titles, Half-Life 2 on its face might not be the most appealing. Then there's the newest game, Half-Life Alyx, which came out last year. It's critically acclaimed and generally seen as a worthy installment in the Half-Life series as a whole, with absolutely stunning graphics and new and interesting physics capable with Source 2. By all accounts, it should be a perfect starting place, except that it's a VR game through and through. I don't mean in the way that Fallout or Resident Evil can get a VR version of their respective games, but in an organic way in which the game was made exclusively with VR in mind from the start. It's actually the first ever AAA VR game to be created. Sure, there have been indie VR hits like Superhot, but Half-Life Alyx is the first to the punch in going AAA in VR. However, I suspect Half-Life Alyx will get more popular as time goes on, and eventually many games will follow in its footsteps, kind of like how all Half-Life games cause others to follow in their footsteps. But for the time being, most people don't have or can't afford a VR headset. Even the cheaper models these days are at least $200, and many will want a more premium experience than that. In other words, at least until VR is extremely accessible, Half-Life Alyx won't be, even if you can technically play it without the headset. Why would you want to, though? Until then, it's not going to be a viable entry point for most people, and good luck trying to get someone to spend $200 or more on a game series they may or may not like. For a very, very long time, Half-Life hasn't had an ideal entry point, and that, more than anything, is the greatest change Black Mesa has made. If I've got someone new who I want to get into Half-Life, and they know next to nothing about these games, guess which game I'm going to set them down in front of? It won't be the original. It probably would have used to have been Half-Life 2, but not anymore. it won't be Half-Life Alyx unless they've got the money for the game and the VR headset and the interest. No, the game I'm going to set them down in front of will be Black Mesa. More than anything else, that's the greatest thing Black Mesa did. Thanks to it, now more than ever, Half-Life is back, and bigger than ever.
Hi there. I'm not really sure how to do this, but I'm going to try and keep it brief. For starters, the first thing I wanted to say is thank you. Thank you from the very, very bottom of my heart if you have made it and watched it all this way through this video. This has been a really long thing, and to be quite frank, this has been the absolute biggest project of my entire life. I've never put as much work into something as I have this, and I don't even necessarily know how to do this, but just thank you. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart if you've made it all the way to the very end of this very, very long video. Thank you. I've never filmed something like this. Sorry if I'm not doing that great. But just, I can't even express to you my levels of gratitude. I hope you like what I've been able to produce, if there's anyone watching this at all. And yeah, I've got a little bit of a list here, but I'm going to try and keep this brief. So up first is credits. There are a few people I need to credit who helped make this entire gigantic project possible. The first one, the power of magic editing over here will help me. Retro Protogen, you know who you are, and this individual I could not have done this project without. He was absolutely instrumental in so many different things. I've personally lost count. I can't even remember all of the different things he's helped me with, and to try and list them all, it's just, he's done so much for me in terms of helping me gather footage, figuring out technical issues, gathering art, resources, filming, etc. Retro, you know who you are. I absolutely could not have done this without you, so thank you. Next up on the list is RiptideMaster, whose channel will also be in the description. He is a friend of mine who is going to be starting a gaming Let's Play channel, something like that to effect. I think that's what he means by it. I'm not 100% sure. It's a gaming Let's Play channel. We'll go with that. He has also been extremely instrumental in helping me put this entire thing together. From once again helping me get footage, technical issues, filming, the exact same thing. Also, he actually appeared in 2 of the different videos, which I will show right here, kind of for a second. Power of magic editing here. Aside from that, RiptideMaster, you know who you are. Once again, I want to say thank you from the absolute bottom of my heart. Thank you. Next is my good friend and fellow artist, Sammi, or Samantha Fitz Art. Her link will be in the description below, and we can thank her for the absolutely wonderful logo that you're seeing here on screen. It's a really good logo. She helped bring exactly what was in my head to life, and I couldn't have done it without her. So thank you so much, Sammi, for the help. You were really helpful. Finally, the random guy that appeared in the 4th live action segment of this video, his name is Brandon, and he's very comfortable with me sharing that, actually. In fact, he insisted. This man right here, yeah, for some reason, he wanted me to link his Snapchat, so you can find that down below as well. That's a thing. So, with credits out of the way, I wanted to talk about what you've even been seeing what this is. This is Under the Microscope. I am extremely passionate about long-form critiques of games in general. I'm a big fan of those kinds of things and have been since I was, well, very young. Not that I'm old now, but you know what I mean.
And specifically, this has been a very long-form thing of Black Mesa, but I want to cover... There are 5 different games that I'm also very interested in covering in the future, 2 of which are upcoming titles that I've already started gathering footage for in advance and kind of like drafting and stuff in the future. But I'm not going to promise to that. I don't know if anyone's watching this right now, but I have a goal. Specifically, 500 views. Which I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but to me that would mean the entire world. If this video cracks 500 views at all, Under the Microscope will continue. I will keep posting, I will keep doing stuff. However, this video has taken the last year and a half of my life to make nonstop, so I cannot promise any sort of regular upload schedule. I probably am not going to make a video this long again, but I do long form content, anything probably over an hour, 2 hours, going really in depth with what I'm talking about. That's just what I'm passionate about. So that is the order of the day. And other than that, I just want to say thank you to you behind that screen there, you, the audience. Thank you. There's nothing more in my entire life that I have ever put as much work into as this right here. This is my life's work, and maybe that's sad, I don't even know what to think of that necessarily. It's the thing that gets me out of bed every morning. This, Under the Microscope, this Black Mesa review, this is the thing. This is the day I decided to do this. I never thought I would actually make it to the end here, but here we are. So you out there watching this, if there's anybody watching this, or even if there's just a few of you, if there's even just one person, to you, thank you. I truly mean it. Thank you. It means the absolute world to me that you've made it this far. Thank you. I hope I didn't disappoint. Other than that, I can't believe I'm actually here. Other than that, my name's Ray, and this is Under the Microscope. See ya.